Right.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. If this was a game of snooker, then England's 147 would have been a terrific score. The maximum break, alas, yesterday, superbly led from the front by captain Pat Cummins. Australia ensured that the only thing to break were English hearts. The first ball of the series has been known to set the tone for subsequent events. Just ask Steve Harmison about 2006. Mitchell Starc will be hoping that his first delivery to Rory Burns will be equally portentous. To add insult to injury, El Nino waited to exactly the point England were all out before delivering its first deluge. England have refused to hide behind excuses of poor preparation, and Pope, Butler and Wokes showed briefly that runs can be scored when the shine comes off that Kookaburra ball. But an attack without either Anderson or Broad for the first time in an Ashes since 2006 will need to show it can get amongst Australia's top order early this morning. I'm Tony Bishop, and tonight your Gorillas are again traversing the globe for your listening pleasure, from Malta to Melbourne, from Singapore to Sydenham, and from Philadelphia to Penge. Up first, if they didn't suffer enough yesterday, they're back for more. It's the magnificent Messrs.
Good morning, how are you?
Stressed. More of which we'll learn in a while, and as the evening goes on. And of course, from Melbourne, the fabulous Sporthy.
Oh, good morning to you, good evening to you, wherever you might be.
Yes,
Tony, before you go on, I would be failing in my meteorological duties if I were to very gently correct you, if I can. The weather pattern is La Nina, which is pretty much the opposite of El Nino.
Well, thank you for summoning up your inner meteorological knackle, and we shall move on swiftly. Some talking points. I've got a question for both of you, really. I'm going to start with you, though, Forthy, especially after that interruption with Messes. Brilliant bowling or terrible batting? Where do you stand?
I would say a combination of both, but I would actually favour brilliant bowling. I think in years to come, this combination of Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark and Lyon will be regarded as one of the all-time great bowling lineups, to be honest. Just briefly, if you think back to 2005, what an amazing series that was. Yes, but it was carried by Shane Warne almost alone and quite often an injured Glenn McGrath. This is a unit which is firing on all cylinders all the time. And with the exception of India last summer, any batting attack would find it almost impossible to cope with day one on a green top at the Gabatoir. That said, England's lack of preparation did find them out as well.
Well, that was going to be my next question. So as the players are coming out, I'm going to throw that one to Messes pretty quickly. Awful preparation, or is it just the modern way?
Look, you can prepare as long as you like, but the truth is, if you don't have the talent, preparation isn't going to fix that. So these guys have been preparing, and red ball cricket doesn't necessarily make any difference in terms of much difference in terms of your preparation. And I think we've seen plenty of evidence of that in the past. So I think there's been an awful lot of criticism of Butler in terms of the decision on the toss, but Root. But the truth is that it wasn't that bad a decision, and there's awful lot of people who say, well, I made the call beforehand, but it could equally have been a really bad decision to bowl first, because Australia could well have ended up with out to 350 or whatever the weather allowed to be. So I think fundamentally Australia were amazingly on top of their game. They didn't get a foot wrong yesterday. And they haven't had a lot of preparation either. So it's not about preparation. It's about competence and confidence for me.
Well, today's going to be all about bowling for England. It's going to be all about runs for Australia. The openers are there in the middle, of course. It's his Messrs Warner and Harris. And the bear has just settled back into his seat of production control. And he's got himself a small libation of some kind, so goodness knows where we're going to go from here. But hopefully to a jingle bear if you can. Anyone you like, providing they're playing.
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went to the tee.
And he's going to be
quite good with a bat.
He's got a stick in the start.
He's short and he's fat.
He's got a stick in the start.
He's a bit of a
He's
twat.
got a stick in the start.
David Warner's got a stick in the start.
Well, what's that moustache going to do? Can Wokes do a Stark? No, he can't, because Warner is immediately off the mark with a little prod away into the offside. And Australia are up and running. They have their first run off the first ball. Decent enough delivery. Just gave Warner enough. Slightly short, and Warner was up onto his toes, and gosh, he was off like a whippet, wasn't he? They had to run. In fact, the throw, Forthy, caught him on the arse, didn't it? As he
Yes. Yeah, and one early strike. So that's good. We've managed to use David Warner as a coconut shy first ball, so I suppose that's a positive.
Okay. Shy in any way is not something one normally associates with David Warner, but there we go. There we are. It'll bring Marcus Harris onto strike. He is scratching out his mark, jogging on the spot. We saw it, of course, from Rory Burns, didn't we?
Marcus Harris. That's the kind of thing that could embarrass, because he's Marcus Harris.
Wokes it in, and Harris. Neither of these openers are particularly tall. Harris, the shorter of the two, though. He's up on his toes to push out into the onside, and this time there is no run. Messes. He's a man of Perth, is Marcus Harris, isn't he? Your neck of the woods.
Well, yes, indeed. There's an awful lot of Perth cricketers around the place when it comes down to it, because it's such a nice place to live.
There you have it. Messi Jersey is sponsored by the Western Australian Tourist Board. But I'm sure you're right.
Except you can't come here.
Wokes is in, and again up onto his toes. Nicely goes Harris. Very solid, very correct. Right in behind the line, back to the bowler. And again, there is no run. Not much movement yet with that Kookaburra for Wokes 40.
Not much movement, but plenty of bounce. First 2 or 3 balls have got up chest and neck high so far. So, if you can't get movement, so the bounce is good. It's quite encouraging.
Well, there are 3 slips a gully. There's a man at point, a man at square leg, mid-off and mid-on as Wokes is in. This one's driven, though, past points, between point and cover. And they will be able to come back for 2. Hamid it is who goes galloping off after that, but it'll be 2 to get Marcus Harris off and about his work.
Yes, it's funny, isn't it? When you're in Australia, everything seems to go against you. Beautiful sunny day today. after the hovering clouds yesterday, mind you, they did win the toss, England. So in some ways, perhaps only got themselves to blame.
Yeah, it's the eternal debate, isn't it, in cricket? We'll hold that for thought a second. So that was a decent ball by Wokes, but again Harris had the measure of it and just pushed it away down onto his toes, really, and there will be no run. Yeah, there's the eternal debate, isn't it? It's a great decision if you pile up runs. It's a shocking decision if you get skittled.
And it's
feel for
fair
captains,
to say
but it's part of the game.
Fair to say Shane Warne was very clear he would have batted before play began yesterday.
Shane Warne, sorry, yes, I thought Shane Warne, but I know you were talking about him earlier, but I think Pat Cummins had said that as well, although he said he would have thought quite hard about it. This one is slightly fuller from Wokes, and Harris squeezes it away once again. Hamid has to set off in chase. They'll get a single this time. Harris will move on to 3. Warner on 1 at the end of the first over. Australia have, without too much trouble or strife, have moved on to 4, and we're going to find out who's with us this morning, Messers. When you take your microphone off mute and speak to the world, we'll find out who's
Thank you. Sorry, I had to put it off while I was opening up Facebook. I think on the whole, Twitter's been a bit slow.
You have to talk to Facebook to open it then.
Oh, don't go there. Twitter's been a bit slow to wake up to the fact that we're half an hour early today, but Mog is with us. He says, if this isn't going well, i.e. Warner impaled on a stump, within 10 minutes, I'm out of here for the day. Jason Hiscock somewhat plaintively says, do I mean nothing to you guys? Because sadly, he got inadvertently left off the list of Guerrilla Cricket commentators that was tweeted out. So Jason is from now on to be known as the unnamed commentator.
The unnamed. He's also from Thornton Heath, whereas I carefully composed my introduction in the belief that he was from Penge, but there we go. We'll have to go. It's only. I did work out. It's only 3 miles away. To be fair. It's going to be Ollie Robinson, and then we'll jingle him up after this ball. Beats the outside edge. Now there was a little bit of movement and bounce. Robinson shakes his head. Some thought perhaps he might have got an edge there, but no. But a decent first ball. Let's jingle up Ollie Robinson.
Ollie, Ollie, Ollie! Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! Ollie, Ollie, Ollie! Robinson!
Yeah, decent ball. Bit of lift, bit of bounce, like exactly what you're saying there, Forthy.
Yeah, that'll be encouraging, actually. There was some deviation there. This could be Robinson's day, or it might not be. We will see.
It's covered all options. Robinson in. This one is dabbed down towards gully. Fielded at the second attempt, but to the cost of no run. 2 dot balls for Ollie Robinson to start. He'll be happy enough with that, I suspect.
We've definitely seen worse England attacks than this to take the field on the first test in Australia. Robinson, Wood, Stokes and Wokes is perfectly decent bowling attack. I'm not too worried about the Broad Anderson thing. They wouldn't have played all 5 tests anyway. But
He too
it's the
has a
batting that's problematic.
fairly conventional field with the 3 slips of gully. Robinson in, tries to shape this back in to the left-handed Harris, but he's able to tuck in behind it, push it away into the offside, and it's another dot ball. Beautiful looking day in Brisbane, as you rightly said, after yesterday when England went into bat with concerns about plenty of cloud cover, atmosphere hanging. I wondered, Forthy, about the weather. Were this a 9:30 start in the morning at Lords, you'd be expecting any team to be about 27 for 9. But if it's not, Lords and Brisbane ain't the same place. Robinson, right arm over, beats the outside edge of a little waggle from Harris on that occasion. That was a superb delivery. Harris survives, but encouragement for Robinson. 4 for no loss, Australia.
Yes, it's good to see Robinson not suffering from any first over nerves here. He's really slotted into a groove, which is very encouraging. Perhaps the rest of the attack can rally around him. It's a good start from Robinson.
Yep, he's found his length. He's got a little bit of movement off the surface, as you rightly say. There's a bit of bounce and carry there for him. And he turns now at the top of his mark. And his right arm over and in, and that was an easy enough one for Harris to leave outside of his off stump with a bat held aloft, periscope style. And again, there is no run.
Yeah, making his first, his debut down under, Robinson, but he is 28 years old, so he's a mature cricketer with plenty of experience. This shouldn't phase him, and it seems like a fairly robust character as well.
Well, he is. Don't forget, he took, when I was actually in Melbourne, he walked past me when I was at the MCG. I'll tell you about that in a minute. As he's in and forward comes Harris, pushes it back to Robinson. It's the end of the over. Don't forget, he was on that Lions tour in 2020. Took 7 wickets too. So he's got his experience in Australian conditions. Anyway, Messers, the people started to wake up. Yep.
They have indeed. Although Chris says suspect there may be less chickens from the Plague Island this evening. And he also says maybe Shane Warne's commentary is a day early with this nose swing thing. Mog says, what the fuck was that Harris jingle? I don't remember doing that.
I do.
The things you don't remember are often the best things. You know that, Mog.
Well, good nights out often.
Yeah, indeed. Ewan Innes says, evening all. Diana Patterson is here. Hello. Still digesting yesterday, though.
And this Wokes has again beaten the outside edge. Well, I think Warner just played inside the line safely enough. In that game, by the way, Robinson dismissed Harris at the MCG.
Okay.
So he's been able to got him for 6 in the first innings in what was a pretty good performance, as I recall, for England Lions against Australia A. Encouragement for Wokes. Beard bristling, right arm over he comes, and it's pushed back down the track, and Wokes in like a flash to fake a shy at Warner's stumps, keeping him a little bit honest. They've already smacked him on the arse with the first throw of the morning.
Yeah, Wokes has notoriously got something like a 58 bowling average overseas and a 28 bowling average at home. But that said, if any condition is going to suit him, you would imagine it would be the green tinged top we see in Brisbane here.
I'm very much a wiser, older Chris Wokes now than the one who got tonked around Australia previously. In he comes. That's a little on leg side though, and David Warner says thank you very much. Tickles it away to leg. Doesn't really get all of it. If you can imagine the shot Rory Burns thought he was going to play off the first ball, actually played correctly. That was pretty much what David Warner did there, and will get himself a single. Square leg, a mid on, a mid off. Point, gully, and 3 slips. A fine leg are in place for England to support the bowling of Chris Wokes. Brisbane, as we said, looking bright, looking sunny. All that weather that's been around clearly isn't much favouring England at the moment.
Yes.
And BT seems to think all we need to see is the fielding positions. No.
Yeah,
Thank you, BT. I've read them now. Wokes in left outside of his off stump by Harris again. High leave to Wokes. through it goes to Josh Butler, which one of you two was criticising Butler for the toss? All he did was stand
that
there.
was me.
You can't really blame him.
It's bloody early in the morning here. Settle down. It's only 7:45 now, for God's sake.
Well, it is. Here I am commentating with two men in Australia against Australia. We're covering the globe. We are genuinely covering the globe with Guerrilla Cricket tonight. Wokes will be in. He has a forward short leg who crouches down, but it's past the outside edge of the off stump.
Harris
left alone.
Harris in particular using his WA experience to leave the ball on length. If you'd have left that first morning at Lord's, you'd have seen the W off stump cartwheeling back, but he knows the Australian pitches, of course.
Yeah, well, Justin Langer at the time was quite frustrated with him. Didn't he have to leave Western Australia and move to Victoria to get his game time?
He did, actually, yes.
That one is again plenty of bounce and left alone outside of his off stump by Harris. 3 overs gone for England, 5 on the board for Australia. Crucially, no early dramas in the wicket department for them. Do we have any early dramas on Twitter? We certainly had a Guerrilla Cricket early drama, which I will tell you about at some point during this over. But let's get some messages first.
Mayank is with us. He says, I enjoy this 30 minutes early cricket. This is how it should be. 6:30 p.m. start for me. Perfect timing after work. Got my feet up. Hot chocolate brought from the store and 2 packets of crisps to make sure I ruin my appetite before dinner.
A healthy start to the day. Fantastic. A couple of packets of crisps and a hot chocolate. Marvellous.
And he says thunderstorms might come through at 2:15ish today, but let's hope that changes around a bit and skirts the ground, which is very much what happened yesterday.
Well, England will be hoping that Australia around about 140 odd for 9 at that point, and Australia will be hoping about that for none. Outside of the off stump again, left alone, kept a little bit lower from Robinson on that occasion, and there is no run. Right, the dramas this morning. Goodness me. Well, I'd just gone for a couple of hours kit, ready for a night's hard graft, and I get the phone rings, and it's a rather breathless, panicky sounding bear, only to find apparently that his keys are somewhere on the road or in a garden, but definitely not in his pocket between where he lives and our studio. So he was hot-footing it over to Knackle to then go and get those keys, and we were sitting here wondering if we'd actually get on air and whether he could do it in time. This one is pushed back to Robinson by David Warner, and there is no run. As it was, we get on air because of the bear, and of course we did. It was all done to tease and torment us and just make us lose a couple of few extra strands of our own hair, but we managed it somehow, or he did. And I'm sure when he's on, he'll tell you how many speed cameras flashed and whether he got himself in any trouble doing it. But do it, he did. Warner will stand ready, moustache bristling, bat aloft, left alone, taken just a shade above shoulder height by Josh Butler. And again, there is no run. Crikey, you must. There's 2 chaps here going up the side of a large glass-fronted building at the back of one of the stands there at the Gabba. You must seriously want a view, mustn't you? One of our cheaper tickets with slightly obstructed view. Would you care to join them? Warner again. Already good start from Ollie Robinson. This yet to concede a run. And forward comes Warner, just pushes back to him. And there is no run. Yet to concede a run, but yet to unduly trouble either Harris or Warner. And I think that would concern.
I think you're right, Tony. I think that will be of concern. There's good bounce, good disciplined start, but very little lateral movement. Early days, but if you don't get anything in the first 20 overs, you're unlikely to get anything after that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it seemed lively enough for Australia's bowlers yesterday, up to about the 40th. Forward, tidily comes Warner, pushes a single down towards mid-off, and Robinson has now conceded his first run. It was an easy single to bring Harris back onto strike to face what will be the last ball of the 4th over of the morning, with Australia 6 without loss. Frustration a little for England. Not that we expect every test innings to start the way Mitchell Starc started bowling for Australia yesterday, but nonetheless England, I think, will be just fourthly a little troubled by how untroubled these two have been.
They will be, but they just need to hold their discipline. It's always going to be tough in Australia. There'll be tough days, even if they don't win this test. They need to set a marker down for the rest of the series. And I actually think there were some decent signs yesterday with some of the more aggressive playing from Pope and Butler in particular. So, it's there's a lot to play for still.
Indeed, as we wait for Robinson to complete
it's
it over. And that is absolutely a beauty, as Forthy gives the game away that he might be watching a feed that's just a tad in front of ours. Up the outside edge it goes. And if you'd like to see anything else, then our fortune teller, Madam Forthy, will let you know exactly what's about to happen next. But in the meantime, we're going to ask Messrs to see who's with us on social media.
So Foster Del Sol is with us. Says, good evening, chaps. Glad to be back after my self-imposed white ball break. Keep up the fantastic work. It's good to have you back. And Pirate Badshaw says, good night, sort of old salts on the first watch. Peter Ward, it says, if England continue in this fashion, you could run all the tests back to back and be done for New Year's Eve. Evening all. Josie Oak says, morning, we're doomed. And Brian Barish, who will be on air with us later, says, g'day and good morrow, nerds. Yesterday's episode of Bluey was called Rain, and the whole session was washed out. Today's episode was called Pizza Girls.
Work is continuing, and that's beautifully off-driven by David Warner all the way to the boundary. Gorgeous off-drive, over-pitched by Wokes. Away it went, 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
You, as a batsman, you dream of those deliveries, don't you, Forthy?
Yeah, very much so.
everything.
That is
In the
the classic off stump half volley dispatched.
Indeed it was. What can Wokes summon up in response? Something much shorter, a bit more bounce. Warner has to just lean back, limbo style, and through to Joss Butler it goes. A good riposte from him. He's definitely been the more expensive of the two, as Chris Wokes gone for 9 so far off a couple of balls into his third over.
Funny, isn't it? Because if this was, as we've said, if this was Wokes against Warner first morning at Lord's on this very pitch, everything would be very different. You'd be backing Wokes, Warner would be looking jittery, but there's no Barmy Army on his
Wokes.
back.
No, that's easy enough for Warner to leave, taken comfortably by Joss Butler away to his left, heading towards first slip, and there is no run. Yeah, those conditions, I mean, it's you're absolutely right. Dream day to bowl yesterday. What looks like a much more day set for batting today. Not that one can make excuses for some of the shots that England played yesterday's. You did rather hedge your bets on the question as to whether it was brilliant bowling or bad batting. Oh, that's short again, and that one was much closer to Warner. And at that time it was a more legitimate lean back limbo. As it goes through to, but I guess a little nod of approval from David Warner does Chris Wokes.
It's very good ball. Just to reiterate, I guess, yes, brilliant bowling. I felt that, say, Root and Stokes wouldn't put a great deal of blame attached to them. I do feel that the short pitched ball against the just break off.
It's in comes Wokes this one again, past the outside edge of Warner, big high shouldered lead. There's a lovely little interplay there between Warner and Chris Wokes. Warner, who was still though in the sort of the leaning back position, which is very hard to hold. Well, certainly would be at my age. But he even whilst he was leaning back, he still managed to sort of just give that approving nod back to the bowler. And there was no run. Back as a studying concentration onto the thigh of Warner, drops down to his feet, shapes to pick up the ball, then doesn't, waits to give him the nod, which he finally is. And at the end of 5 overs, Australia still on 10, just the one boundary off that Wokes over. Messers.
Chewy Andrew goes by the excellent moniker of very deep third man. Says a great day to bat. Jay Grover's joined us, says evening all. And Rohit Singh says good morning, good whatever. Good good whatever it is, 5-0. And I would just respond to Brian Barish and say that if 11 years ago it took 10,000 bitcoins to buy a pizza, got 2 pizzas. Today the same amount of bitcoin gets you 40 million pizzas.
In comes
How many
Robinson.
pizzas will it get you in 10 years?
Past the outside edge. We'll come back to the question of pizzas in a moment, as this is left by Harris and through to Butler. It goes, no run. Sorry, do you want to just finish that thought?
Well, I mean, basically, it's a Bitcoin ad. The other thing to mention is the GPL is open, and it's running, I think, at £57 currently. Several of them were mine. And we encourage you to get in. You've got another 2 hours and 8 minutes from now to get your guesses in as to how many runs will be scored today.
Edged and taken.
Well done.
We have the breakthrough as far as England is concerned. Outside
Ollie
edge.
Robinson.
Ollie Robinson's done the trick. Taken at third slip. He's got Harris again. Got him for half as many as he got him for at the MCG in 2020. Because Harris has gone for 3. And England do have their breakthrough.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Yep, there's just a little bit of extra lift. Harris couldn't quite get on top of it. Guided it really towards third slip. He's been caught by Dawid Malan. He's got pretty safe hands in that area. I watched him all those many years. Field round about there for Middlesex. And England have their first breakthrough. They will be feeling considerably better about life. Harris has gone for 3. Australia are 10 for 1. And the new man to the crease will be this chap.
He keeps floating on a light beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble. It's not a slab of shame. It's not a slab of shame.
It is
I'm
indeed.
just having a look on Fox Sports. I think they've managed to misspell Marnus Labuschagne's name. They've missed out the middle S. So
Do they have him?
it's
It's
not-
not just Labuschagny.
Labuschagny. So someone's put an S on the sort of the little caption here, but he was heralded without his S.
Good old, our old friend Loose Bus Change.
Yes,
Warm-up act.
indeed.
Warm-up act for Stephen Smith on this occasion.
There wasn't a lot of deviation in that ball that got Harris out, but I think it was a little bit of extra bounce. He tried to
It
play
was
it with
a bounce.
soft hands. He kind of did the right thing, but the pace of the ball and the carry took it down to ankle height at, I think it was third slip there. So, good signs with the carry for England. They just need to hold their discipline here.
They do indeed. Well, there's going to be for Labuschagne 3 slips, point, mid off, extra cover, and a mid on mid wicket, and a man on the 45 at a short fine leg. Whether they think they can induce perhaps that little attempted pull round the corner, we shall see. Robinson in, and there's that bounce, and Labuschagne is a little bit twitchy as he sort of steps back and washes that one through to Joss Butler. Good, fiery, effective spell this has been from Ollie Robinson.
That's been excellent, hasn't it?
Well, a lot expected of him. He is, of course, the stepson of Paul Farbrace, isn't he? Is Ollie Robinson?
It is. One thing I think we're seeing from Warner this morning is a masterclass in leaving the short ball. It helps that he's a short man. But we saw with Milan and Pope and Wokes and Wood them all getting into difficulties yesterday with the chest high ball.
He comes again, full, little bit outside edge. He squares up Labuschagne a bit, and it's away towards point. And there is no run. First couple of balls have been probing and testing of Marnus Labuschagne, and he has had to be very much about his mettle to ensure that he stays there. In fact, he's gone for a little walkabout. One of those batsman's walkabouts where he's just trying to collect his thought. sort of thoughts, to be fair. I'm not suggesting he just has the one, although single-mindedness is not all a bad thing, of course. Particularly when you're playing in a test match. In comes Robinson full, and Labuschagne, well, we'll give that as a Smith-style lead, I think. Kept a little bit low. Labuschagne played over the top of it with that sort of rather flamboyant swish that Steve Smith seems to have affected more and more of late, and Labuschagne seems to somewhat mimic. I mean, isn't it kind of inevitable if they practice a lot together? He generally does pick up a lot of those mannerisms, doesn't he, Labuschagne?
That's right. It's like a couple of friends who start sounding like each other if they hang out all the time together, isn't it? They adopt each other's accents. I think that's probably
and finish each other's sentences.
That's exactly right.
That's what old married couples do, isn't it? As we wait for in comes Robinson.
You should know, Tony.
Again, no, I'm not married actually. Again, in he comes, and that's left alone outside of Ostend. A little bit of away movement, and at the end of a splendid over, England have the breakthrough. Australia are 10-1 Messers.
I'm loving Robinson. Just reward for line length consistency, and that's a really good thing to see in an England bowler. Mog says, I saw a lot of tweets yesterday saying how horrible the BT commentary was. What was up with that? Well, just 2 words: Shane Warne.
Well, to be fair, doing this, you don't often get you don't get to hear what other people are doing.
There was lots of comment. Shane Warne insisted that there was no swing in that first ball of the morning until 3 overs over. They showed a map of it, and he had to shut the fuck up. And he's just a pain in the ass when he's got the bit between his teeth.
Well, we're going to have a change of bowling. Sorry to cut across your messes, but it's going to be the first gallop of the morning for this fellow.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
Around the wicket to the left-handed Warner, who rocks back. Plenty of bounce there, Forthy.
Yeah, Mark Wood, of all people, can exploit these conditions. They need to get David Warner early, but this sort of chest-high approach to Labuschagne and Smith will certainly be the way to go, and they'll be testing them both out there. As Knuckles pointed out, India had joy bowling straight and setting fields accordingly, but I think that they probably won't get much more bounce than this all series, and this is definitely Mark Wood territory.
It is indeed. He turns and hares in around the wicket. He comes again, but Warner's tidily up onto his toes to steer this away towards point and get himself a single and away from the strike. You're talking about Labuschagne and Smith. I know your feed's ahead. Have you seen something else that we should know about?
I'll tell you one thing I did discover in my preparation for this test. Steve Smith's third name turns out to be Stephen Peter Devereux Smith, which
he is Devereux, yes. He is indeed. Don't talk about preparation. The bear gets upset. It's against the brief. I always get stick for doing it.
Devereux.
Labuschagne.
Where that came from?
It's Devereux. Yeah. I always think of the Dave Edmunds song, which of course was Devereux, but it's the intonation is the same. Do you remember Devereux? Well, you're in T-Rex territory.
That's T-Rex. T-Rex.
Yeah,
yes.
I was in Dave Edmunds territory, or possibly
same vintage.
Similar vintage. You are right. Slightly later than T-Rex. Anyway, we're going to wait as Wood is in, and up onto his toes goes Labuschagne and just pushes this into the offside again. There is no run.
Yes, I was reminded with that earlier tweet that Messi read out about a packet of crisps and so on, of 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps by Splodgeness Abounds from around about 1980.
Splodgeness. The Riches are in the house. They're looking splendid in there with their large inflatable microphones and wigs and beige jackets. So they are all gathered together in a glorious display of non-socially distanced richiness. As we wait for Woody and left alone again outside of his off stump by Labuschagne. It's through to Butler once more. There's no run. This has been a sharp opening over from Mark Wood.
Very good from Mark Wood, yes. I would say that the Riches have been the most organic development in Australian supporting this century. because Australia too often tries to inform people how they should behave, saying you are the fanatics and put you all in yellow T-shirts and there you sit, or put a KFC bucket on your head. But instead, I feel the Richies are the equivalent of the Barmy Army. It's an organic, from the people movement. And
it is. Wood in, left lane, a little bit of movement away from Labuschagne, but he was able to leave it comfortably enough. And again, there is no run. Those bucket heads, I was absolutely sure for a while that you had to eat the Kentucky Fried Chicken out of them first, and I thought, just putting that on your head must be revolting.
Yes.
But I didn't. Then I realised because they just gave them away without the Kentucky Fried Chicken in. I thought part of the deal was, scarf this whole bucket full of greasy chicken and then put the greasy bucket on top of your freshly coiffured hair.
Yuck.
But yeah, it's not a pleasant thought. Not a pleasant thought. In comes Mark Wood again. Oh, very full, very quick. Plenty of lift. Through to Butler it goes. But at the end of that over, Australia are 11 for 1. And Labuschagne yet to score. David Warner on 8. We're going to have a change of commentary. The next voices you hear are going to be Jacob Jaffa. I'm going to slide my way into the social duties. And Jason H. Hiscox will be joining us. Jacob.
Hello, Tony, and hello to Jason as well. How are we all? It's nice to be here for the Ashes, isn't it?
It is. Amongst a cast of thousands tonight, there
Indeed.
are a lot of people clamouring to get onto the microphone tonight.
We are but the lucky few. I must admit, this is actually, despite being quite a fanatical one, I am quite a recent fan to the game, and so this is my first away Ashes series that I'm actually watching. As we see Robinson in, still over the wicket to Warner, and he's getting a good bit of lift there, but Warner just leaves it alone outside his off stump, and it will sail through to Butler, left on length more than anything. Robinson's been bowling fabulously.
Yes, he's got that priceless asset of having height, which gives him the bounce to trouble anybody, even with the pitches doing nothing side to side.
Yeah, we always suspected that he might be quite good in Australia, but so far, line and length has been fairly immaculate, and he's getting that bounce off, even slightly full of a good length. As he's in again to Warner, who is clipping into the leg side, and there's a chance for a run out there. Oh, it's missed. It's a good effort from, I think that was Wood, trying to throw down the striker's end stumps with Labuschagne. It was Wokes, in fact, with Labuschagne scrambling for ground. A tight single from David Warner, clipping off his pads. And at short mid-wicket, Wokes running round, tried to have a go at the stumps, and wasn't too far away in the end, I don't think. Just sailing to the outside of actually quite a way away. Now I'm seeing that on the replay. It wasn't too close, but Labuschagne was well short if that had been a direct hit.
Yes.
Missed opportunity there from England. We saw that in the India series.
By the time he'd had a chance to sight himself, the chance would have gone, so he had to throw it quickly. It just wasn't accurate.
Robinson in again, this time to Labuschagne, who's defending, and that's outside the offside. That's on the outside edge, and will run away to the third man boundary for 4. Lucky there from Labuschagne. Would have been very nice to have the man who averages 99 here at the Gabba with that one, glancing off the outside edge, and that's the sort of luck you get when you're in the sort of form he's in, and I think that boundary will push his average up to 100. Possibly. Who knows?
I can tell you.
I can make complete horrendous conjecture about the maths of these things, having never really got how to work out these averages when a batsman is not out, as that's left alone flamboyantly and Smith-like from Labuschagne, and it will just sail through to the gloves of Butler. And Robinson persisting, the only boundary so far coming off that streaky outside edge. And as we see a little replay of some words exchanged, a little tete-a-tete between him and Labuschagne. We always knew Robinson would be the man for this sort of thing.
He's got the advantage of looking down on him.
And on almost anyone, bar maybe Kyle Jamieson.
John Garner.
Yeah, in the modern game, perhaps. And Jason Holder, as Robinson's in, and that's defended forward by Labuschagne. There is a man in there. It's I think is it Leach or no Stokes in at sort of a short cover position, a catching cover. We see that for Josh Butler a lot for that lofted drive, and they've got him in for Labuschagne, as well as the now obligatory man round the corner for when he tries to clip off his pads in the air, which India used very well against him. As Robinson's at the top of his mark for the final ball of this, the fourth over of his spell. He's 1 for 6 so far with the removing Marcus Harris. Australia 1 for 16, or 16 for 1 in English parlance. As Robinson's in again, and that's full and driven by Labuschagne. It will beat Stokes at that cover position and is running towards the long off boundary. Stokes isn't quite quick enough to get there, and it will be 4 for Labuschagne to finish the over. Australia 20 for 1.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Tony,
A few hellos to people on YouTube. Teresa Nikilchuk. I don't know if I've said that right, Teresa. Let me know if I had. Denda Castro saying rain comes around 1 p.m. apparently, so just one session today. Well, we hope you're wrong, Dan, but it was certainly that was certainly the precedent yesterday. Andrew Cook says good afternoon from Kiwiland. We're still where I'm still trying to get over what happened in that second test versus India. John Thompson there as well. He's saying good evening. Are we doomed yet? Not quite yet. Chris over on Twitter says at this stage England had more runs, 11 to 10. But there's that little stickler about England had already lost 3 wickets. Well, yes, and that is indeed a big old difference.
Well, we will get Mark Wood continuing his spell, and I think the key thing was that one of those wickets was Brute for a duck. Had he been in at lunch, it might have got a little. We did see it get a little easier to bat. We still managed to make a bit of a ham fist of it, as we are wont to do, but it did get a little easier as Wood is round the wicket to Warner. A sensible tactic, I fear, as Warner is driving off the back foot, and that's a good stop from Stokes out there in the cover. He's sort of covering cover and a short mid-off, but he's mobile enough, and he's got round there to stop a run and probably a boundary, in fact.
Well, that's 2 bits of fielding so far from Ben Stokes that we've been able to see, and the first one involved a somersault over the rope.
Was that a drop catch there?
I think
there
it
is
was.
signalling a catch.
Just short of him. It was aerial for quite a long way, and it landed about 3 feet in front of him.
Still a good stop nonetheless. We will praise Ben Stokes until our voices give out, of course. As Wood again round the wicket to Warner, a bit fuller, and that's punched off the back foot, but there will be no run, as there is a man there. I think it's Rory Burns at point. No, it's not Burns. I can't really read the names on their bat points. I'm struggling, but yeah, it's interesting that for so long it's Hamid, as Natal is informing me. The top knots confuse me, the long flowing hair. It's confusing to me that both the England opening bowlers went over the wicket to Warner, considering he averages 30 to right arm pace bowlers round the wicket as opposed to 50 over the wicket, as that's driven nicely by Warner, but again only as far as, now I'm certain that's not Hasib Hamid, that's Dawid Malan, who is in there at a wide gully, a short point. I'm not sure what's going on there.
They've definitely worked on a plan here. They're bowling just short of a length into the body to tuck him up somewhat, so he tries to hit it in the air very slightly, I think.
Which almost worked with that catch which landed just short of Stoke. And I think they're, as you say, Jason, they're definitely trying to get him to basically get hurried by the extra pace of Wood and just chip one up, as Wood is in again. And that's short, and Warner ducks well out the way. Plenty of bounce, 148 kilometres, 0.9 kilometres an hour from Wood there. That's a fair bit of pace.
Yep, he has been fast already. I mean, his opening ball in his spell, the loosener, was 191 miles an hour, 145. But I expect it to be used in short, sharp spurts in this innings for the heat and for the potential damage that he may cause with his extra pace.
Be interesting to see how Stokes is used, as he took some wickets in England's limited warm-up centre practice as Wood is in again, and that's Fuller and defended by Warner, again only as far as Milan. Yeah, so Stokes took some wickets in that practice, and also Leach. So there's some footmarks out there. It's only day 2, but we did see some turn in overcast skies for Nathan Lyon, even though he didn't get a wicket.
Well,
So,
still stuck there on his 399, isn't he? Poor old Nathan.
poor lad. We
Poor
do
old
feel
Nathan
bad
Lyon.
for him. But yeah, especially with Smith in next, he's struggled to start against spin. He's struggled against left arm spin. So it'll be interesting to see where Leach comes into it, as Wood is in for the final ball of this over. And that's wide. And is that Nick? No, it's not. Oh, Warner has had a flap at a cut shot. And, well, we can't hear the stump mic on our commentary, but it looked for a second like he might have just flashed a nick at it. And unfortunately for the England supporters' view, David Warner has missed that, and the score remains. It's just vanished, but I think it was 22 for 1. I will see in a minute. But we'll move to Tony with the social.
Yes, indeed. Chris is saying you got to feel sorry for Liz Hurley listening to Warner's inanity daily. Are they still together, those two? I wasn't too sure. Mog says, I think you'll find Smith's middle names are the result of being, and then Mog says exactly what he does think of Steve Smith. Grubby, who you will be hearing at some point soon, says, and a little bit of cheese, please. So we're still on 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps. Mog is equally not a fan of the dressing up as Mr. Benno. Let's see, what else do we have?
Well, we have a change of bowling, actually, Tony. So we've got Wokes coming back into the attack, replacing Robinson. A change of ends for Wokes. Interesting, considering he probably, as the senior bowler, selected his end and now wishes to change it, or Root wishes to change him. Maybe a bit of better fortune from this end, but we'll see how he goes against Labuschagne.
I think it's actually more to do with getting any out of swing out of it whilst the ball is still hard.
Yeah, that's probably the case as well. As Wokes is in now to Labuschagne, first ball at him, and that's not too far away from our stump, but Labuschagne has left it very well on length and line, as he often does. In fact, speaking of slightly insipid Australian commentary, which we've had to suffer through on this BT Sport coverage, hopefully I don't get sued for anything I say, but my favourite, I think, was when, I think it was Kerry O'Keefe, pointed out that Hasib Hamid has wrists. This was his major observation for today, that Hasib Hamid possesses a pair of wrists. As Wokes is in, and again Labuschagne leaves a ball which, well, in England you pretty much certainly couldn't leave, and that's a good bit of judgment from Labuschagne, which we didn't necessarily see from other batsmen on this surface.
Yeah, they're just tailing in very slightly and they're going over the top, so he's leaving it on length and trusting the pitch more than anything else. It's quite open-chested action for those couple of balls, so maybe he's trying to bowl an in-swinger.
As he's in again, and that's a bit straighter, and maybe has thumped Labuschagne on the pad, but I think it's a bit high and a bit leg side, and there was a muted appeal behind the stumps, but Wokes was not particularly interested. It was, as Jason was suggesting, with the golden touch of commentary, the in-swinger. Beautiful analytical eye there, and it has just done a little bit and nipped off the surface into Labuschagne's pad, but going down the leg side, unfortunately.
See, once a bowler, always a bowler. You know what they're thinking.
Indeed, as Wokes is in again, and that's a bit straighter towards off stump and full, and Labuschagne just defends. Yeah, I know we're not meant to be impartial, but it's always best to stay impartial. But I'm thinly veiling how much I want Labuschagne to get out, because he's really quite a key man. Smith struggled early against India, and while his form is always impressive, could potentially lead to a run, but Labuschagne is the man so far. As that, did that keep a little bit low from Wokes? Butler was diving, it was certainly dying on him, but well left again by Labuschagne.
That could have been a scrambled seam ball, which if it does hit on part of the ball that's not the seam, it tends to die a little bit off the pitch.
Well,
I certainly would think that they would try that, because they have no idea which way it's going to go, and the batsman has even less idea.
Wokes in again towards Labuschagne. That's defended, and Labuschagne is almost gone for a run. David Warner was having absolutely none of it. Labuschagne got about a quarter of the way down. And I think that's the end of the over. Yes, it is. In BT's latest technical failing, Wokes is currently stuck on 3.1 overs despite having bowled 4.
I've got to say that was fooling me as well. I was going to give you a stat actually. Mark Wood's 5th ball of the series was apparently quicker than any delivery England bowled in the 2017-18 Ashes. So there you go. Jersey Oaks is in a great tradition of guerrilla cricket overnight Ashes coverage. Who is getting shit-faced on cheap beer and wine? There, that sounds like a country and western song waiting to happen, doesn't it?
Well, that will be me in a couple of days, I think, because I've got commentary spots kind of staggered 1 a.m., 3 a.m., 5 a.m. So
you could blame me for those. I'm the one who does the.
Well, thanks, Tony.
I'm trying to even them out.
Getting trashed as Wokes is apparently in, but he looks remarkably like Wood, according to BT Sport. But he's put on a yard of pace or two as this Wokes lad, as that's another lazy attempt at a cut shot by Warner, which he again misses, and it thuds into the gloves of Joss Butler. BT Sport have now given up and have taken away their scoring.
Any information
entirely
for you that you might need? Oh, that's not very helpful.
It's not like we rely on it at all. So yeah, this is slightly unfortunate, but I think we have an idea of who's bowling and who's batting and what the score is. I can't really remember. So in comes Wood, and that's full and straight, and Warner almost slightly cut in half and managing to defend. Knuckle is reminding me this is Fox's feed, and so if I should call anyone incompetent, it's them. But I thought it was BT Sport who sort of put up the scoring thing, but it must not be. They're both equally terrible.
Which is the one where Michael Vaughan's being faded out, so every time he's on, they switch to another feed or sort of information. That's all a little bit confusing.
It's the awkward thing that BT Sport have dropped Michael Vaughan, but Fox have not, and BT is using Fox's feed. So every time Michael Vaughan is on commentary, they'll fade to their own hastily assembled commentary team, as Warner looks a little unsettled by that. A shorter ball from Upwood, and he just manages to play it down into the leg side.
He's definitely not liking this lifting ball off a length strategy that they're playing to him. That's right into the solar plexus, under his armpit. That's hard for anybody to play, and particularly if you're a short man, you haven't got that much range to jump up and cover the ball. And of course, there's a piranha at short leg waiting to snaffle up anything that you get wrong.
It's Haseeb Hameed with his taped fingers at the cursed short leg position.
And his wrists.
Apparently he has some. As again, that's short, and again, a lazy shot by David Warner, which he's just about missed. This bounce and pace is unsettling Warner. Wood has abandoned all pretense of hitting the top of off, and is instead trying to hit the top of David Warner. And Warner again just flapping at a wide, short, quick ball. And I think Wood's just going to carry on until he nicks one.
There's no footwork from Warner at all. He's just standing and delivering his shots. He seems rooted to the crease and having to play it from wherever, playing an approximate shot to wherever the ball's delivered to. And that's why he's missing these quite often. We're seeing a change of
they're putting in a deep third man for that uppercut shot. I also like to think that given David Warner's record as a bloke on a cricket field, Haseeb Hameed, while usually a meek and relaxed character, is giving him all sorts of abuse. Not that we encourage that sort of thing here at Guerrilla Cricket, and I know I would be. As Wood is in again, and that's a bit fuller, and Warner tries to get off strike quickly. Oh, and Stokes has misfielded. I don't think there was going to be a run out there unless he was very quick, but it was a tight single, and the pressure was on there. Warner clearly not quite content to stay on strike with Wood, and I think in absence of all statistical information, that may be the end of the over.
Yes,
we'll
I think
pass
it
back
is.
to Tony.
Yeah, at 20 for 1, you're absolutely right. Hello to QAS Zen Cove. I probably said that wrong, but Ian Chappell, they say, so negative I'm ready to slash a wrist. Triple M, forget that it's a radio medium and just go with, oh, that's a good ball. And so much toxic masculinity, my radio is growing hair. I'm going to Gorilla Cricket for respite. Well, we're glad you're here, and hopefully stay with us. You're very welcome. Warren says, yes, Stoke took wickets in the last game, but they were English wickets. I'll tell you what, everything Ben Stokes has done today has been box office and entertaining stuff just in the field. He doesn't seem to have done any straightforward fielding. It all involved a tumble somewhere.
No, it's still Woods over, I believe, as that's defended by Labuschagne. We are clueless here at Gorilla Cricket, and some of us may be half drunk. None can be confirmed. It's not me, but I assumed it was you, Tony.
Oh, but well, thanks very much. What gave that game away?
It is the end of the over now.
Excellent. Well, Tony, we can hand back to you again.
Well, you can, just in time for me to catch up with Matthew Cullen, who says, hi, Gorillas. Happy to be hearing your dulcet tones again after missing all of the World Cup. Here's hoping some highlights among what is sure to be many lowlights. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, you're very gracious, and thank you for joining us. Just Ideal says, dear Gorillas, welcome to Oz. Any comment on the local radar graphics, which you undoubtedly observed yesterday? Ours seemed far superior to the radar I was chasing for Trent Bridge earlier in the year. Or am I just
hate to interrupt
parochial?
you, Tony, but in something that is not just ideal, Mark Wood has just gone off the field.
Oh.
As Wokes is into the start of his new over, and that's played straight by Warner, who just beats the hand of a diving Wokes trying to collect it off his own bowling, and I think that's Robinson has run back from mid-on. They'll get through for 3 it looks like they've gone for, I think. Again, we have no way of knowing, but I think that was 3.
Yeah, it's a big chase from wide mid-on there. I'm
we have a
thinking
replay.
that Wokes might just have got a finger on that to just slow its pace a bit, because it wasn't particularly well timed and it didn't make the boundary. It was something like 15 yards in when it was finally caught up with by the fielder.
The replay has confirmed it was in fact 3. But bad news about Mark Wood, and hopefully he's alright. He's got a big part to play in this series as Wokes is in, and that slightly uncomfortably defended by Labuschagne, although the more he plays, the more he looks like Steve Smith, and the more everything looks uncomfortable. But it doesn't matter how you look, it just matters that you get the runs, and he certainly gets the runs. Wokes fiddling around with his field.
As they always say, it's not how, it's how many.
Messi Jez has said I think it was about Wood. Well, 3 overs is a lot, as that's left alone outside the off stump by Labuschagne again. Not as flamboyant as some of his leave. That was more of a classical up and out the way. Although we don't have the benefit, as I said, of the stump mic, and so we can't hear his patented shouting of no run and wait on in a slightly odd accent.
I don't know what the other commentators feel about this, but I'm feeling that we're bowling just a little bit too short. We're being seduced by the bounce. And I think we're bowling just a little bit too short, and they're allowing too many balls to go through without being
As
played out
if
by
to
the
prove your
batsman.
point, another one is left alone, bouncing over the top of off stump. I would agree. I think what Robinson did really well was he bowled that Hazelwood length, the nicking length every ball, and as you say, we do this a lot when we come over to Australia. A bit of bounce, and we start bowling short because we think that's what you do in Australia, and it just doesn't make them play enough. But Labuschagne isn't being forced to play here around his off stump early, and is just getting plenty of sighting. It's all right if you're Wood and you can bowl 150 kilometres an hour and you're unsettling David Warner, but for Wokes, you want him to make him play a bit more, as he does there, squaring up Labuschagne a little bit, and he defends that back down the pitch, almost looking like a sort of leading edge, but never in any danger. Better ball from Wokes.
Yeah, and as you rightly say, a little bit fuller. And that looks all the more dangerous for it.
Thank you, Jason, for that intricate technical analysis, which of course has no place here on Gorilla Cricket. We must talk rubbish or nothing else. as Wokes is in again, and that's driven sweetly by Labuschagne, bisecting the men in the covers, and I don't think it will make it to defence. No, Ben Stokes is quick enough and will get it back in, and they'll take 2. There was a horrifying moment just then, because my replay is slightly jerky, where it looked like Ben Stokes had just slipped on the ball, and I was about to go and basically stick my head in the oven. But
Definitely don't do that.
Thankfully, Ben Stokes has not slipped on the ball. Ben Stokes has not hurt himself, and the terrible alternative future which I just imagined is not coming to fruition. Therefore, it is the end of the over, but we still have no idea what the score is, and Tony knows your socials. Knackle has informed us it's 24-1.
It is indeed 24-1. I think there's 2 balls left of the over.
Oh. Damn.
Otherwise, I was about to read you some tweets.
I'm expected to keep count now. This is ridiculous.
Imagine you're an umpire as well as a commentator. That's what you'll need to do.
Yeah, this was not in my contract when I signed up. Knackle is now informing us Crick Info behind. It was 26-1. Everyone's failing technically today.
What's going on? What is going off out there?
The replays of Wood are suggesting that maybe that over is indeed finished.
Right, well, Mayank says it's not BT, it's Fox Sports Australia because it's their telecast being broadcast. Take it up with those bastards. Fair enough. He's having a chat with Brian Barish and apparently wants some donuts thrown due south when they reach him comfortably. Leah says, this looks better for England than I expected it to do after yesterday. Well, that's optimistic of you, Leah, but happy that you are. Few hellos on YouTube. Neil B, good morning for all from a rainy and downright chilly Sheffield, UK. You've probably got Jay Grover just up the road somewhere. Say hello to him. United Extra Times says, morning lads from Australia, keep up the great work, we'll do our best. Echo Stevens says, only calm breathing and a blithe ability to ignore reality will get me through this Ashes.
And Ben Stokes is into the bowling attack and straight away is making David Warner play. Jason says Stokes Claxon on the chat, and I think we're about to get it.
I got out Ben Stokes and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen.
And immediately Stokes made Warner play there with the inside edge gone from his pad with no short leg in for the first time in a while, which is unfortunate, as Stokes is again over the wicket to the left-handed Warner. Oh, that's an edge, and it's gone through the gap in the slit. A diving, I think it was Milan, couldn't get there. It was, it was a hard catch. That was never really, he was never really going to get there. But Warner, for the first time, looking fiddly around that off stump, and Ben Stokes making an immediate impact. Bit of swing off the outside edge, and it's just wide of Milan. Oh, it's gone for 4, as Bear is informing us with the jingle. That's what I forgot to say, because I was wrapped up in the beauty of it.
One more slip would have caught it. That's a Ben Stokes bowling to Ben Stokes would have needed it. He'd be there to catch that.
As again, that's full from Stokes and dug out by Warner. Immediately, Stokes upping the aggression, upping the ante, and they said on Twitter it was English wickets he got, but as far as I'm concerned, wickets is wickets, and being in form helped.
And the important thing is he's making him play every ball.
He is, and a bit of movement in the air from Stokes, swinging it across David Warner, and again, has he bowled him? He's bowled him. Ben Stokes, David Warner is gone. Yeah, Australia. 26 for 2 in our reckoning. The scoreboard's still down, but all we know are 2. It's come back just in time. 30 for 2. Ben Stokes, immediate impact. The wicket of David Warner, and that's the big one. Let's get into Steve Smith. Well. They're checking the front foot. Please don't be a no ball.
Oh, it's going to be tight. It is.
It's a no ball. It's a no ball. He's bowled David Warner with a no ball. We've seen it before. Oh no.
That's going to work their captions, isn't it? Having greyed him out, they're going to have to ungrey him.
Fox Sports are having a nightmare, but I'm sure they won't mind with that one. Oh no. It was a beauty from Stokes as well. It beat Warner all ends up, it nipped back and hit the top of off stump, and it's a no ball. Oh, that is crippling for England, and that's the sort of thing they needed to avoid. Big mistakes costing them wickets, and at least Stokes is doing well. He's bowling well. He's bowling beautifully, in fact, and he's in again to Warner. But that's a big blow, and Warner leaves it over the top of his off stump, rather smugly, in my opinion. We will have a change after this over. The soaring highs have been brought to slightly devastating lows, as we thought David Warner was gone. But Stokes is bowling well, and he's getting movement out of this pitch. He's getting movement out of the air, but that is disappointing and hard to take. All that excitement, and here comes Stokes again into Warner, and again it's left alone outside the off stump. I think David Warner's decided to calm it all down a little bit after maybe Mark Wood got in his head, and then Ben Stokes cleaned up his stumps, but was just an inch or so over the front line, which is a real shame. It was a good ball as well.
And much like my innings, that's me done, 1 and out, as we change over ourselves.
We've still got one ball as Warner defends, and it's gone to Johnny Bairstow, who's on as a 12th man. That's the end of the over. Australia 31 for 1. Al Hotchkiss will be coming in with the ball by ball. I'll be sliding over to socials, and the Bear will be summarising as we say goodbye to Tony and Jason. For now.
I shall see you in a bit.
Good evening.
Bye.
Gutting. That was so annoying. I was so happy. And now I'm not.
Maybe you guys were a bit too happy. There's 5 tests, guys. You know.
Yeah,
I
know, but you've got to kind of lay down markers early, haven't you, Al? You know.
Well, you know, we've got him once. We'll get him again. He'll be all right.
Yeah, let's hope so. You got to take your chances when they come, haven't you?
Yeah,
it's quite a big no ball too.
You have. Bear,
Yeah.
is it possible that I can win money by predicting what's going to happen in the day's cricket?
You could, Al. If you entered the GPL, which you've still got 26 minutes to enter.
How would I enter the
You
GPL,
would
Bear?
go to our website and click on the competitions link, Al, and then you would register, buy some tickets, and enter. And all you have to do is.
As Wokes is in for the first ball of his new over, his 6th, and that's just pushed down to mid-on, and there'll be no run. But Bear, you were saying what I've got to do is predict how many runs will be scored in the day's play.
That's all you've got to do. Predict how many runs will be scored in the day's play. Get it on the button, you win the pot. And the pot.
And how much is the pot, Bear?
Well, I shall tell you. It is around about 60 quid.
60 English pounds.
Yep.
That's ridiculous. As Wokes is in, good legs ball, and that's edged and gone.
No.
Oh,
Drop short.
So edged and dropped short of Root. I do apologise. Root looks to the skies, as if cursed. But right on the line, and that's the difference right there between yesterday and today. Safely in the hands of Slip from Root when he was batting, but taken on the bounce while he's fielding.
I mean, what you do notice about the Australian attack is they're all 4 or 5 miles an hour quicker. It's come out quicker, hit the deck, you know.
Yeah.
It is very noticeable, the difference in English pace on these wickets.
No.
There's good carry, and they were getting it yesterday.
Yeah. As that's short-armed, pulled away by Labuschagne, as that drops like a sand wedge. Deep square leg. It will be fielded by Pope, but they will come through for a couple, I think 3. Yes, 3, and Labuschagne will move to 13. The total 34 for 1 after 13 and a half overs.
Yeah, and there have been a couple of half chances as well, and obviously a wicket on a no ball. We haven't done too bad.
No, I think it's been. If this was the first innings of the match, then we would probably be officially cock-a-hoop. But sadly, with only 147 on the board, it all seems a little like it's not moving quickly enough for us.
Yeah, but it can come in strange ways, can't it?
It can do, as that is again slightly the back of a length from Wokes, and Warner will be up on his toes and defend that towards the covers, and there'll be no run.
I mean, to be honest, if England get out of this 60 behind, they'll count themselves lucky. But anything's possible. I mean, you get 2 or 3 wickets, quick wickets. I mean, that's the thing. You've got to get a little roll going and put them on the back foot, slow them down. Gives you
pressure.
Opportunity to get the ones after that.
As Wokes reaches the end of his run and spins around and comes in for the 5th ball of his 6th over. That is just moving across Warner, and he plays that to point where Hamid will do the fielding. And there'll be no run, just 1 ball left of this 14th over of the Australian innings.
And it's balls like that you really notice a difference in pace as well. They have so much more time to actually think about what shot they're going to play than the English batsmen.
This is about as green a pitch as I've seen at Brisbane. It's been
well, I mean, presumably if it's going to rain at 2, the clouds are going to come in at some point, but it looks gorgeous blue skies at the moment.
I was going to say it can't rain at the moment. As last ball of the over, good length delivery, but Warner is behind it. Wokes will do the fielding off his own bowling. The end of that over, Australia are 34 for 1.
Now, do we know what's going on with Woody, by the way? Anybody?
I'm not entirely sure whether he's come
back on the
pitch
field
yet.
again.
We will get people onto the case to find that out there, as I pass this over to Jacob, who's going to tell us all about the word of social media.
I will indeed, as Warren asks if Fox has started a roll of honour at the bottom of the screen saying Vaughan is great. Fulham Away says, thankfully there's guerrilla cricket for us, for those of us in non-cricketing nations. Mog asks, he says, no, he's not putting up with this shit anymore, time to watch old RLM best of the worst videos. Just ideal, any chance we can arrange a Jarvo to hold up play whenever the Stokes jingle is played. The complete rendition is necessary but impossible to fit in. This is true. And India says, computer says no to Ben Stokes' wicket. Which is also quite true. Mayank, that no ball is going to cost England so heavily. Jay Grover, Warner's wicket is a suitable excuse for the first drink of the day. All caps, fuck sticks. The lack of Warner's wicket is a suitable excuse for the first drink of the day then.
One way or the other, it's 5 o'clock somewhere as Stokes is in, and that is wide and full and goes harmlessly through to Butler behind the stumps.
Your hatred for Labuschagne, I share. Man, a guy is really irritating. He's more irritating than Piggy. Probably because he's a pastiche of Piggy. But I mean, he
Piggy
takes,
Smith light, isn't he?
Yeah, but he takes so fucking long between balls. He's fiddles, walks, does him. I mean, he's a worse fiddler than bloody Piggy. It's almost taking a piss the amount of time he takes between deliveries.
That is true. As that is slightly more on the off stump, and it's just dropping a run, and Labuschagne will slide in on one knee, but would have comfortably beaten the throw. Hamid, Johnny on the spot, but Labuschagne will move to 14 and the score to 35. Good to take some singles, keep the scoreboard moving along.
Just maybe it would have been a frame clipper.
Yeah,
possibly.
I was impressed with Hamid yesterday. I thought he
did all right.
I thought he had good diligence while chaos reigned around him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stokes in again, and that's a bouncer which Warner ducks and sways like a Robin Smith, and that's been classified as a wide for being
wide. Oh, I say I don't think
too high.
Yeah, it must have been. Must have been.
I didn't know that rule counted in tests as well.
Yeah, I think it does. Oh, it's not even in the frame. Of the
yeah, that is very high.
So it's very high.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unplayable.
That's bounced like a tennis ball, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, he's not the quickest anymore, Stokesy.
Well, that is true. Because that is a slightly shorter length delivery, but Warner gives it the Olay and lets it go through to Butler. As we see
KFC buckets.
A pyramid of buckets, and if there isn't anyone in that shot who isn't prepared to run headlong into that, then quite frankly, they cannot be my friend in the same way that if you're not in a room with a tea cozy and you're on your own, if you don't put it on your head,
I suggest
then I don't want to be friends with you.
that they're probably glued together, aren't they?
Nah.
No.
Stokes in on leg stump, and Warner tries to turn that through square leg, but Robinson is there to be able to do the fielding, and there'll be no run. 36 for 1. Yeah, the whole idea of creating a pyramid like that is to knock it down, right? I mean, I watched the Sweeney in the 70s. I know what cardboard boxes are for.
Yeah, but that's movies. This is a proper cricket ground. They'd be insane not to have it glued together, so that if someone did do that, they didn't have to pile it up every time. You just lift it up.
I hope their parents are making them eat the chicken that should have gone in those boxes. As Stokes is in for the 5th ball of this over, and that is tucking Warner up for room, slightly back of a length, but he'll a little awkwardly just play that out in front of Stokes, and there'll be no run. And there's just 1 ball left in this over.
Well, I'll also say the graphics, that is BT's fault. They'll get a clean feed from Australia. There won't be any graphics coming from the feed in Australia. They can take what they like from it, but they'll take a clean feed. Hence, we have BT Sport in the corner.
Aha! I was right.
Yes.
All along.
I mean, they might take Australia's banners and stuff, but I'm not sure they would.
Last ball of the over, and that is sucking Warner. It's hit him on the pad, but it's too high and too down leg side.
Pitched outside leg
cry
as well.
of frustration.
I reckon pitched outside.
more than an appeal. But that will be the end of the over, and with the score at 36 for 1. Jacob.
Yes, Rohit Singh has congratulated you, Al, and you, Bear, on your very, very subtle marketing for the GPL. Nice. Just Ideal says, was it impossible for Root to send the opposition in by dint of NASA's ignominious 2002 decision with a similarly brittle batting lineup? We have replied to that. I believe Natal has replied to that, saying that both captains said it was not far off 50-50, but they wanted to bat whether you bat first or second, you need to bat better than England's top order.
You don't back yourself to be 20 odd for 4.
No, you don't.
It's a bit after, therefore, because of it. As Ollie Robinson is back into the attack.
Oh,
and that is jagged back in, I think, and Labuschagne was leaving that well alone and didn't even pull his bat out of the way like an idiot in order to be able to do that. But it's too high to be LBW with not playing a shot. But nevertheless, Labuschagne looking a little bit sillier than normal, leaving a ball there that he definitely shouldn't have left.
Well, I think he was happy for it to hit him because he knew it was never going to be out LBW. So it was either going to,
slightly fuller length delivery, and Labuschagne's footwork when he leaves the ball alone like that outside off stump is really awkward. He gets his feet too close together and he kind of lurches and pitches himself forward. It's just all it's all too mechanical and thought out. It's just
kind of, but then again it's quite relaxed, isn't it? I mean, I guess it's like whenever you watch those videos of Piggy Smith where he's all over the fucking shop, and then at the point where he hits the ball, everything's bloody in line. It's just a mechanism to get you to that point, I suppose.
I think you can be a bit in your own head with it though if you're not careful.
Well,
that's on leg stump, and Labuschagne will tuck that just behind square on the leg side, and they'll move through for a single. Labuschagne's total is now 15 off 32, with Warner 17.
I mean, the thing about these sorts of techniques, I guess, is when they're working well.
It's
everything's fluid. I guess it's when you get the yips or something goes wrong with it, then that can be problematic, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose if it's something that you've worked out so mechanically, it can be kind of get difficult to dig yourself out of a funk. But anyway, the proof will be in the pudding as Robinson is into Warner, pushed across his off stump, and Warner will leave that alone, and it will go through to the keeper.
And this is the other thing. I think England. Yesterday I thought I was listening when you guys were on at the beginning as well, and thought he was right. I mean, Dawar Malan. That's the kind of ball Dawar Malan got. Was that one that Warner's just left? I mean, you can leave a hell of a lot more in Australia. purely on height, and I think England a lot of the time gets suckered into that. Got to play it, got to put the bat at it, when actually, I mean, these guys are leaving straight balls that are going over the top of the stumps because they know the length. And then on the other side, we were massively unprepared, haven't we? It's been pissing down with rain. We played about 2 days cricket.
Well, I've got a theory about that. That is edged and through a gap between 4th and 5th slip. I don't think that was a catchable height for Dawid Malan, but it's gone through to a vacant third man area. 4 runs.
Oh, for crying out loud.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
And when that's us, that's going straight to a slip fielder, isn't it?
Well, it's a little bit of sod's law so far, but I'd like to thank Fox for placing its camera exactly where we couldn't see whether that was at a catchable height.
No, I think
and that's squared up, Warner. Good response from Robinson. That is the place to get Warner, with a ball that just pushes ever so slightly across him. The problem is, unfortunately, as we get to the end of the over, that he's just about 5 miles an hour too slow.
Yeah, this is the thing, isn't it? I was just about to say, if he was 5 miles an hour quicker, he'd basically be better than Josh Hazlewood.
Yeah,
he would be kind of Glenn McGrath. It's he's got that height. He bowls very tight to the stumps. He bowls very straight. Gets the ball to nip a little bit from a good length.
Yeah,
and bounce. He is the genuine arc of only a little bit quicker. But then the flip side is, I guess he's brought up in England, and you don't need to be really quick in England to kind of learn to bowl that not quite express pace, but that gives it enough to nip him out.
Absolutely. The fielders and the batsmen have decided to take a little bit of a break for drinks. So, Jacob, do you want to bring us up to date with all of our various interactions?
Robert Jennings says, Guerrilla Cricket watching this pathetic coverage with the volume down because of Warne in Poland on holiday. Thank you for your superior commentary. Rob, who is, he's made a point of mentioning that he's from Jersey and bred in Grimsby. Old Fart at Play says, my girlfriend has just offered to go to bed in another room so I can listen to the cricket. I marry her in 4 weeks today. I think she has thrown away my iPod.
But she sounds like a lovely woman
She does indeed. My own girlfriend, in fact, is upstairs and has accepted that I will be up until stupid o'clock in the morning and isn't going to kick me out of the house for it. So
yeah,
I feel very much obliged.
Well, I asked my wife if she wanted to stay up and watch the cricket with me, and I officially cannot echo her response because I can't laugh that long.
Warren says the Stokes klaxon equals the no ball klaxon, as if just to wipe the laugh out of your mouth, Alan.
Do they have a klaxon? I mean, I was watching the bloody Test match in India and had a fucking no ball klaxon in a Test match. I was horrified. I was absolutely horrified. I was like, what the fuck?
This is
the
the
most
thin end of the wedge.
Dystopian moment because the Indian crowd then cheered because they believed it was a free hit.
I don't know why. All I've got in my head for a Stokes klaxon is the sound that John Fashioner used to make at the beginning of Gladiators. Awooga.
Leia says, want to hate Labuschagne even more, which I always do.
Yes.
He's a member of some cultish evangelical group and he won't shut up about how much he loves Beavers in interviews.
Oh no.
Just Ideal says, the ACB shamelessly promote junk food with impunity. Anyone uncomfortable with the sport seeking to engage children pushing the same.
Come on. Are we? Yeah. I mean, come on. It's KFC.
I have no idea. To me, the ACB has never, in fact, been called the ACB. It's always been Cricket Australia, so I get slightly confused every time people mention it.
I mean, if there is anyone from KFC around, send us a big box of chicken.
Well, speaking of which, actually, our good man Brian, who sends gifts to me in the studio.
I was going to say, stop short of everybody.
He sent 6 bottles of James Bogue's Draft, some Tasmanian beer, which is really nice of him, and I'm enjoying it here because no one else is here with me. So what a shame.
Knuckles just made a very interesting point for us, which is apparently all of Stokes' first 4 balls were no balls, and the third umpire may not have called them, which could have led to him regulating his length, the length of his stride later on.
That is weird.
That would seem someone somewhere is derelict in their duty.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of a world sort of thing now. Everyone,
it's meant to be.
It's meant to be. Yeah, I thought it was in the regulations.
Australian umpires, they do what they want. It's going to be Ollie Robinson to bowl the first post. Oh, Ben Stokes to bowl the first. Bowl the first post drinks break over, as that's short bouncer, wide, almost unplayable. Labuschagne ducks, and the ball goes harmlessly through to the keeper. The Aussies are 41 for 1. I nearly said chasing 147, but it's not quite that cut and dry, is it?
I've been watching too much of that shit. It's nice.
Two innings per team.
No need to just smash it around a park. And
no, we could have been done by yesterday afternoon. As that is again wide, but left alone by Labuschagne.
And not wide because it's a test match. Yay!
Exactly. Yeah. Must play wide jingle.
Yeah, don't fucking man. I'm fed up of that.
Yeah. Did you go under for the fall of the wicket there, by the way?
I went under for the fall of the first, and then I went under for the fall of the second. I thought I got it, of course, but then fucking Stokesy bowled a no ball, and I can't remember what it is. I think it's 41 and a half. So I've literally, I think I've got half a run to play for. I need the wicket.
You have no margin for error.
No.
As Stokes is in, and that is in line with the stumps, but again bounce the length delivery, and Labuschagne goes ducks underneath the ball.
43 and a half I've got.
Do we think England are bowling too short at the moment? No one's playing any shots.
No, well, I think this is what I mean about actually Australia are much better at leaving the ball here because. Turn your picture off for a minute, Beefy. He's there.
He's there.
It's
Ben Stokes, back of a length, and Labuschagne actually plays a shot, and it's a no ball. Sound the no ball klaxon.
Was it no ball?
Yeah, no ball.
Oh, for crying out loud. Where are they?
Good to see they're calling them there.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
And that was called immediately, so that it must be the umpire on the field who's calling it.
Either that, or they've just heard me talk about it on Guerrilla Cricket, and now they're much more on it.
From your mouth. Pitched up again, good length delivery, but too wide, and Labuschagne will not waste any of his bat on that shot, on that dross. I mean, it really has been quite wayward from Stokes in this over.
Yeah. Is that another no ball?
No, this is the replay of the.
Yeah, they were happy.
They were very happy. Fifth ball of this over from Stokes, and that is again good length delivery, wide. Oh, there was movement as if that was the end of the over, but I'm sure it's not.
There was a no ball, so it's not.
Yeah. I saw Butler herring off towards like it was the end of the over.
Indeed. Is that the same ball again? No, this is
I think that's the ball that got.
No, I think
that's a bigger no ball.
That's the one that's over. That's huge. That's even bigger. Sort you run out of it, mate.
Something's not right with Stokes' run up. As this is hopefully the last ball of the over. Wide, full length delivery, and what a waste of time that was. A waste of effort by Stokes. He's 0 for 8 after 3 overs as he gets his own cap in the face as if to show displeasure from all concerned. Australia 42 for 1 after 17 overs, and Jacob's going to read some messages out.
Warren and Messers are going back and forth about the various adverts on the Australian cricket grounds and feed, which are apparently detrimental to our mental, social and physical health. Only to take a break for many people to tweet us the same clip of it being about Ben Stokes' first 4 balls being uncalled no balls. Paul Howarth says Marnus mimicking Smith is as tragic as Richard the Hamster Hammond desperately aping Clarkson's intonation on Top Gear. And Angelic Scooters says, are they not doing anything about the sideline no ball calling in this series?
Apparently not. Robinson in for the first ball of his new over, and that's pushed across Warner's off stump, and Warner will let that go through to the keeper, and there'll be no run.
Maybe they're having technical problems on that as well. Maybe because it's done on the camera, isn't it? Maybe the camera's gone down.
Messi Jez has effectively doxed the TV umpire and called him out as it's Paul Wilson, and we have no idea what he's doing.
Of course, is it 3 reviews? Is it 3 reviews? I presume it's 3
It
reviews.
is. It is. I think it's 3 for each side. As this is again pitched on Warner's off stump and moved a little bit off the pitch, but a hair too short, and Warner can let that go on height.
And there you go, left again. You see, a lot of leaving going on here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a theme for the last couple of overs that we're not making the Australians play enough.
Funnily enough, that's Test cricket, isn't it?
Just another update on the no ball stuff. Ricky Ponting has apparently called it pathetic officiating, and Simon Towfel, the ex-umpire, has confirmed on Channel 7 that the third umpire should be monitoring the no ball line.
Rightio, as that ball is pitched more middle and leg, and that is something that Warner has to play at, but he will block that back to mid-on and there's no run.
What they really need to do is, because that's a really boring job, and I can understand why you miss something, the old one. TV's always going to get it though.
I love the idea. I wonder if they're doing what we're doing. Is that a replay?
Yeah.
Is that a replay? Have I missed one?
He'll have a clean feed, but he'll have to be watching it every time the ball is bowled. He'll just have a picture in front of him with that foot. Oh,
that's a hair outside of Warner's off stump, and a hair outside his outside edge, slightly more pitched up there, and again just slight movement off the pitch, and Robinson has squared Warner up and unlucky not to take the outside edge there.
He is a quality bowler. He's been a pick of England's bowlers.
It's like an optical illusion, isn't it? He just seems to get a little bit of movement in the air by pitching the ball up slightly.
Yeah, but then he gets the height off that being pitched up further too, you see. It's the magical thing.
It certainly is, and that's a little bit more in line with leg stump, and that is comfortable for Warner to block back to the bowler. And we've just got 1 ball left of this 18th over.
It'll be time for a change, I think.
Time for a change.
We're going to say hello to our first Australian, not our first Australian, not one about Messi was here, but a new guy. I've never met him before. He used to be on White Line Wireless. It's Beefy Blake, and I'm looking forward to meeting him.
Should be good. Let's see if we can't do anything with this last ball of my spell, as that is just dabbed into the offside field by Warner. He will stay where he is. He's 21, Labuschagne is 15, and Australia are 42 for 1. And I'll see you after lunch.
Indeed. And we shall say hello to Beefy, and Messers is joining us. I'll be with 2 Aussies. All right, Beefy, first time. How are you doing?
Oh, not too bad at all. Thanks for having me. Really appreciate the opportunity. But good to see some Test cricket going on in Brisbane despite the blue skies.
Yeah, what the fuck's going on here, man? And that's not right. It's supposed to be cloudy and shit.
Well, it's supposed to be, but yes.
Exactly. We decide to bat, it's cloudy. Then we get all out, waste of a day, and then suddenly come out of blue skies. It's not, man, it's all gone horribly wrong.
It's just not cricket, is it? It's just not cricket.
The interesting thing is that, g'day Beefy, good to meet you, that the forecast for today is very similar to yesterday, but the radar is showing bugger all on it. So I think we're in for a much brighter day, and we probably won't get any rain till well after tea.
Does it?
Yeah. I mean, I used to live in Brisbane, and it does seem to, during the summer, it does seem to kind of, the clouds come from absolutely nowhere about 4 o'clock, then all of a sudden you'll get a storm, but let's hope it comes a little bit quicker, I'm guessing, at 42 for 1.
Indeed. And Woody is back out, and he is going to bowl. And he's in at the pads of Labuschagne. He clips it into the left side, mid-wicket field. It's thrown back in, it hits Labuschagne, and on the ankle. There's no run.
With Woody coming on, it reminds me a little bit of when Simon Jones came out. We had a bit of a pedestrian attack, and then Simon Jones injected a little bit of pace into that Gabba pitch, and then unfortunately got injured.
Yeah.
Kind of ruined his career after that.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
I was watching that live. Horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
Now, you're a man. Are you the Norfolk dude? Originally?
Yeah, I used to play for Norfolk, yeah.
Yes. See, I remember something someone sends me. You know. Has he got edge on that? Surely. No. Labuschagne, that's gone miles off something. Labuschagne gets squared up. For all my life, I thought that must have taken something. It moved. And Butler had to go across to his right. It swung after it went past the bat. That's what it was. And everyone was kind of going up because it had moved so far. But it definitely did swing after it had gone past the bat. Do we get reverse swing? We do, don't we? It's Australia.
Well,
Yeah,
you never know with these Kookaburra balls.
Yeah, if anyone can... I mean, Wood is a good exponent of reverse swing. I guess it's a question of whether it gets roughed up quick enough.
Yeah, interesting that Woody's found the seam, which is good for the start of his second spell, so hopefully he can keep banging it in there.
Exactly. Labuschagne leaves it outside the off stump. There's no run. Yeah, I've been noticed they've left the ball so much better than us. England, as always, play at balls that don't need to be played at, I think. And you noticed this morning that Warner in particular has left a lot of balls that England would have played at. They just, they just kind of know that the height is too high. It's never going to trouble the stumps. It's not online, so they just leave it and let it through. Even if it's on the stumps, they know that it's going to go over.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said playing in Australia about leaving on length, and when you play over here week in, week out, you do get to know that 8 foot line, or that 8 yard line. Sorry, you're never going to hit the stumps because pitches don't even die over here either, like they do back in England. So, yeah, you get to learn a lot leaving on length, like from a very, very early age here.
Yeah. Woody in fourth ball the over. Labuschagne goes back, defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. Good from him. He had to go on.
Beefy, we had some new people on yesterday, and there was a request for the newcomers, as it were, to introduce themselves a bit and tell us a bit about themselves.
Alrighty. Well, Beefy Blake, I am the world record holder. You probably don't know this. I'm the world record holder as the world's biggest sports fan. That's official. From the people at Guinness.
How the fuck do you get that then, yeah? I mean, how do you get that? Is that official? Is that if I go to the Guinness World Book of Records or whatever it is, are you going to be in there?
Allegedly so, yeah. So a couple of years ago, I went to go and see, well, the idea was going to see 365 different sports in 365 days.
Whoa.
Ended up going to see only 306 different sports. So all around the world, went to places like Greenland and Liechtenstein and Albania and all that, Kazakhstan. So yeah, officially the world's biggest sports fan.
That's crazy. What was the craziest sport you saw?
Kazakhstan, sheep squatting.
Sheep
Basically, sheep squatting. Basically, you pick up this big fuck off ram, put it on the shoulders, and see how many squats you can do without stopping.
Oh fuck!
That's pretty crazy.
Yep, that
we
was
just
the
missed the
craziest
ball,
thing.
Bear.
Oh, did we? Sorry.
Dot ball. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it was a dot ball. I've still got one run to play with my bet. I went under the full of the second wicket, 43.5, and fucking if Stokesy hadn't bowled that poxy no ball. What's happened there? That's gone under Labuschagne's bat. Surely it went under and it was on the full. Are England thinking of appealing? Because it went through to Butler. No, they're not. I thought it went through on a full.
I think that's genuinely beaten for pace.
I think it has. Woody's quick.
Good sign.
Woody is quick. It's a good sign. And you're a White Line man.
I am White Line. We haven't done it for a few years due to a few reasons in particular. But we started doing the Australian Away series, so I got involved in that. And it's been fantastic. You meet a good set of people, a very, very diverse bunch. A lot of girls getting involved, which is fantastic as well.
Yeah, it's good.
It's hopefully we'll get it up and running again. Now Australia have decided they might go and play overseas from fairly soon time.
This is only your third test this year or something stupid like that, isn't it? That's defended square on your side at the point and there's no run.
I've got to say, even though I live in Australia, I'm not an Australian fan.
I was just about to say, I'm aware that you're not actually an Australian fan. That's good. Because Messi, he's an expat and he's a fucking Aussie fan.
Well, I've lived here 52 fucking years.
Yeah, how long have you lived there? So?
I'm 26 years and I can't stand them. So,
there you go. I think, must get uncomfortable.
Never, ever. I think the fact that I've played a lot of cricket, I played with Glamorgan and played with Wales and played over here quite a bit. You do get to come up against quite a few Australians of varying degrees of apathy.
Yeah, Robinson bowls. It's a dot ball. It's defended by Warner. Out to cover, and there's no rule. I think I missed another dot ball as well. Sorry, I've been getting into talking to Beefy. What are we looking at here? We're looking at Warner. Yep. I think we are. I think we're looking at Warner over and around the wicket and his footwork. It's rather nice.
He's changed his stance to the around the wicket attack nowadays. Obviously, after the broad issues a few years ago, so he's definitely made a bit of an adjustment there to bowlers coming around the wicket.
Robinson is over the wicket to him, however, and that's wide enough of his off stump, and he just lets it through to the keeper. Ain't no run. You still playing?
I play a little bit of this 8-a-side stuff nowadays because I'm pushing 50, as you can tell. I've put on a bit of weight since my prime. Yeah, so we play a little bit of this 8-a-side 20-over stuff that I don't have to train. I just turn up and play cricket, have a bit of fun. That's all it boils down to nowadays. So, yeah, still getting out there, having a whack.
Good.
Way to go.
I was a left-arm spinner. Gave it up 5 years ago.
Yeah, well, that's my problem. I was an opening bowler for a long, long time, and I blew my groins out after playing for Norfolk, and that was kind of it. And then my shoulders have gone as well. So I am weirdly enough due a shoulder replacement in the next couple of years. So all those years of fast bowling, yeah, it doesn't look after the body in later life. That is for sure.
No, it doesn't. Robinson's come round a wicket to Warner, and he's bowled one that's too full, and it's right up in the block hole. Warner drives that. It's not going to miss out on that. Drives it straight through the covers, extra cover, all the way down to boundary, and it'll be 4 runs.
That's the advantage for Warner with his close stance.
Sorry.
That's I've missed the sting. Sorry.
Yeah,
that's the advantage for Warner with his close stance when he faces around the wicket bowler. When it's full, all he has to do is lean into it without any foot movement. So, I mean that's the one thing. Being short and squat like Warner is, he can play that forward drive without much movement.
Yeah, he's annoying too. There's lots of Australians that annoy me. That one seems to be a little bit slower. No, it's 133. It's about Robinson's right pace. Straighter. Maybe an inside edge from Warner onto his pads. Down into the ground. And there ain't no run. I mean, that's the thing. It's the Ashes, isn't it? You look at this and you go, oh, and I hate losing to Australia, but I can't. You know, I'm an optimist, normally, Beefy. But last time I thought we were going to win. Time before that I thought we were going to win. This time I think we're going to lose, man. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat, although I don't think I had your optimism the last 2 series over here before.
Well, I'm an eternal optimist. I believe. I'm a believer, but that's left alone through the keeper and there's no run. Not in God, but a believer in the English cricket side. I always think you can win. It's a sports match, isn't it? You know, they're 2 reasonably matched sides.
Okay, shut up there. I need to get some tweets in.
Okay, go for it.
Dean Lester, he's hashtag third umpire, hashtag dumbfounded. There has to be an inquiry. And Chewy Andrew points out there were no balls when Australia bowling. There's been 2 called so far with English bowling. It's been an entire fuck up. There's absolutely
well, if it does, I mean, it is. You know, the thing is, if he did bowl 3 no balls in a run and got called in the fourth, fourth wouldn't probably have been a no ball.
I've just got to let you guys know while you're talking about no balls. Warney is on commentary on one of the stations here, and they are repeatedly showing him getting caught off a no ball off Daniel Vettori on 99. So that's quite funny. They're winding Warney up.
Oh dear, that was funny, and it wasn't called, was it?
No, it wasn't called.
That's short by Woody, but 2 leg sidey. It's through the Labuschagne, just drops inside it, and there's no run.
I think SV has the answer though. He says third umpire working from home. He's gone to the loo.
Well, they need to build some sort of system where you can just track where the foot lands and electronic. I mean, they've got stump mics and all sorts now. They've got fucking glowing bells. You need to wire something, some sort of touchpad, the width of something or other, underneath the line, as it were. And if you don't get contact either side of it or whatever, then it bleeps in the umpire's ear. I don't think it's probably that hard. That's It's left alone outside Labuschagne off stump to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, up until today, it had been working really well using the third umpire. It's just somebody's fucked it up.
Yeah.
Perhaps they forgot to tell Blocker Wilson that he was actually meant to be looking out for it.
Yeah. Well, as Angelic Scooters said, never trust a former bowler.
Yeah.
I should say, Bear, we had complaints yesterday that it wasn't sweary enough with all these polite Australians on. So you and I have a duty
I'm
to
back,
fix that.
man. I'm back. Knackle's not in the studio until the new year, I don't think. No, he's got one day in here sometime. That's Labuschagne leaving it through the keeper and there's no one. Labuschagne he's settled down now, but when he first came out, he was taking an age between balls. Literally an age. Shuffle around, walk about. It's I think it's a bit wrong, man.
You can just imagine Labuschagne and Smith at their twitchiest best.
Oh, fuck no.
How annoying that would be as a bowler to watch those two go at it, jumping around. The floor is lava.
Well, exactly. And even more irritating, they score shed loads of runs.
Yes.
Labuschagne is facing up to Woody. And it goes through, as it's left alone once more. Shoulders, arms. Through the Butler, ain't no run. Woody's only gone for 2 runs in 4.4 overs. They pretty much left everything though.
Yeah, he's bowled quite well though. Funnily enough, I don't know if you guys know, he played a bit of club cricket on the Gold Coast a few years ago. So I mean, he's kind of used to Australian conditions. I mean, he did a couple of seasons over here, so in terms of that, he should be bowling just a little bit fuller, to be honest.
Yeah, but again, it comes back. I mean, there was some stat yesterday at the beginning of play. It's like something like 7% of Australia's balls in the last however many tests were actually going to hit the stumps. You know, it's not like Australia aim at the stumps either, as that's clipped up to mid-on. There's no run because of the bounce. Not a lot of balls are. I guess it's trying a little bit of extra pace and the lines that you bowl. That batsmen feel they have to play.
Glenn McGrath line.
Yeah, but it is. But I think that extra little pace. You see. They've left a lot more and they seem to have had a lot more time. But then Ollie Robinson bowls at 130, late 120s, early 130s. Pat Warner, Cummins, Stark. They're all sort of averaging 141 up 145. You know.
Yeah, it's why you miss Archer so much.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Very true. Very true. I've got to say though, that's probably the most disciplined I've seen Australia bowl for quite a few years. Bowling in that big outside the off stump area and a little bit fuller. So I think that's probably a bit of an anomaly yesterday, unfortunately, for us.
Well, hopefully then things can only get better. That last ball was just played up into the leg side, sort of hip high from Labuschagne, and it was no run. Yeah,
so Warren's got a solution. Oh, sorry, I'll let you do the score.
It is 46 for 1.
He says, can we put a rope lasso on the far side of the popping crease so that if bowlers overstep, they are immediately strung up in the air by the ankle, Wile Coyote style?
That'd be great.
Jacob says the Barmy Army trumpeter has begun playing the Imperial March from Star Wars, hopefully heralding the exit of Darth Labuschagne and the entrance of Emperor Smith.
Do you think the Labuschagne...
Paul Howarth, a Norfolk boy himself, says, I welcome most Aussies onto the show, but fucking Norfolk? Well, when I say Norfolk boy, he's really a Devon boy, but he's domiciled in Norfolk, I think, at the moment. Rohit Singh says, the apathetic Australian, is that an oxymoron?
Well, Stokes is going to continue into his 4th over. He's been a bit licked all sorts. Oh, fucking hell. Warner goes to swipe that through the offside, thick inside edge. Can't have been that far from his stumps as it goes down to long leg for a single. Like to see
he's
that
right
again.
his luck in Warner today,
Hasn't
unfortunately.
he just, you know, I mean, that's the difference again, isn't it? You know, England got it all. But as much as cloud conditions kind of do make things happen, I think it's all as much in the batsman's brain, isn't it? I think it's really nice batting in the sun. It's really horrible batting when it's a little bit cooler and it's overcast. And some of this is mind games, some of it's not. But I mean, they got perfect bowling conditions yesterday.
Yeah,
and
they did. They absolutely did. Bowl to them well. Bowl to the conditions.
Yeah,
very,
they did.
Very
I
well.
mean, this is it. I mean, everyone was saying, I'm surprised England got to 147. Really, you know, pulled. Oh, fuck me. that was pulled by Labuschagne. Stokes has got a kind of leg gully in, short, 45 man. And it's pulled at him by Labuschagne. He must have looked at some film to have this tactic going on. It was kind of shoulder height. It was pulled. Was it there? Was it there? Was it there? It was. Oh, it's just a half volley to Ollie Pope at that position, stationed at sort of leg gully. He did well to stop it. It's a shame. It's just been a bit higher.
Very appropriate tweet from Rocky V says if England didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck at all.
That's it.
Well, yeah, true. Another ball similar by Stokes, pulled down towards deep backward square leg. Ollie Robinson will get round. I'll get 2, maybe 3. I think it's like they come back to 3.
On another day, like, England middle order yesterday, that would have gone straight into the fielder's hands, wouldn't it?
Yeah, totally. But then is that luck or bad play? I don't know. I think there's a little bit of luck, a little bit of both, really. And that's the Australia 50 up there, 50 for 1. Trailing by 97.
Hey, Grubby, an apology. He says, I'm in Suffolk, for Christ's sake.
I think when I was playing for Norfolk, Devon Malcolm had a bit of a stint with Suffolk a few years ago, after obviously in his later days.
Yeah, I was going to say Grubby's an Ipswich fan. That's into the ribs and has got Warner. He didn't look very comfortable with that. I'm not sure he's wearing a chest pad, and it looked like it got him right up under the arm. Let's have a look again. Yeah, it sort of nipped back a little bit early off the pitch, and then just crashed into his ribs. Chest high. If he's not wearing a pad, that will hurt. Right under the armpit.
He must be wearing a pad, but I think that would have got above it, right into his armpit.
Yeah, it was right into his armpit, wasn't it? Can't think it breaks a rib. Oh, what a shame that would be. Sorry. Stokesy in full, and that's on the legs. Good bit of fielding by number 77. Now, if I'd have looked, that's Leach. If I'd have looked at Knackle's stat pack, I'd have known that. That's Leachy. I haven't seen much of him. Wonder if he'll get what we got. We got 3/4 an hour. Wonder if they'll give Leachy a quick try out before lunch.
I would have thought so. I would have thought you'd get a couple overs at the Gabba before lunch. It's always worth a try as well, because you get the spinners why they like playing at the Gabba, because they do get a bit more bounce there. So, early in the day.
Lyon got a few to turn yesterday morning. And it wasn't particularly threatening, but they were certainly, the old ball was turning quite sharply. That squares up Warner. Last ball of Stokes' 4th over. Drops his hands on it, plays with soft hands, gets an outside half of back, goes to point, and there is no run. Oh look, that's Watford. That's Glenn Hoddle versus Watford against Sherwood. That's probably when I was going to the ground back in my youth.
So Warren says, "Oh no, bear engineering." John Newton II says Warner gets himself to a mini milestone of 25 not out. And Chris says, "Is Knackle to blame for the non-colourful language, or are we blaming Knackle because he's not there?" Well, you'll be pleased to know Knackle is on in the afternoon session, so he'll be able to defend himself if there is.
Knackle can't come into the studio. I think I'm in the studio for all the next 3 tests by one day.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be frazzled and quite pissed at various points in this, no doubt.
There's an expectation that you will be.
Oh no, of course there is. Woody is in. Ooh, and it's a bit leg sidey. Not well timed by Labuschagne. Maybe gloves down towards long leg. They'll get themselves a single. Maybe on to 51 for 1.
Anthony Condon, who was with us yesterday, says that was an appropriately sweary over. Thank you, Anthony. It's good to be recognised for these things.
It's part of the reason I do this.
To let it all out and vent.
Yes, I mean that's what it was always about. It was always, the whole idea is it's the sense that we're all watching it together as if you're at home, although you give people the commentary. I mean that's the thing, So when we're all at home, we're all swearing at the telly, man. I'm telling you, just because they don't do it on the telly, they're all doing it off the mic as well. It's sport. It's quite visceral. And that's what it should be about. Warner is going to face up. Woody's coming around a wicket to him. And it's flicked aerially just past Hamid. It probably pretty quick for him to grab onto. lands in a massive open space on the leg side, and Robinson goes across the mid-on, chases it down, and they get 2 runs.
Yeah. It's good to see that they're only 52 for 1 in the 23rd over, so they haven't got away, even though they've only lost 1 wicket.
I mean, this is it. The thing is, you've got to get Warner, you've got to get Labuschagne, and you've got to get Smith, or at least 2 of those 3, to feel that you're getting somewhere, you know?
Yeah.
And the thing is, as a batsman, you think, wow, I'm only chasing 147. You know, if I stay here and we get to 80 for 1, good chance we're going to get a lead. And once you start getting in the lead, then the team starts to chase a little bit harder, gets easier to score runs, and suddenly you find yourself 200 runs behind on the first innings. We'll probably lose by an innings.
Yep.
That is played square by Warner, out to point, far enough in front of him. Bairstow's on the pitch. He's been working out. He's got a big chest these days, and he can't stop the single though.
No, there's no demons in this pitch today. That's the thing. Obviously, it was a bit greener yesterday, and well, they got the.
Well, this is it. You get the sun beating down on it as well, and it's going to dry it all out and make it like a fucking road, isn't it, for the next 2 days?
Well, what I was going to say is I noticed the ground staff definitely got on the pitch, got the covers on before any semblance of water got into the track. So they did their utmost to make sure there was no further demons, considering England were all out by that stage.
Yeah, well, exactly. Labuschagne jabs at that a little bit, rises a bit. It's pretty quick from Wood. It prods an out square on the offside. It's fielded by Point, and there is no run. Now they've just put a caption up.
9.7 kilometres an hour.
He's bowling quick. The problem with Woody, and I like him, he's a workhorse, and he does a workhorse, and you know, he puts his heart and soul into it. He doesn't really do much with the ball. You know, you look at Stark, he bowls at 90 miles an hour, and he's got a really good inswing, especially with a new ball. Gets it to nibble a little bit off the seam. Woody, 2 straight, and clipped nicely by Labuschagne out towards deep mid wicket. It's going along the ground. It seems to be quicker when it goes across the ground, but it's going to be hauled in by Johnny B, and they'll get 3. I can't remember what I was talking about. That's a shame, isn't it?
And this is only the first
and this is only the first test and the second morning, and it's my first day on the show. It's all a bit hectic, man. Fuck me, I lost the key. I lost the key to the flat. It's fallen off my key ring. And I got here with an hour to spare. I was like, I've got here, I'll do a bit tidying up, get everything ready, walk to the door. Where's the fucking front door key? It's like, shit. How am I going to, you know, trace my journey? I've been to a few places before I came here. I thought, fuck, if it's not at home, I'm screwed. Got home, wasn't there. Then I had to phone Knackle and go, right, Knackle, I need just keys. And I had about, at this point, we were supposed to be on air, I think, in half an hour. So I had to go from my house to Streatham and back to the flat and get us on air. And I did, 10 minutes early. It's pretty good going. As Warner just defends that out to cover as Woody completes his over. Quite expensive over, but it looked quite good. Went for 6, but he caused, plus a leg by, he caused a bit of trouble. He was bowling with pace. I guess you have to expect someone like Woody, he might be expensive, you know. But if he gets on a roll, like that time he did in South Africa, and the pitches here, you know, he'll quite like, you'd imagine. He can be a bit of a destroyer.
Anthony
he's the one. Go on.
Sorry. Anthony says someone might want to ask the ump to check Warner's pockets. I think he might have England's luck in there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we've got quite a few people with us on YouTube where we're back, of course, which is lovely. And I won't read out all the tweets other than one which says that apparently Gilly said that they were having technical difficulties in terms of the third umpire, which would make some sense, I suppose.
Didn't do England any favours though, did it? As Stokesy bowls a full one outside the off stump that's driven nicely by Labuschagne. Not enough pace to get it down to the boundary. And again, they'll get 3. Big outfield. And 3's a bit easily being scored. And this is looking a little bit ominous now. Still got 35 minutes to go till lunch. And Australia could quite well be 80 for 1 at lunch, only 70 odd runs behind.
Yeah, they're going to need something just to spark it up, because obviously with Stokes, Robinson, and Wokes all being pretty similar in terms of pace and length. Woody's going to have to do something. He is going to be the X factor throughout.
I mean, the one thing that's unfortunate for Leach as well on his side is as a lefty, you really don't want to be rolling into a bunch of left-handers. That's cut better finally. Stokes has been trying that. Warner's been trying that against Woody, but he's beating him for pace all the time. Stokes drops one short and wide. Warner loves it there. Cracks it out towards the extra cover boundary. Warner wanted to run for, but it was pulled up just by Hamid inside the rope, and only got 3.
Yeah, that's Warner when he loves playing the old horizontal bat shots. Both sides of the wicket, not just hooking and pulling, but he also loves that cut because he gets to stand on his toes like the proverbial 12-year-old at the big boys' toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stokesy. He's gone for 6 already in the first 2 balls of this over. He's bowled all right though. Yeah, so Leach, so you wonder, well, Rooty, when there's 2 lefties in, Root might try himself a bit later on, I thought. Stokes is in. He's floating it up now. He started. He's bowling 2 full, and Labuschagne is loving that too. And that one has got enough to take it to the boundary, driven nicely by Labuschagne. Through the covers, and it's 4 runs. England seem to have run out of steam.
That was one of the things Australia did so well yesterday. They absolutely kept it on a great length the whole day, as well as a good line. And Indo on YouTube says, remember India's 36 not out, guys? Australia was at their most accurate for decades in that innings, far more than today.
Yeah. But I think as well, with the ball not swinging, there is no way you can bowl that 4-yard
No.
Length. It's just, we all know the Kookaburra ball doesn't swing after about 10 overs, so anytime you're going to get that drivable zone, the Aussies just pounce on it and actually just punish it through the covers every time.
That's supposed to be a new ball that lasts a bit longer, isn't it? Oh, now, that's got to be an edge, surely. Well, no one's gone up. Fuck me, that was an absolute corker from Stokes. Bowled short of a leg, left Labuschagne, who fenced at it. And for all of my life, I thought he got an edge there. Butler went up, but Stokes wasn't interested. Interesting.
Yeah,
Straight.
One of them fucking days.
Yeah, it is one of those fucking days. It was a corker ball. He bowled slightly wide of the crease. The ball straightened off the seam. Absolutely squared up Labuschagne, and he missed it. God damn it. England would have nicked that. No trouble at all.
Australia would have nicked that into Trent Bridge. That's the sort of
that's the thing,
difference, isn't
it? Stokes it in. 4th ball of the over, pulled, not very convincingly by Labuschagne. Leachy can't grab hold of it at mid-wicket. And it'll be a single as he sort of pads it off towards short fine leg. Man on 45.
It's either too short, too full at the minute, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I'm running out of ideas. That's why I think, give Leachy a go. There's only half an hour to go. You've got to get 3 or 4 overs.
So Farong is with us. He says, greetings from Dhaka. Chilly 20 degrees C here. Have Wi-Fi connection now. So straight 100 behind with 9 wickets in hand. No rain on the radar. So far, so good. Pakistan won by an innings over Bangladesh. Can Australia do the same and beat England by
it's looking that way. That's defended by Warner up towards mid-on. He's pretty short. And
that Bangladesh game, if you only bowl... What, do they bowl 68 overs in the first 3 days and they still lost by an innings? You've got to worry, haven't you?
Indeed.
We thought England were going bad.
Yeah. I don't know. England, Australia, never goes right.
Are we due a change now or at the end of the over?
I guess at the end of the over. This is the end of the over, isn't it? Or are they fucking them out again? End of the over. Well, me and Beefy are just swapping places, I believe.
Okay, well, I'm buggering off.
No, I'm off. Beefy's taken over ball by ball, though. Tony's coming back. And
indeed.
Jason is going to join you. I will see you the other side of lunch, maybe. I'm looking at this. I don't know when.
I think there's every chance, Bear. Weather's not going to help England out today.
Can't see it. No,
Beefy.
it's... yes!
Welcome, and how are you doing?
I'm very good, very good. Well, apart from the score, obviously, but good to see you, Tony and Jason. Thanks for having me. I really, really appreciate getting involved with the Guerrilla Cricket Radio. It's a great opportunity for me not to listen to Australian commentary on TV.
So a lot of people seem to be saying that.
Oh, it's horrendous. It really is horrendous. It's it churns your brain, unfortunately, and the uproar about Warney's commentary is just music to my ears at the moment. So always better to turn him off.
Oh, tactical change.
Absolutely, we're going to see Jack Leach come into the attack, left arm probably around to Labuschagne. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of turn he might get early doors on this day. Like I said to the boys earlier, they would have had the roller on this morning, and it's probably better to get the spinner on earlier rather than later on a rather green top pitch. So let's see what Leach can do. He's only got 62 wickets in his Test career, only 17 matches. Can't remember the last time Leach actually played a game, to be honest. He's been off he's been carrying the drinks for 2 years, hasn't he?
Yeah, pretty much.
So here we go. First ball, left arm around the wicket. He's going to come. He's not going to come in between the umpire and the stumps. He's going to come around the umpire, trying to hide a little bit, camouflage himself from Labuschagne's view. Oh, he's nervous. He is ball very full, driven through to mid-off. Interesting start from Leach there. Couldn't tell whether that one turned, to be honest. It was pretty full. Here he comes in again. Left arm round, straight approach. That one is a bit more flighted, and a little glance out to square leg there from Labuschagne. We're going to nick a single.
Finished the 2019 Ashes with 12 wickets at 25. Did Jack Leach. So it's not too bad. He's got a best of 4 for 49, which he got at the Oval in 2019.
And he did bowl well in India when they, unfortunately, we didn't bat well, which is the main difference between the two sides.
So Warner's on strike. Leach is going to come back over the wicket now. Australia are 69 for 1, or if you're Australian, 1 for 69, mate. He has got a leg slip. Joe Root has moved himself out to leg slip. Burns is in at first. So this is going to be an interesting kind of line of attack. Hamid is in at short leg as well. So they are surrounding Warner. So here comes Leach in. Floats that up. Warner has a big drive straight back, and it hits Leach, who basically stops 4. Was that a catch? Or was it bump ball?
I'm fairly sure it was a bump ball, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, it was a bump ball. Plays it into the ground on the way there.
Yeah, bump ball, definitely. I think it's got Leach exactly where he didn't want to get hit. So Leach in again. And that is very full. Warner drives it on the full out to mid-off, and Woke stops very well. Leach in again. That's a better length. Warner back and defends straight to short mid-on.
Just a little bit quicker that ball, just a bit flatter. Good variations from Leach here. He's working out what the pitch will do, what it will take, what paces to bowl at to get the most out of it.
Leach in again. That's floated up again. A lot better pace there. Warner on the front foot, defends straight back down the track. So lads, I mean, spin bowling options in England pretty short. Is Leach the best option?
He's probably better than Bess.
He's the safest option, I think. He's the most consistent bowler. Although he did get hit around by Pant in India. That's about the only time he's really been collared a lot. He gets more spin than people realise. He's very consistent, and I think that's why he's in the side. That's why he's in the side ahead of people like
Parkinson is the next cab off the rank, I think, wouldn't you say, Jason? I mean, he's there in the Lions, is Parkinson. They just worry about whether he gives the ball too much air too frequently, Parkinson, don't they? And he's too hittable, but I still think he's worth his go.
And of course, Moeen is now retired, so there's not that option either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we did hear a lot in Australia, and I think Warney preaches this about having a leg spinner in Australia. So Parkinson, obviously, the leg spin choice, although his record probably isn't fantastic at the higher level, unfortunately.
There are a couple of other. Go on.
I was going to say Chris Wokes is coming back into the attack. That's all.
There's a couple of other leggies around. You've got Mason Crane has been tried and discarded and is making his way back.
So Wokes is going to come in, it looks like, from the Stanley Street end, and he's pushed through. Yeah, decent pace there from Wokes. Good length again.
And
again,
I'm trying,
left on length.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember the other leg spinner that was around and being talked about this year in English domestic cricket. Of course, there's Rashid, who would be an option if he was able to last 5 days.
Wokes in again, over the wicket. And again, very, very full, and that is just tucked around the corner on the leg side out to mid-wicket, and they scamper through for a single.
And of course, the oracle that is Knackle has remembered it. It is Matt Critchley of Derbyshire. And now, I forget who he's moved to at the end of the season. Was it Hampshire? Not Hampshire, but some other major test venue county. Essex.
Many tests at Chelmsford nowadays, is there?
Women's tests there are, but
oh yes, true.
Parkinson's got a first-class average of he takes his wickets at just over 23, so it's not too shabby.
No. Wokes in again over the wicket. Good length this time. Warner back in defence, pokes it out on the offside. England fielders in pretty quick there, stopping any thoughts of a quick single.
But yes, whilst the cupboard isn't bare, it's certainly looking a bit thrifty.
It's been relying on delivery drivers recently to top it up, and they haven't arrived.
Oh, no good. I mean, the one positive this morning is England have bowled quite consistently. Australia haven't got away. They're only 70 for 1, and we're halfway through the 26 over, so that is one positive as Wokes comes in. And that is played and missed through to Butler. Fantastic delivery from Wokes. That has popped off a length as well. So there is still life in this Gabba wicket.
I think it's a good wicket. I think you can get out of it what you put in. And if you put in an effort ball like Wokes did there, you will get reward for as long as the ball stays reasonably hard. It's a wicket with bounce, which is good for everybody. It's good for the batsmen, it's good for the pace bowlers, and it's good for the spinners as well, because anything that you get in there, John carries.
They've just shown a very, very close-up of that delivery from Wokes, and that ball has spat off the pitch with a puff of something. It may be just grass clippings or whatever they put into the pitch, but that has absolutely spat off a length as this next ball is very full on the legs and just nipped around the corner to Jack Leach, and they do get a single. So that is interesting that has come off for length, and well, perhaps that will encourage the spinners, the way that has absolutely exploded from right on the length to Warner.
Just wondering who's going to get the habitual one over a spin before lunch. Is Joe Root going to bowl himself?
I'd like him to. I really would. Wokes in again. And that is full. Warner steps. Not Warner, Labuschagne on his back foot and pokes that to mid-on, and Mark Wood fields. No run.
What was on the socials, Tony?
Yep, we have a few. Jane with a Y says Nigel Long, and it could have been anything. Richard Illingworth and the Dougie B no ball that wasn't on 7 when Voges went on to make 200 plus. Oh, for fuck's sake, about the umpires. Yeah, I think that's the discussion of the 4 Stokes no balls consecutively. Goodness me. Oh, Warren says, back on YouTube until bear spells fuck off in alphabeti spaghetti. Jamie the Wise says, greetings to that guy. Also considers 20 degrees C chilly. Was that you, Beefy?
Yeah, it generally is. Although in Melbourne today it's about 20 degrees, and I am in shorts and t-shirts, so it's nothing new. We did have a bit of rain this morning in Melbourne, but it's lovely day. Yeah.
Nothing too bad. Jonathan Shortland says, I'm watching this match in New Zealand. I'll wait now for Jack Leach.
Leach is in left arm over, very full, and Warner is down the pitch, and he has absolutely twatted this, probably into the stands. 6 runs for Davy Dum Dum Warner.
And the bear is in the wood, so I shall do my impression.
Yes, he has. We had the drama tonight with the keys. Oh my lord. Keys missing somewhere, bear somewhere shuttling between Knuckles and the studio. The rest of us sat here. I had my intro already thinking, well, I probably won't get to use it. I'll be lucky to see the first ball.
So Warner showing his intent there to get hold of Jack Leach early, and this one is a little bit fuller. Warner's down the pitch again and just nudging around the corner to short mid wicket, wideish, short mid on. Who knows? In that area anyway. Dot ball. Leach in again. And Warner is again down the pitch, and again he's giving this the big heave-ho, and that one is into the stands again. 6 more runs.
That was actually a lot better shot than the first 6. The first 6, basically, Leach bowled it onto Warner's bat. That time, Warner had to make ground to get to the pitch of the ball and dismiss it nonchalantly over deep long on for an excellent 6.
One thing you've got to say is fantastic footwork. I mean, he's 3-4 steps down the track there. He knew where he was going to put that. Well, very early indeed.
I think there's a plan
he's made
here
his mind up.
not to let
exactly right.
Leach get into any sort of rhythm whatsoever.
I mean, that's the one thing Warner is good at, to disrupt things and bring momentum back. If people are getting on top of him, he does like to attack and get after people. So, yes, he has made his mind up that it isn't going to turn exquisitely from Leach. So, any opportunity is going to get to hit straight. And hitting straight at the Gabba isn't the biggest hit in world cricket, but, doing it in a test match is a little bit different from the old Big Bash.
Well, it's very, I mean, they're kind of one-day shots, predetermined, I think, in that case.
Next ball, Leach comes in and Warner drives not that well out to mid-off. I think it's about a single, but Ollie Robinson's very quick to get that and stop any thoughts of the single there. Leach in again. This one is a little bit flatter and a little bit straighter towards leg stump. Warner makes room and pushes out to the offside.
Just a quick thought, Beefy. Have you still got COVID restrictions in Australia, so that they have to clean the ball every time it goes into the crowd?
Oh yeah. I think that's an ICC thing nowadays. But we still have all that. And thankfully, restrictions, especially in Melbourne, which is still considered a bit of a hotspot, have been kind of relaxed. We've got crowds at nearly all our sporting events, and maskless, I have to say. As Leach comes in again at left arm around the wicket, Warner comes down the pitch and plays a very extremely wide drive and beats the silly cover fielder, and that is away for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4. Ishni Sanshi. The bear is still in the woods, it would seem.
Yeah.
Anyway, let me get some social media in, which I've constantly been ignoring a little bit. Good commentating, Beefy says Warren accent is conjuring images of Bernard Matthews slathered with Vegemite. Jonathan Shawland is watching in New Zealand. They gave us the Australian commentary here too. It is not as bad as it used to be, but I still prefer guerrilla cricket. Well, that's very kind of you. We're delighted you do. Our own Indo saying it's always sweary where the bear is. Mayank says the radar shows light rain near the Brisbane airport, which is only a few miles away. How is that possible?
Yeah, unfortunately, the weather in Brisbane is coming from the northwest, and the Brisbane airport's kind of very, very east of the Gabba. So I thought yesterday at some stage that we were going to miss it because the weather was kind of moving around where the Gabba is, but unfortunately, we missed a session. Wokes is into the attack now. Bowls very full, and Warner leaves this on length. So I do expect a bit of rain later, but whether it won't be as harsh as yesterday. So the one thing about the Gabba is when they relayed the whole oval a few years ago, it is sand-based, so it drains absolutely rapidly. So you can get the biggest downpours of all time there, and you will play again as less than an hour after it stops raining. It dries that quick. Australia have moved to 88 for 1. Warner is 45, not out. Labuschagne 35. Chris Wokes is bowling, and Warner defends that straight back down the pitch.
I think every relayed ground is have that sand-based drainage systems embedded into it now. It's quite amazing. Certainly the ones in Lords and the Oval, which I've been to, you wouldn't believe the speed at which they drain now.
So we've got about, 10 minutes before lunch. Wokes in again, full on the leg stump. Warner moves forward and defends on the leg side. Ollie Pope picks that up.
Should probably remind people that this is their last chance to get in on the GPL for today. You've got 10 minutes to make your guesses for the number of runs scored in the day. Go to gorillacricket.com/competitions.
What's the pot there? Let us know.
Can you roast a turkey with Marmite or Vegemite? Wouldn't know what that would taste like. Wokes. Coming in again. Oh, that has gone straight through everyone, including Butler. And that just gone for 4 buys. But well, after remarking about one popping up off a length, that one has died off a length. That has not even carried, halfway back to Butler. So, perhaps there is a few demons in this pitch that we didn't really know about.
Yeah, that didn't get up at all, did it? Fooled poor Josh Butler.
Yep, that has gone less than shin height, unfortunately. That is absolutely phenomenal. So Wokes in again. And Warner leaves that on length. And again, Butler has dropped that ball. So what I'm noticing as well is the ball is starting to swing after the stumps. So that is ominous. Not sure for who yet, but it's definitely ominous. So Butler looking very befuddled there, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's the case where that one just dipped underneath his gloves by the seam going horizontal. But it's having a desired effect on Warner.
Wokes in again. Warner's gone for the big Willy Whooshka! And misses everything straight through to Butler. Wokes cannot believe his luck. He has bowled an absolutely unbelievable over in terms of whether it's bouncing high, low, or going straight on. But Warner definitely riding his luck today. 45 of 87. Could have been out 3 or 4 times. He's hit a couple of sixes, and then he's just had a big swing just before lunch. I wonder if Pat Cummings will be the strong captain he says he is and give Warner a bit of a going over at half time.
68 quid, the GPL, gorillacricket.com/competition. Many guesses as you like. The pot's there to be won if you guess the right number of runs scored in the day. And if you don't win, you just come back tomorrow because the pot rolls over and it'll get even bigger.
I do see there's a bit of a note saying I use a butter and Marmite based on chicken and turkey roasting, so that's bloody fantastic. All right, Leach in again around the wicket to Labuschagne, who uses his feet and has a big swat through the covers. I'm not sure that was exactly where he wanted it to go. Stokes chases and pulls it in inside the boundary, and Australia get another 3 runs.
It's the Jason Roy flay with all the wrists through the offside, isn't it? Where he backs off to leg and then uses very strong wrists to place it on either side of the cover fielder.
He's clearly showing some faith in Leach, isn't he, as Joe Root, after he got a bit of a belting in the last over, letting in. He's not whipped him off.
Oh, they put out a boundary fielder now on the point boundary.
Yeah, well, that is to Warner, and obviously long on is going to go out as well. Leach is going to come back over the wicket, ball's very full. Warner does use his feet and punches it back down the pitch, and Leach runs across about 4 or 5 yards and makes sure there is no chance for a single, although Robinson was backing him up. Australia 95 for 1 in probably the penultimate over of the session, unless they really run through and get a couple more in. Putting in a deep silly mid-off. Can you have a deep silly mid-off? You can now.
Surely that would
Leach
just be
in. Warner little paddles around the corner, and Wood runs around and saves any more runs. They do get a single.
Oh yeah, the off Hayden we call him. So we know the one you mean, the position you mean.
Yep. Big changes in the field. There's people running round left, right and centre here.
Warner's clearly on the attack, isn't he? This is the thing. It's Labuschagne facing. They clearly want to get on top of Leach.
So Leach coming in, left arm around the wicket to Labuschagne. Floats it up. Labuschagne is down the pitch and has a big swing at this. Is it going to go all the way? Has he got all of it? He has got all of it. 6 more runs. Thought he mistimed that for a minute, but clearly not. And on the attack are Australia. That brings up the Aussie 100. 102 for 1. We've had 28.4 overs here in the first session of day 2 of the 2021-22 Ashes series. Yeah, it's very, very interesting that Warner and Labuschagne are going after Leach. This is obviously the team plan. Leach comes in again, bowls are very full. Labuschagne punches back down the pitch. Leach gets a hand on it, nearly runs Warner out, to be honest. Very, very close.
I think he had his bat down. There.
Well, that would have been a little bit of luck England needed. That would have been fantastic. Yeah, I think he did have his back down looking at the replay. Leach comes in again, and that is driven by Labuschagne. Misfielded by Stokes. Will it get to the boundary? Stokes, will he get there in time? I think he does. Kind of makes up for his mistake. Yeah, just saved that in time. And Australia get another 3. Labuschagne up to 47. Who would have thought Labuschagne was going to beat Warner to 50? We will wait and see, but he's getting very, very close. Warner 46 off 89. Labuschagne 47 off 70. Aussies 105 for 1 off 29.
Very quickly before we get the socials, this attack on Leach has a double effect in that it will force Stokes to bowl more overs than he perhaps would have wanted to as the fourth seamer. So it's a double whammy benefit for them.
That's a good thought. I'm going to say hello to a few friends on Cricket Tracker India. I'm going to say hello to Rupesh Singh, Krishna Dubey, Ravi Bard, Rajiv Kumar, Raj, Mandresh Sandhi, Santosh Yadavji, MD Furkan, Chintu Pakaj, Prince Raj, Kamal KS Kamal, and Roshan Kumar, Aman Babu, and lots more of you. So welcome to all of you. Mayank on Twitter is saying this is a 2.5 hour session. And England will barely bowl 30 overs. That's total shite.
Oh, don't get me started about overrates.
A point.
Gets my goat every time. Overrates drives me insane. Anyway, Welsh is coming in right arm over. Bowls short and wide outside off stump. Gets the absolute treatment from Labuschagne. Whacks it through a backward point all along the carpet for another 4. And that brings up Labuschagne's 50.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
50, 50, 50. Pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
On a bowler's pitch indeed. Australia move up to 109.41 in what is going to be the last over before lunch. Partnership has moved up to 99 as well, with Labuschagne getting his 50 and Wilkes bowls full. And it's poked out onto the offside, out to Hamid in the gully, and there's no run. It's not a good sign if Leach is getting panted around. I'm using panted around now after India. If they get on top of Leach early, England are in for a long, long day, unfortunately. Wilkes in again. This one is full defended onto the leg side.
You get the feeling Ben Stokes is starting to tick a bit. His body language isn't particularly positive.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Stokes is limping out on the field after that quick single. So he is not looking the best.
It was as he chased down that ball right to the boundary, you could see him just pull up a little bit as he stepped over the rope.
Yeah, so I don't know whether that's a calf or an ankle. Yeah, it definitely looks very, very sore. That's not a good sign. Wilkes in again to Warner. Warner leaves this as it's full outside off stump. Butler takes this cleanly, which is fantastic to see. So we've got 2 balls left in the session. What would England give for a wicket here, just to take some positivity into the lunch break? I'm not sure what is going to be served for lunch at the Gabba. Probably prawns. Bit of pavlova for afters.
Side order of roast Englishman.
We've already had that, unfortunately, in the first 2.5 hours of the day. Wokes in again. Over the wicket to the left-handed Warner. Warner has defended / driven out on the offside. Straight to Stokes at that wide mid-off position. No run. 1 ball to go. Let's hope England can turn the tide here and get some luck, and let's see if we can get a wicket with the last ball of this extended session. Australia 110 for 1. Here it is, the final ball, and that is left on length and width all the way through to Butler, and that is the end of the over. Are they going to go for lunch?
I don't think so.
I think you might get one more. The clock has got to have ticked all the way around by the time they're ready to start, hasn't it? We've got a bit of time to get one in if England want it. The question is, do England want it?
Well, let's hope so, because as Mike rightly points out, 31 overs in a 2.5 hour session just isn't good enough. I see Mark Wood is taking his hat off. So the Jack Leach experiment not successful, and they have whipped him off so to get a bit of pace injection just before those prawns and pavlova.
Well-known 70s progressive rock band Jack Leach experiment.
Yes. Supported by prawns and pavlova.
They sound like a sort of a lounge duo. You might see them on a cruise ship entertaining the retired folk as they cruise around the world.
Yes. Doing dodgy covers, doing Tom Jones and Neil Diamond covers. So Wood's in, and Warner on Labuschagne back foot just guides that to a 4th slip. Not quite as quick as Woody's previous deliveries. Labuschagne looked like he had all the time in the world. It was just 143.9 kilometres an hour. That is his slowest delivery of the day.
Shelton Film Productions saying Mark Wood actually looks threatening. So I'll take it. That's over on YouTube, by the way.
He definitely looks the most threatening of the England bowlers. I can guarantee you that.
At lunch, he thinks they're serving leech.
Wood in again, wide of the crease, and that is short of a length. Labuschagne kind of steps inside it and extravagantly leaves it by waving the bat above his head. Wood back up to 146.6 there, so building up a pace. Last 4 balls before lunch.
Warren said either Stokes is injured or he's doing his Norman Wisdom impression, which I don't know whether he shouts Mr. Grimsdale at the same time as he sort of falls over, but that's apparently what he's doing.
If only Ben Stokes knew Norman Wisdom was.
Well,
Wood in again. This one looks a lot quicker, and Labuschagne kind of defends it a bit ropily, and it's gone through to a third slip area, all along the ground, not in the air, unfortunately. Australia 110 for 1.
It's more of a check defence than anything else. He just dropped a bat on it with no weight at all, no intention to play any aggressive shots before lunch. I don't think he's just happy to see out 3 balls and keep them off his stumps and walk off with a red inker.
Yeah, the ultimate put down from Australian. Just we'll wind you up just before lunch. Woody's in again at right arm over. This one is full and defended. Labuschagne just drops it on the offside, and they sprint through for a quick single. Nelson time, 1-1-1 for 1. Here we go, just before lunch. Feet off the ground, or do we want their luck to run out with both feet on the ground? I'm not quite sure.
It's not a worrying one for Australia, though, is it? 1-1. They have a different
87s.
87, is it? Oh, that has come and gone without causing them any undue concern.
Two balls to go. Warner on strike. He's on 46 off 92 deliveries. They've just brought up the 100 partnership, which we forgot about, fortunately. Ooh. So Mark Wood has bowled an absolute cracker. Warner did not know much about that at all. He was from round at the wicket. Warner kind of stepped away there and played and missed as it flew through to Joss Butler there. 148.2 kilometres an hour, which is, 90-ish. In proper language.
Wood's been getting some decent movement off a certain part of the pitch. It's just a bit too short to for people because they can adjust and he misses the bat.
You definitely see Warner enjoying his work.
Yeah, he loves a fight, does Davey? We all know that. Last ball before lunch. Australia 1-1-1 for 1. Mark Wood bowls fullish, and that is pushed through the offside through David Milan, and he misfields, and they will get 1, and they will probably get a second off that as well, as Milan tries to go and field his own misfield. They do get 2, and I think that is going to be the end of the first session. Australia 1-1, 3 for 1 off a paltry 31 overs.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt about whose session this morning was. England will be deeply frustrated. That wicket that was the no ball was just an absolute kicker, wasn't it, from an English?
It's looking costly already. I mean, Warner had only got 10-15 at that point. He's already added
and wasn't looking at all comfortable, to be honest, as well at that point in time. And when he got bowled, it was an absolute cracker from Stokes. But when you bowl off 18 yards, it probably is going to beat you for pace.
So where did we finish? We finish with 113 for 1 for Australia then, and just the 1 wicket to fall, of course, to Ollie Robinson, as we will recall, and it seemed an awfully long time ago. A few more messages, which was, of course, Paris. A few more messages over on YouTube. Let me see. Andrew Stevenson says, 9 p.m. here, enjoying a drink to drown my sorrows. You go for it, Andrew. He also said, it's Peru. He's in Peru, darkest Peru. In with Paddington Bear. From Peru, it's looking bad for England. Well, from Brisbane, it's looking bad for England, and from Claygate in Surrey, it's looking pretty dire as well. So I don't think that doesn't matter where you are in the world. Sheldon Film Production says Mark Wood actually looks threatening, so we'll take it. Yeah, he's done all right, that's for sure. Shahid Qureshi says from Lahore, Pakistan, great commentary from you guys, listening to you live in the middle of the night in bed. Oh well, sleep well. You got 40 minutes of some other entertainment. Bear, what is that other entertainment going to be over lunchtime?
Well, the Jingle Ashes is going on apparently, so it's got to be finished. And
what's on with that? That was pretty good fun.
It was indeed. There's just a little over half an hour of it to go, so that'll take us nicely through lunch.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see you after lunch and enjoy some jingles and general chit chat.
See you later.
Bring somehow. There they were. There. Fantastic. Right, we're going to have a quick review question then. Let me see. I am going to go for Annie, and I'm going to go for Cat. Annie versus Cat. Annie, you first. How many test matches have Jack Leach and Nathan Lyon played between them? Take your time.
Yeah, I am.
I didn't actually mean that literally.
Oh, sorry.
How about a guess?
21.
21. Kat, what's your answer, Kat?
Well, I was going to say 25, so I'm still saying 25.
Not against each other. How many total matches in total have they played between them? It doesn't matter. Your closest, Kat. The answer is 116.
I was going to say, Nathan Lyon's played a what?
Nathan, he's played 100.
110?
He's played exactly 100. Jack Leach has played 16. You add the two together, 116. 25, though, is still nearer, which is worrying.
Carry on the wine. Carry on with the wine.
Let's move on. Let's move on very quickly. Oh, we need to give that.
Oh, hold on. Kat, you were in the jet lag, didn't you? You came in with Dan and Jen in those days.
That was my favourite Test Ashes series of all time, because I went to the Cardiff Test every day and went to the Day of Lords, and then I think the rest of the time I was in the jet lag commentating with you guys. It was a fabulous series.
It was absolutely tanked in a jet lag, but there you go.
Well, that does.
Yeah, that was a good venue for commentating.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
That was before my time, but I really feel I've missed out.
From a listener perspective, the commentary got considerably harder to follow by the third session.
Well, of course. We were discussing that the other day, Messi. It was a quite drunken series, that one.
Well, we're going to move on. We've only got 3 pairings to go, and it's currently tied up at 4-all. The next is going to be one of the Mitchells. It's going to be Mitchell Stark taking on none other than England's favourite equestrian, Mark Wood.
You can't win the Ashes without your best players on the park. So drop Mitchell Johnson and bring in Mitchell Stark.
I think we heard enough of that one, and he's against this chap.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Right, Jack, I'm going to start with you here.
Well, it's fucking ridiculous that a grown man pretends to be a horse. He's supposed to be, a leader. A person that children look up to, and he's galloping around the outfield at Lords. Is ridiculous. So it can't be Mark Wood. It has to be Stark. Plus, it's a much better jingle. So it's 2 for 2 in terms of the credibility of the character and the credibility of the jingle.
Well, we're on to pace bowling. England had a whole strategy, Jack, of bringing in pace bowlers and Jofra Archer, Ollie Stone. It seems to have sort of rather fallen apart. We now are relying on extreme pace, fallen apart literally. And yet, we've got interesting weather conditions that might even favour England. Are England hampered in the bowling department, or do you think they'll be okay?
No, they'll be pretty bad. They might get more than one draw because of the rain. I think Australia are probably not quite as good or quite as scary as we maybe think they were. The last time we went there, it was bad, wasn't it? But yeah, I don't really. I mean, probably England's my second most important bowler is Jack Leach, to be honest. He's going to bowl a lot of overs, and you have to be quite good overs to bring him to have much of a chance.
That's a perfect cue to bring Annie in.
Interesting, yeah.
Stark or Wood, Annie?
But I'm going to completely disagree with Jack because he likes to disagree with us. So I really like the Mark Wood, and partly just the quite good line that makes me laugh a lot, and I think it's a nice, easy listen jingle. I like it, and the other one, the start one, a bit meh.
Okay, and Bear.
Well, there were a lot of Mitchell Stark jingles, and that is obviously who's that? That's based on what's his name? Bruce Springsteen, isn't it? He's all right. But Mark Wood is a classically put together jingle, and it's got all the right notes. It's funny, and I disagree. He doesn't have to be a leader on a field, Jack. He has to be a stupid little horse running around in the outfield. That's for the kids, yeah. And someone needs to bring a bit of brevity to it. So I'm going Mark Wood.
You're going Mark Wood, okay. I thought for a moment you were going to go a bit Eric Morecambe on us there when you had all of the right notes. I was waiting for them, but not necessarily in the right order. but okay, Sock.
I'm going to go with Mark Wood as well. I just, I think it just appealed to me a little bit more than the Mitchell one. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll see much of Mark Wood. I expect he'll play maybe half a test before he breaks down. So it might be one of those jingles that, we like it, but we're not going to hear it much over the summer or the winter here. I think the only thing that will save him is that there has been a bit of rain and that front landing foot might be a little bit softer in the ground. But
if you chuck yourself on the ground as well, it's going to be a softer landing.
I just don't think we'll see much of the player.
Okay. Kat.
Well, I think this is very close for me. I love both of those jingles. They're both spectacularly good. I like the Stark being that sort of classic rhyming parody, well-known 80s track, presumably 80s track. Really, really good, nice and brief. But Mark Wood, we don't have enough operatic style, light opera jingles, and I think we need more of them.
Mog's very good at light opera.
Such a perfect jingle, and the structure of it is beautiful. I have to go with Mark Wood.
You're going with Mark Wood and Messrs.
I have to go with Mark Wood too. I mean, the first time I heard that jingle, it just made me snort like a horse. It's a very fine jingle first up, and it still retains a good deal of its music effect. Yes, I'm with Mark Wood too.
Well, Australia, let me tell you, are going to need to pull their socks up here. We're going to move on. We've got a slightly interesting pairing. Got another ringer in for England. It's going to be Sanat Patel. Didn't expect to see him, Sock, but there you go. You got the idea now. And he's going to be up against Usman Khawaja.
So we'll go Usman first.
Okay.
Khawaja is larger than the little Maharaja. Usman is a Muslim, unlike Janet's husband. Khawaja in charge, so Usman Khawaja is a solid pro. But if his task clouds, then so's Hendo. But still he gets a go. Usman Khawaja.
That is very nice, but
need to settle back with some popcorn for this one. It's quite long if it's the one.
Yeah, it is. I don't know if anyone can beat this jingle. This is an all-time classic.
Hey, Summit.
Yes, Dad?
I've got something to say.
Uh-huh.
I really love the skillful way you beat the other players to the lunch buffet.
Oh, Dad.
For the first time this series you ran it.
Damn it.
The cheese board's now ours, so let's scram it.
Damn it.
But please don't take pomegranate.
Damn it.
I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Sammit. There's Irish stew. Your belly's no longer like granite.
Damn it.
The corset's not working, let's can it.
Damn it.
Your moves are approaching Titanic.
Damn it.
I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Sammit. there's birth on croup. And if Flower thinks that you're a joker, and you need to share the stone or two, but your diet plan is mediocre. So SAMIT, let's try a poo-a-oo. Oh, this jingle's nicer than Ravi Bopo.
Oh, Dad.
Now I'm full up and I'm so glad.
Oh, Dad.
That I could kick you in the gonads.
Oh, Dad.
Well, I'm not going to go for the chuckle factor this time. I'm actually going to go for the greatest look of bemusement, which leads me to you, Jack, as you probably could guess.
I know what everyone's going to do here. They're all going to vote for the body shaming jingle, but I'm not for that. I'm not for that, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves for that Mark Wood call. That was atrocious. Ruined my entire morning. It's Kawaja. I also like the Beach Boys, so yeah, Kawaja.
Yeah.
Kawaja for me. I think that's.
Oh, I'm not allowed to vote, but you might be surprised I lean in your direction.
Yeah.
Okay, Annie.
I've never heard the Summit one before.
Sadly, that reflects how often he plays, Annie.
Yeah. Well,
It was a while ago.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I've only been the Gorilla for 3 years or whatever, so he hasn't played a lot.
On the archive, have you not gone through our entire archive?
No. But I do like. It's Rocky Horror, isn't it? And it is a good song. It's a bloody long jingle, though. I think the batsman would have come in and been out again several times. So I'm going to go for the other one too.
You're going for Usman?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Oh, well, this is going not in the direction I thought, but they're good rationales. Bear.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is with Summit, it is very long, but, I mean, it's just genius. I mean, getting those words, I mean, it is a minute and a half, but I mean, to come out with a minute and a half song about Summit is, you know, and I know it's body shaming, but it was quite funny. And the Usman Khawaja jingle, I mean, great harmonies in that as well, as you say. It is a tricky one, but I am going to go Summit just because I just think it's genius.
We're going Summit, righto. Let me go to you, Kat.
Okay, so I feel like this is a sort of fight off between the song with the fat shaming and the song with the subtle racism. So we've got a bit of a combination.
Well, not too subtle.
I hate the yes, maybe not. I really hate the Kokomo song. I can't tell you how much I hate that. I was stuck working in a factory in about 1989, I think that came out. Working in a factory to earn enough money to come to England, quite honestly. And that song came on the radio every hour, every single hour. And
well, not that one. Not that jingle.
Come on, not the jingle. No, not the jingle. No, that would have been quite remarkable, but yeah. So, and I do love the Rocky Horror jingle. I feel like, you know, ideally you would pick the best 10 seconds of it and sort of highlight the best 10 seconds, but I'm sure that's possible. But I'm afraid I have to go for the Summit.
You're going for Summit, okay. Messers.
So, fat shaming maybe, but I feel qualified to be in a fat shaming area, given the fact that I relate so much. But I do, you know, notwithstanding the hatred of the Beach Boys song on Cat's Butt, I actually really like the Khawaja jingle as well. But I can't go past the Summit jingle. It's just so clever. So yeah, Summit.
Well, now, Sock, you do have a casting. Well, you don't have a casting vote, but you can take this to a review or not. It's up to you.
You know, I like the Summit jingle. I saw a bit of him play. He played for Melbourne Renegades, I think, in the Big Bash. And my thing, you know, when I first thought when I saw him was, Jesus, who's this big fat guy? But he did pretty well. I like the jingle. I think it's too long. I think it would be a nightmare if you're in the seat on the mic at the time, because you'd need to cut it off, or, you know, throw something at the person who was in charge of the jingle machine to cut it off. I like the Khawaja one. It's well put together. Yeah, there's a little bit of subtle racism there, but I thought it was a good tune. So I'm going with Usman Khawaja on this one.
You
That's the
are
most
going with
Australian
Kawaja.
thing.
Well, that does mean we have a tie. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Maxwell's taken on the
Time for
pad.
review.
He's out. Here comes the review. Here comes the review.
Is he
waiting for it?
Is he?
We're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. Here it comes. Review. You fucking idiot! That's so plumb. It's unbelievable. This is hitting.
This is umpire's call at absolute worst.
Yeah, this is hitting middle stop.
No, we'll take that out. There you go.
Well, there you are. Right, now, seeing as you were last, Sock, I'm going to go with you up against Jack, I think. Here
No, hold
is-
on. They both voted for the same song. You've got to
Well,
have
does-
people on other sides.
well, they-
determine who wins.
No, they're just going to represent England and Australia here. And the
Oh,
question,
is that it?
question is this: Samit's highest first-class score is higher than Usman Khawaja's. What's the difference between those two scores? You have to give me a number. Start with you, Jack.
71.
71 for you, and Sock.
25.
25. Oh, you've made that really difficult for me. Bear, you're going to help me with the math. I can tell you, Samit's highest first class score was 257. Usman's 214. So who's
43.
close?
43. So Sock
43
wins.
is the difference. Yeah. So Sock wins it for Australia. They needed that.
It's close.
Okay.
You let us down, Jack.
Yeah, so Sock wins out. No, I
Couldn't
knew. Obviously, I
believe
knew
that.
the answer was 43. It was the figuring out who was closest was vexing me. Right. So there is all to play for. I tell you, Australia need this to tie. I think. Let me just double check. 1, 2.
There's 11 teams. It can't be a tie. How many players do we have?
Well, no, because they're 10. We've had 10 so far, and Australia have 1, 2, 3, 4. England have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so they could tie it.
Well,
And the two
Hold
in low.
Hold on.
5 plus 4 is 9.
Yes, exactly.
England have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So far, Australia have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
So it's 5 all.
And this is the winner. This is to
This is the
decide who-
deciding. Oh, this is
This is
Just like you
absolutely
said.
the decider. Just like
amazingly.
like I almost said. Correct. All right. So we have got to close off proceedings. None other than the man who's fond of his bananas, Peter Siddle, and who else? The venerable James Anderson.
Tricky, huh?
Well, I don't know quite what I should do. I'm at the Aussie team barbecue. I have found myself something to eat, but I don't think it contains any meat. Bangers to the left of me, burgers to the right, but I'm eating Peter Siddle's tofu.
Up against. Where is he? Here he is.
Well, I catch you later, Mr. Simmons. On Twitter, Jimmy Anderson.
Yep. Burnley's finest. Right. I'm going to start with you, Messrs.
So I really can't go past the Peter Siddle jingle. And I love Peter Siddle anyhow. So it's got to be Peter Siddle for me.
Peter Siddle for you. Kat.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm with Peter Siddle. I mean, you can't really top that last line, can you? Eating Peter Siddle's tofu is just spectacularly good. So, and the Jimmy Anderson jingle, it's not exactly a jingle. It's more just someone yelling out his name. I'm sure we can come up with
Norcross, actually, but you know.
Yeah. I'm with Siddle.
Well, it's also, if we're being sort of, particularly correct, it's a tad northernist, but there we go. Let's go on to who haven't we had? Sock.
I think the Jimmy Anderson one's a bit wishy-washy. It's not really there. Doesn't have much to it. I like the Siddle one. Bit of a joke about his dietary habits. The man did get a hat trick on his birthday, So let's go with Peter Siddle.
We are going for Peter Siddle, though. All right, Annie.
But you say it's a tad northernist, but you know, Peter Siddle's, you could say it's a tad vegetarianist. But having said stuck in the middle of it, yeah, it's got to be Siddle. It's just a lovely tune. It's a funky tune. It just makes you happy. I'm going with that one.
What have you done, Bear?
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, the problem is we got so many Jimmy Anderson jingles, but a lot of them are just rip-offs of songs like that had Jimmy written in. And there's quite a few sons with Jimmy in.
We actually have Jimmy, don't we? The
we got the Rifles. We've got the Undertones. There's one by Green Day. Yeah, so there's a lot of songs with Jimmy in it that we just ripped off, and that was an original, and that was done years ago. And it is good. It's quite entertaining, and it is a bit northernist, but I'm a southerner, so that's all right. And but Peter Siddle's is another genius little bit of lyric writing by Sherwood. So unfortunately, I have to go to Siddle.
All right. And who haven't I been to yet?
Jack.
Yeah, it's 6 from 6. The Jimmy Anderson, it's a bit too balmy army for my liking. So Peter Siddle, definitely.
It's too balmy on me. Well,
what a comeback.
That is going to mean 1, 2, 3. Big decision. I'm just going to double count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, the Jingle Ashes have gone to the drumroll. The urn is going to be staying in Australia. Well, it won't ever leave Lords because it never does. But in fact, on this occasion, replica. The little replica is going to belong to Australia for this Jingle Ashes to the tune of 625. Right, a couple of things I'm going to nip around the room, and you're just going to tell me who's going to win and why. Let's do that very quickly. I'm going to start with you, Kat.
Well, I've just put a couple of bets on today, you'll be glad to know, and Dan and I had great delight going through the odds for a 0-all series, because I think we're going to get some washed out tests, and we're going to get a few draws, and possibly no single result. And if we do get a result, it's going to be 1-0, 2-0, possibly 2-1, 3-0. So I've actually put a sneaky bet on all of those results, and I managed to put a bet on, for 40 Australian dollars, I've bet on all of the results, and I get my money back no matter which one comes in. But I am betting, I get the most money if it's a 0-all series result. So that's what I'm predicting.
You're going for a 0-0 draw. It's either a series of washouts or draws.
0 or draws. I'm happy if they're draws. That's more fun, actually, than washouts. Way more fun.
That's an interesting... That's going to make...
You weren't expecting that,
don't get me wrong. I love a ground out attritional draw, but 5 in a row might be...
Especially when we're staying up all night. It's all right for you lot over there.
But there you go. Messers.
So that's a very 60s result, and it'll all draw in a 5-test series, isn't it? I actually think that it's going to be a 2-1 result, one way or the other. And I've done a little bit what Kat's done. I've bet on Australia winning 2-1 at $8 and England winning 2-1 at $17. Because I think inevitably the weather's going to be shit. It looks like there's going to be plenty of rain in Brisbane, although it does dry out really quickly, but it may well be a draw there. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a draw in Melbourne. And the result in Adelaide is likely, but England could win that. Sydney probably a result. And then I think the last test likely to be in Hobart. That can always be a draw down in Hobart. Past pitches there are anything to go about. So yeah, I'm going 2-1 Australia is the most likely result, but who knows?
Okay, and so.
I mean, for all the talk about the weather, there's not many test matches that go to a 5th day anymore, so I think, if they get 3.5 or 4 days of cricket in, that they can probably maybe get a few more results. But, the odds are that it's probably a 2-1. I can't see either team pulling 3 out of the hat in this series. It's interesting. I think the teams are a little bit closer than maybe what a lot of the pundits are suggesting. I think what's going to really come down to is the attritional of the fast bowlers. I mean, conditions are if you get it very hot and humid in Australia, that's what's really going to take it out of them. I think on paper, neither team is particularly strong at the crease. They've all had their bit of batting woes over the last few years. I think it's really going to come down to, those little magical spells by one or two bowlers in a game to swing it. 2-1, yeah, I think Australia probably have the advantage. They're at home. But, saying that, I think if it is wetter and it's a bit more humid, I think that's going to suit Jimmy Anderson and his little duckers away from the right-handers. So, yeah, 2-1, but I think it will be very close.
2-1, but close. Okay, and Bear.
On another podcast, I went 3-1 to Australia because I'm usually really optimistic about our chance of winning Australia. And the last 2 times I've said that we got absolutely pumped. So I'm trying to reverse psychology on myself this time and saying that Australia are going to win 3-1 because I didn't realise the weather was so bad, but I assume there'll be a draw somewhere because I always assume there's going to be a draw somewhere. So for this show, maybe I'll just go different, and England are going to win 2-1.
2-1. Oh, okay. 2-1 for you and Jack.
4-0 or 3-0 if it rains.
You're a
I think it's what
to England.
What happens? No. What happens with this England team is they go 3 months without playing, and then we all just assume that like Cook and Trott are back in the side or something like that. They can't bat for shit. Bowling away from home is not going to be very good. Australia, it's not a vintage Australia side. There's still a Smith and Labuschagne in it, and Cummins and Hazelwood. Stark normally terrorises England, and Stokes can't bat against Lyon. So there's a few ways they can get us. 4-0.
Right. Wow. Okay. Thank you for
You
that.
just went from 3-0 to 4-0. You talked yourself into
Talking to yourself, you do.
It rains. It might rain a bit more than like it normally does. So maybe 3-0.
I think having
good
the
drainage
Perth,
at the Gabba.
having the Perth test out of the mix, you'd almost always certainly get a result in WA because you very rarely lose many sessions to weather. So I think that's one big thing. If you take the likelihood of that test is, I think, not going to go ahead. So I think if you take that out of the mix, whether it's replayed in one of the bigger venues or as Jez suggested that it goes to Hobart, that does bring, I think, the likelihood of losing more time to weather and possibly then forcing a draw because of that. I think 4-0, very brave. Very brave.
Okay. And Annie.
Yes. Okay.
Can England summon up the
I'm gonna
spirit of
go
86-87?
for not quite what Kat went for, but I'm gonna go for 1-1. And I think England have actually won 2 tests in Australia in the last 20 odd years or whatever. No, more than that. So in 86-87 they won 1 test, and in 2010-11. So it's about time we won another 1, I would say. I think, just going on that logic. And I think there's going to be quite a few draws. So I think we will have 1 victory. And I can't see Australia getting past us too much. So I'm gonna go 1-1.
You get good odds for that, Annie. It's 26-1 if you want to put a bet on.
I've never put a bet on. I wouldn't know how to do it.
We can teach you.
Could you? I bet you could.
Just wire the money to Kat. She'll do it for you.
That's all right. I've already got a bet on 1-1. So if it wins, I'm not going to send you the money, but I'll let you know
how much I would have won.
I will throw this spanner in the works though. Omicron. What happens?
Yeah.
We have the
That's
first test, and halfway through the second test, Omicron takes over the world, and the whole thing gets cancelled.
Yeah, that's the other reason I'm staying low on like 1-1 because God knows what will happen.
Yeah, well, Omicron sounds like sort of the viral equivalent of a good all-rounder. It seems to be good at everything. Can defeat the injections. It looks pretty unbeatable.
So Tony, this is one where you actually get to have a vote. What's your prediction?
I probably am going 2-1 England. I've just got a sneaky feeling. I've been studying that 86-87 series a lot. The can't bat, can't bowl, can't field team. Yes, they had 2 spinners, but take the fantastic Graham Dilley out of the equation. They only had 1 really quick bowler. Gladstone Small took 5 wickets at the MCG. Chris Broad was man of the series. Got 3 back-to-back tons, the first player to have done it since Wally Hammond and
I think we've got a chance of getting a victory. I really do.
I think they could look to that team for some inspiration, and it's going to be a bit closer than people are giving it credit for. I've just got a feeling England could shade it. So I'm going to redress the balance a little bit.
16 to 1 for that, Tony, so you could make a killing.
Well, I'm not going to put the house on it. Let's put it that way. But
I think you should, Tone. I think you should.
I think I should put my house on it. Okay. Well, I have to tell you then, for the secondary event, the Ashes itself, our Gorillas seem to be going primarily for Australia. 4 votes for Australia, 1 for England, and 2 draws. In, of course, the big event, Australia have won the Jingle Ashes. Before I say thank you to everybody for this fantastic show, what I am going to do is remind you that if you want to help Guerrilla Cricket, you can go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, or you just go to guerillacricket.com and you can find a great link to go to Patreon. If you help us on Patreon, there are different levels of help you can give us. It helps to keep ungeo-blocked, free, internet-based commentary going around the world. Music, jingles, fun for all major test series involving England, and much more besides. You can get t-shirts, you can get access to our archive, you can get a bunch of fantastic things, but above all else you will be helping the show. So that's patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and you can definitely help us. So with that, I am going to say the hugest of thank you to Cat Jones, Cricket Back Cat. Cat, thank you.
No worries.
Returning Lazarus-like from somewhere. Sock.
Thanks, Tony. Looking forward to it.
The patriarch of Perth, the Papa Smurf of Western Australia, Messi Jez.
Thanks, Tony. I've had a ball with everybody. Thank you all.
Fantastic. And of course, the whispering Bob Harris of Guerrilla Cricket. None other than Jack Hope.
I think I know that reference. Radio DJ?
Yeah.
I should tell you, by the way, I remembered Country Girls, Primal Scream. There you go, right back to the very first jingle.
That's a callback.
It was Primal.
They weren't a Manchester band, they're from Glasgow.
Okay, so I got that wrong. There was, of course, the voice of the bear. We get on air because of the bear. And finally, Saint Annie of Exeter, who you will be hearing, of course, as well. Annie, thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's been a joy.
Enjoy the series. We will see you from the very first ball of the very first test right the way through to what is now probably Hobart. But we will be there all the way. And thank you for listening.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
We are back. We are back. There, you're looking shocked. Am I not supposed to have said that? Am I supposed to not be back?
No, you're supposed to be back.
Oh, I'm supposed to be back. Well, I am back indeed, and I'm joined by, all the way from Philadelphia, US of A, a man who appears to be busy trying to sort his headphones out at the moment, Brian Barish.
I think they're good. Can you hear
they
me?
sound all right. Yeah, they sound good.
Yeah, good. Well, if I sound all right, then I must be doing something right, I guess. I don't know.
You are indeed, and we're also due, I believe, to be joined by, who are we missing there? We're missing
Anindo. He's not here.
Anindo, where is he hiding? Where is that Anindo hiding?
In Singapore, I would think.
Well, he's yeah, I know.
And Singapore is not a very big place, so he can't be hiding that well.
He could fire. I tell you, if the Singapore police wanted to find you, they'd find a way. I can't tell you how I know that, but I believe, but I mean they would. It has been, well, folks, it has been a chastening morning for England. It's 113 for 1 Australia. England looked menacing early. Ollie Robinson particularly did well. Got the wicket of Harris early on for just 3, caught by Dawid Malan. England tails were up, things were looking bright, but gradually and then with increasing speed, it seemed that Warner and Marnus Labuschagne really rather got on top of the bowling. Poor old Jack Leach went for 31 off 3 overs, got absolutely belted. Ben Stokes did bowl Warner, but it was a no ball. Would you believe 6 times David Warner has survived being got out off no ball, what turned out to be no balls. One of those, worryingly for England, he went on to make 335. That was for Australia.
God, if he does that, Tony, I'm
Pakistan.
fucking shooting myself. Jesus.
Well, Bear, we don't do that. We can't have that going on, Bear. I mean, there's. I agree, it would be a less than
Having to watch
experience.
Davey Warner score 300 odd in an Ashes test. Oh God.
Well, he's also Ben Stokes got previous in that area as well. Let me tell you, he got what was it? Adelaide 2013. Haddon was on 50, wasn't he? And he went on to make a ton. What really worried me, Brian, was the fact that it was his 4th one, and the umpire. What were the umpires doing? They've been just asleep at the wheel. How did they keep missing the ones? What happened with the ones that had gone before?
I mean, sometimes logic is a 4-letter word, and sometimes, I don't know, and it's. You would think, especially with all the technology, I think it has to go to like an automatic. I feel like every ball needs to be checked at this point.
Well, it's supposed to be. That's the thing, but they need some sort of automated way of doing it, some sort of pressure pad system or something.
Hawkeye.
Well, yeah, there is Hawkeye. Look, and India turned up just in time for the first ball.
Where is he? MrLastMinute.com of Singapore. Is he here?
Yeah, there he is. He's just turning up on your screen. So I will duck out because I'm not supposed to be here.
Sorry.
It's the late and India Dutta. How are you, Anindo?
Not yet.
Well, keeping us in. Bears already kept us in suspense once today. By dint of the lost keys and the trip across London to.
I heard about his. I heard about his trip. Although I couldn't figure out how he got to Stratham and then to Guerrilla Cricket Towers.
Rumour has it that at least
10 minutes to spare.
Rumour has it.
He's
at
either
least
fibbing about the 1 hour in the beginning or he's not. Sorry, what's the rumour?
Well, I was about to say, rumour has it that at least 4 speed cameras exploded in the course of that journey. Anyway, it's 113 for 1. It's going to be Ollie Robinson who started proceedings. Well, he's going through his calisthenic warm-up. Let's jingle him up. Indeed.
Not looking good, huh?
Floating on a night beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble. It's not a slab of shame. It's not a slab of shame.
Yep, he's going to be bowling to the man from Klerksdorp in Northwest Province in South Africa originally. A full and forward comes Labuschagne just to guide it really towards point where Hasib Hamid does the fielding. The ball is in the hands of Joe Root, giving it an almighty shine, hoping for something. Joe Root, boy, that the wicket that wasn't off Warner, that will have hurt. I did notice something else that struck me, Anindo. Was spider cam interviews appear to have come into to be part of this series. I've never seen that before. Have I just been missing it? We'll just wait for a moment as Robinson is in, left easily enough outside of his off stump. Yeah, all of a sudden they were taking a drinks break and Joe Root's having a long conversation with Spider Cam.
Spider Cam.
When was this? A couple of days ago, when the Spider Cam got all tangled up. Where was that? In one of. It was in the India-New Zealand series, or in this one? I can't remember now.
I don't know. But what surprised me was I thought I'd missed something. I thought it's not the end of. It wasn't even the end of the over, and yet they were having this.
But it obviously gets too close to the players. That's for sure.
Well, yeah. Anyway, Robinson is going to be barreling in again. And he's whipped nicely off his toes by Labuschagne towards mid-wicket. It's fielded. To be more accurate, it's misfielded by Mark Wood. We've already had an injury scare with Ben Stokes. It's Wokes, I beg his pardon. but he seemed to trip over his own feet in the process of doing it. Takes Australia onto 114. And the signs are ominous. The signs are ominous for England after a good, aggressive start. Even the weather.
And when you say, the weather's gone against the English. Well, you know, England opposition for decades have been saying that about English weather. So you're just getting a bit of it back.
We wait for Robinson to bowl 2. David Warner will reset himself, I'm sure, although that one squares him up, goes past the outside edge. And Warner, who has developed, well, maybe he's always had it, but whenever he is beaten, genuinely beaten, as he was there, he just grins, which I suppose was actually Joe Root's trick for years, and he probably to a certain extent still does. That got him completely squared up, moved away off the scene, through to Butler it went. But Warner again survives an Indo.
Yeah, and if Bear was in his chair, he would be saying that's Glenn McGraw version 2.
He probably would. Version 1, I've noticed, has quite often stood next to Mel Farah, edged and dropped by Rory Burns.
I don't believe this.
Dropped
I do not
by
believe
Rory
this.
Burns, who I have to say, on a scale of 1 to 10, is on about -70 as to how well this match is going for him. That is incredibly costly for England. A legitimate edge. It was away to third slip. Rory Burns should have had it. It was catchable height.
He could not have asked for an easier catch.
Pure edge. It was
honestly.
second slip. Straight to
seriously.
him. Down
his palms.
Yeah.
What's the fielding equivalent of a golden duck?
Well, I don't know.
Whatever it is, it's that. It's that catch.
So now he's got, what, a platinum? If we count that as a golden plus the
Shows the barbers, I think, for Rory Burns as punishment. Get rid of that ponytail. He's got to get.
Lucky Knuckles not here.
Got to get his head back in the game.
Oh,
but
Lord.
really, when your luck's out, it's out. Robinson's got to get him back in the game, himself back in the game. Warner, Labuschagne was having none of it. Just pushes it away into the onside. There is no run. It's 115 for 1. And Warner now has survived, not only being bowled off a no ball, but one of the more straightforward slip chances you will ever see. We can see it, you can't. The Bear is just with his head in his hands.
Bear looks like Burns's palms feel, I'm sure. I think he's sick. Let me run through some tweets unless
he actually hit his wrist, though. No, yeah. Go ahead.
Whatever it was, he didn't get it. Let me go through some tweets. If I skip yours in the rebound, I apologize. Messi retweeting Toby Tarrant saying Marcus Labuschagne bats as if he ordered Steve Smith off of Wish. G1 Select, disappointing he can't even get a bowl for the Lions today. Leach has nothing in these conditions. Warren, good night, folks. Here's to waking up with Australia all out for 130 and Burns and Hamid with a pair of not out tons. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be Mark Wood. He's coming around the wicket, and that one catches Warner amidships, with he's still managing to smile. I'd like to see the replay to exactly where that did hit him, and there it is. Oh no, it's not. Hopefully we're going to see the no ball that didn't get him. I'll tell you what was noticeable in Indo on that no ball. Stokes looked almost apologetic even after he'd taken it, didn't he? To me, even when I saw it real time the first time, I thought, well, he should look more excited than that, and he didn't.
He gave it a reluctant high five.
Yeah, it was a very reluctant high five. Wood in again, down leg side, an attempted swish to steer it away down to long leg by Warner. He doesn't connect, and it's taken by Jos Buttler.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the only positive thing you can say about Rory Burns' attempt to take that catch was that he moved faster than the ball.
Well, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. His contributions to this game so far, Rory Burns, let's just say he's not in the credit column, and possibly for him, leave it at that. This one hurries Warner a little, but he's able to play it back to the bowler. It was certainly very quick, pushing 150 kilometres an hour.
Yeah,
147, 148 was it?
Yeah. around 148.
Yeah, those BT captions come and go, or Fox captions, or whatever they are. They whistle them up so quick, we barely have time to see them. 49 anyway. David Warner is on the cusp of another 50 for him, and albeit he's just survived.
He's like a
the
cat.
luggage that dropped. He does have lives. Yeah, he has plenty of lives. 2 slips for England. Oh yeah, swish outside of off stump by Warner, and it's past him, and there was no edge. It's through to Butler, so he will stay on 49. Would have certainly attempted to give him a bit of a working over. 147, 148, 145. There's been a number of balls. He's really dropping them in short and trying to ruffle David Warner, but you just have a feeling that in David Warner, he's the type of scrap he loves, right?
Yeah. This is what he loves doing. I mean, you saw what he did right after he missed the ball. He played that shot again. It was a rubbish shot the first time and a rubbish shot the second time, but he played it anyway.
Mark Wood, he's bristling with intent, and it's short again, and Warner's able to lean back and through to Butler once more. It goes for good, aggressive, effective deliveries from Wood, but crucially for England, that wicket eludes them still.
If you could get that ball coming in, yeah, I think Wood's got the right attitude. He's trying to do the same thing, the right thing. But if that ball bounces and goes towards Warner's head, I think he's ripe for giving a catch. But the ball's just too far outside the off stump. I mean, it's just he's throwing his bat at it.
Around the wicket once more. This time Warner can wait and guide it towards cover. There is his 50. He'll make 2. He'll move past 50 to 51. They ought to be able to indeed come back for 3. Yes, they will. So David Warner moves to another Test 50 for him. He's on 52. Australia move on to 118 for 1. The Gabba rises in appreciation of Warner, who's thoroughly enjoying that moment. Punch of gloves with Marnus Labuschagne. Well, penny for the thoughts.
Holding his hand up.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
I love that jingle.
Well, Brian, who have we got?
David Warner with another success after his well performance in Mary Poppins Returns. Oh, right, wrong one. Messi, we already said. Oh, Messi confirmation from Gabba match officials that the tech for monitoring all no balls has been down for the entire match. They have reverted to old playing conditions, leaving no balls up to the standing umpires, who can refer individual deliveries to the broadcaster on request. Jeff Gundry 101 Lord says, suggest you take the rest of the week off, lads. The palms are well and truly cooked already. Well, some of us aren't palms.
That's his 31st Test 50, by the way, for David Warner.
The problem with this, the no ball technology not working right now and leaving it to the on-field umpires, is that the on-field umpires have just stopped looking down. So they're never going to spot a no ball unless there is a dismissal.
In comes Ollie Robinson. Forward comes Warner again. Big, solid defence, which he then plays 3 or 4 more times, having effected it well enough the first time. He sort of retrospectively plays it again.
Cricket's one of the few sports I've never umpired, but I have to imagine it's kind of, I would say it's challenging to have to look down and then immediately look up as the delivery is going on.
It is I understand it's very challenging. I mean, we can talk about it after this. I've had a lot of conversation with Simon Toffel on this, and I can tell you what he says.
We'd be very interested to hear that as Robinson is in, and that's left reasonably close to his off stump, but not close enough. It's good judgment by Warner. It's through to Butler. Yes, an Indo. Simon Toffel, I know you've spent time with him. Tell us.
Well, his point is that there are now so many things for umpires to look at that when they basically stopped looking at the no ball. Most umpires stopped looking at the no ball anyway, because you look down, you look up, you've got to make sure, especially in one days, you've got to make sure everyone's in the circle or outside it, as the case may be. It's just crazy the number of things that they have to look at.
Robinson again, left alone by Warner. Getting that extra little bit of bounce is Robinson, as he did early on. Maybe whatever they had for lunch, what was it, prawns and pavlova, was Beefy's guess. Whether that is what they had or not, I don't know.
Prawn flavored pavlova.
Yeah.
I'm less sure about that. That's
I mean, with modern cuisine these days, who knows?
It'd certainly be experimental, I suspect. 118 for 1. A day so far, very much Australia's. 3 slips in places, a ring of 5 on that offside, but this is just pushed back to the bowler, Robinson, by Warner. There is again no run. Robinson, who's taken the only wicket to fall so far. Marcus Harris went for 3, caught by Dawid Malan, who probably could offer some catching tips to Rory Burns. One feels 118 for 1 Australia. And they're closing in on that 147 that England had posted. Robinson again, in he comes. No. Forward push towards mid-on by Warner, and it is the end of that Robinson over. It's a maiden. Brian.
Ravi Nair, I'm not tweeting wittily or otherwise, but trust me, I'm appreciating you. We appreciate you too, Ravi. You and Innes, just for the banter, can we have Australia declare at 148 for 1 as the rain comes in? We're not playing Scottish rules, mate. Farong, Rory Burns, was he a Scottish goalkeeper in a previous incarnation? With a name like that, sure. Mayank says, bloody hell, what a drop. Indeed, indeed. Jeff, at Nobody 1300, have they figured out the snicko yet? Maybe all the third umpire has is a set of binoculars. Jeff, help need please, lads. Can you tell me which Village Green club Rory Burns plays for? Thanks in advance. Hashtag all-time dud.
In comes Wood, and left by Labuschagne, who chews frantically as he looks back at the bowler. Well, he's from Epsom, which has a pretty decent cricket club. I'm not sure whether he played for Epsom, but that's certainly where he was from, Rory Burns.
Just the other thing about the umpiring, which I just remembered, what Simon was once telling me is there's just so much pressure on the umpires because of the technology involved and them being, proved wrong, that they concentrate so much on that that they've basically stopped looking down the newer umpires.
Comes Wood again, and that one jags back in a little at Labuschagne. Labuschagne gives him an appreciative little nod. And through to Joss Butler it goes. 52 for Warner, 54 for Labuschagne. A tough day at work for Joe Root and for his England charges here. It's 118 for 1.
He'll be looking to play a bigger innings the second time round.
Well, yes, indeed. He'll no doubt about that. In comes Wood, worked off his hip nicely by Labuschagne. Fielded by Hasib Hamid. They will take a single. I mean, I think one weapon is almost had to be withdrawn from England's arsenal, hasn't it? The way that they got after Jack Leach with those 31 was it, off 3 overs. It means the sort of rest period for the quicker bowlers gets shortened by the fact that they've got one bowler they probably, certainly while these two are in, don't really dare now use. Which means you're going to probably have to bowl Stokes a bit more than you'd want to in Indo, right?
Yeah, which is not a bad thing, except that he's just coming back, I guess.
In comes Wood around the wicket. Pulled.
That's what I was
down back with a square. There is a man there, but he won't have a chance of catching it. It's Stokes, and it will be 4 more for David Warner. And we can't do it. The pair seems to be timing the wood strips.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4. See, we don't need him.
Well done.
Uncanny. That was uncanny. It was a lovely shot, though, by David Warner.
Yeah,
Jack
but
Leach.
you know, this is exactly what I was talking about. I think Wood's doing the right thing because Warner definitely looked uncomfortable in that shot. He got the 4, but he looked uncomfortable.
Yeah, he did. Well, Labuschagne is going well on 55. Warner's passed him now, though, on 56. It's Warner who's facing, and that one goes between bat and pad, but through to Butler. Warner just scratches his mark, lifts his bat high above his head, and collects himself, ready to face the next Mark Wood delivery. Is it just me, or is it every Australian batsman sort of progressively developing the ticks and manoeuvres and strange sort of jerks between balls? It seems to be David Warner's doing it more than I ever remember him doing it, but it could be just my imagination.
Running away with me.
Running away with me. Yes, indeed. Mark Wood is running away from us and towards David Warner, but just pushed towards Darren Milan, who is there at point, and there is no run. 123 for 1. It's the end of that Mark Wood over. Brian.
Farang, consolation prize for today goes to Mark Wood, who can generate a ball speed in kilometers per hour greater than the total score made by England in their first innings. England 147, Wood 148.2. So advantage Horseman. Messi Jez says, pretty sure that Rory Burns is sponsored by the Last Drop Village Hotel and Spa. He also might be sponsored by Maxwell House, because it is. Go to the Last Drop. Jamie Cook, what about the fact that Rory Burns, has 6 ducks? He isn't remotely good enough yet, keeps getting picked. Plus, he has awful hair. John Doe says he's been off all year. I guess, again, we're talking about Burns. And we are caught up on Twitter. When we go back next, if I have time, we'll do some YouTube and Facebook.
Well, we're going to wait for Ollie Robinson, who is bowling to Labuschagne, who just pushes it back down the track, and there is no run. Interesting stat, actually, that we've just been given here, which is yesterday England played and missed 17% of the time and lost 5 wickets. Today Australia have played and missed 21% of balls but have lost just 1.
Well, you can console yourself by saying that the Aussie batsmen are just not good enough to take the Knicks.
Well, yeah, that's possibly true here and there. It was certainly a fine opening spell by Ollie Robinson, and indeed by Wood and Wokes, who all bowled well earlier on and just didn't get the luck, as this one is the... we need to give a shot for that, a name to that shot.
Most bizarre, I mean,
it's the hook that isn't the hook, it's the pull that isn't the pull, it's the one that you deliberately...
It's the fly swat.
You swish above the ball. Yeah, it's the fly swat. Thank you. The fly swat, that'll do. We'll call it the fly swat. It's the lightsaber leave, says Knackle. I can understand that, yeah. And it's ugly.
For sure.
The lightsaber leave. Indeed. Labuschagne 55, 123 for 1 Australia. We're 2 balls into the 36 over. There's 3 slips go down, but they won't be called into play here because that's through to Butler outside the off stump. And again, there is no run. I noticed that Robinson runs in past the advertising sort of thing that's sort of projected or burnt, whatever, however they do it, onto the pitch, and it says "job done." And the irony being that it is anything but job done as far as the England bowlers are concerned. But there we go. Ollie Robinson is doing his best.
Good spot, that.
Have you demoralized the England bowlers? Job done.
Job done. Well, yes, indeed. Robinson again going to be bowling to Marnus Labuschagne. Swings in to him on that occasion and is pushed away towards straightish mid-on, where it is fielded by Wokes, I think. Indeed it is. And again, there was no run. Now that moved in a little bit, I think, in Indo, didn't it?
Yeah, they did. It was a good delivery, actually, and I don't think he quite got it.
Well, it was, as we were saying, I mean, he seems to be quite enjoying this track to bowl on, does Robinson. With a bit more luck, he could have had a couple of wickets.
He's been impressive. I mean, in every test match he's played, right?
In he comes to Labuschagne, and that's a, shall we call it, the well-judged leave on that occasion. But he's a man who seems to be very comfortably aware of where his off stump is, does Marnus Labuschagne. And once more it's through to Butler, 123 for 1. 50s for these two. Warner perhaps the more fortunate to still be there, having survived the no ball dismissal that was then overturned off Stokes, and then the most glaring of drops.
This was a big no ball as well, what Robinson just bowled.
He did. And this one again is past the outside edge through to Butler.
For someone who's not very fast, he is getting past the bat consistently.
Let's go. He's got the McGrath about him somehow. There's definitely a bit of Glenn McGrath about him that nags away at that line, just getting enough movement. And he's been unlucky. I genuinely think in the case of Ollie Robinson, he's been unlucky. Brian.
YouTube. Superbus Starodub. Burns needs a good haircut. Sure. MattCast44. There we go. There's the drop catch. And look who's dropped it. Quell's surprise, or however you say it in French. Andrew Stevenson. Quelle surprise. Andrew Stevenson. Not England Day, but who knows. Sheldon Film Productions. Warner always has his luck stats maxed out. Dan DeCastro with an old tweet or an old message. Rain half an hour away. England are fine. I think we're less than half an hour at this point. Sheldon Film Productions, even if we get a wicket, Smith is up next, so the ominous tone would continue. And United Extra Time. Are you lads aware that no ball technology is down? They are doing it old school with it. Yes, we already know that. Here we go.
We do indeed, but it ain't working, and I don't recall it not working when old school was genuinely old school, as this one is away by Warner into the offside off the bowling of Wood, and there is no run. I love your Quail surprise. Sounds like a dish you might be served in the Gav Rush, Brian. I quite like the idea of that. That's what you have before your pavlova. Be your Quail surprise.
And prawn pavlova, sure.
Remind me, mental note, I'm never going to eat in your restaurant. Yes.
I wouldn't eat it. I don't eat seafood, so no, I wouldn't be selling that or anywhere near it.
Mark Wood, determined look on his face. Round the wicket he comes. It's full. He's looking for the Yorker this time to Warner, but Warner has the bat down comfortably enough. And he's doing a little bit of remedial corrective work on the pitch there, because he obviously feels he might have taken a little tick out of it when he jabbed the bat down. Yes, he did. It's a good Yorker, actually. Certainly did its job and hurried him, but he played it well enough. Get the sense they're trying.
An interesting way of handling a Yorker, though. But you would think he's leaving quite a big gap for the Yorker to get through, but he actually gets it right.
Well, around the wicket he comes this time. It's slightly shorter, and Warner doesn't really. He's given us wide, in fact. Is that a wide on height? Or a wide on width?
Yeah, it can't be anything else. No. He wasn't very far from the stump, so it should be on height.
Yeah, I think it was Warner.
Yeah.
Swished
well
the bat
over his
underneath
head.
it. Is the repetition of no balls the fact that they're always there but they haven't been spotted recently, or lack of practice? And just let you answer that, as this one is pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
I just think the fact that nobody's pulling them up makes them, any bowler would want a bit of extra pace, and if they can go that extra step and make it a shorter pitch, why not?
Then we're basically saying, if without the technology, umpires are not able to spot it for themselves anymore.
I'm saying umpires are not making an attempt to stop it, because they have lost the art of looking down, so they're just not spotting it.
It is a lost art. This one hurries Warner a bit, but he plays it away towards point, and there is no run. 100.
You remember the older you remember the older umpires bending down, right?
Yes.
I mean, when as the bowlers came in to deliver the ball.
Absolutely. Well, when you say
everyone's upright now, you and I remember.
I literally do remember. Yeah, I do remember that. And
I don't.
Brian does.
I'm not as old as you two.
Well, I think even an Indo might take issue there on the grounds that I suspect he's not as old as me.
Well, not too far. But I think Brian just wasn't getting TV coverage at that time.
No.
Yeah, it was a big in Philly maybe at the time.
No.
In comes Mark Wood around the wicket. This one is carved by Warner. Backward a point. Take one, they come back for two. It might actually go all the way for four.
Yep.
It has
Very
done.
good shots.
Four more.
It's me,
To the delight of the Brisbane crowd.
It's me, says she.
So we have one ball left. I think there's a change at the end of this over, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go refill my tea and then come back and do another half an hour and then go to bed.
It's going to be a bit of knackle with Beefy and Messers, I think. Played that really well, did Warner.
Very
Guided it backward a point, and it just the ball sped away. And although they ran for all they were worth, it always looked like the ball was probably going to be favourite to get.
You let Warner get away, he's going to get away big.
And that one is Fuller and works off his legs, and the throw comes in from Hamid, who misses the stumps. Warner, I think, has lost his bat in the process as he turned back. Both Warner and Hamid are prostrate on the ground, looking at each other like a couple of, I don't know, cobras about to fight one another.
And for good measure, Warner
survives.
Puts his hand out like a swimming stroke to make sure he's got his hand.
Yeah, it was. He didn't quite get it. Warner slipped, so he's on the ground. The bat is short, so he then drops the bat. Had it hit, Warner was gone.
And then he crawls towards me.
And then he crawls like a man who's just like a shipwrecked sailor who's just reached land. Anyway, we're going to have a change around, and I will take a little break. Take care.
Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, David Warner riding his luck, caught bowler for no ball on 17, dropped by Rory Burns at first slip on 48, and then that was excellent work from Haseeb Hameed at short leg, diving and getting the throw in and not missing by very much, and David Warner would have been gone, but he is still there. Another 50 at the Gabba, 60 he is of 117 balls. Marnus Labuschagne, who this is his 5th innings at the Gabba, and it's the 4th time he's passed 50, is on 55 not out of 90 balls. Australia 128 for 1, by no means without alarm. England haven't been terrible, but they did let Australia get away in the second half of that first session, and having only put on 147, this looks like a long road back into this game as Australia trail by just 19 runs. I'm Knuckle Pandey, taking you through the next half an hour, and I'm joined by Jeremy Messi, Jez Henderson and Kieran Beefy Blake.
Hey Knackers, how are you, fella? You all good?
Yes, not too bad at all. To commence a period of essentially isolation. I'm going to the States in a couple of weeks, so I'm basically stuck at home, and handy that there's some cricket on. I mean, to be honest, when isn't there? Ollie Robinson is continuing his back of a length, and Labuschagne stands up tall and drops it into the onside, and there is no run. That stat that Bear gave us from the host broadcaster about the false shots, and yeah, there have been some false shots. There's been edges short of the slip cordon and through the slip cordon, and plenty of plays and misses as well. Robinson's bowled very well. Wood could easily have had a couple of wickets as well. So certainly it's not been as doomy and gloomy as the scorecard suggests, but the scorecard is nevertheless suggestive. In comes Ollie Robinson off that angled right arm over the wicket to Labuschagne, who leaves this. It's a very good leave. It swung away late. That didn't go over the top of the stumps. Marnus Labuschagne showing, expert judgment outside off stump, in the sense that off stump is still there.
Yeah. I think the fact that Hamid's just failed to run out David Warner, who dropped his bat, probably sums up the day so far for England, because he has definitely ridden his luck. He's had a few chances, like I say, the edges haven't quite got the hand, apart from Rory Burns' hand, and we know what that ended up with. But in terms of the day, that run out just sums everything up.
There's Robinson in again, 1 for 21 in the 11th over. This is outside off stump and left alone through to Josh Buttler. There is no run. Suspect that a few English writers are writing the why didn't you pick Broad and or Anderson tweets. This is the first Ashes test since Melbourne 2006, where England have picked neither of them, the first anywhere since 2016. To be honest, I don't know if Broad or Anderson would have bowled actually that much better than Robinson and Wood have in terms of sort of ball to batter.
The only thing I can say, Nick, is Anderson's length is probably that in between too short or too full. whereas Woody seems to bowl too short or too full. Robinson's length's been fantastic, but I think he's probably a bit more consistent in that really big area where the Aussies excelled yesterday, to be honest.
That's full. A little hint of swing maybe, but Marnus Labuschagne covers up, blocks to mid-on, there is no run. Yeah, well, Robinson's control of length is superb. We saw that during the English summer, and we saw it yesterday with Hazelwood and Cummins. I mean, you expect Mark Wood to bowl a bit shorter. He is quicker, and he has troubled David Warner. Could easily have had him a couple of times. Labuschagne a little bit less so. The Wood for Broad, I think, was the more interesting call for me. I think England made the right call playing a spinner. I know he got hit out of the attack, but I got slightly fed up of England not playing a spinner. And 5 specialist seamers, I think, is one too many. Labuschagne, the lightsaber leave. Darth Marnus has a leave over the top of the ball through to the keeper. There is no run.
I mean, the one thing that just sums it up. The Aussies have left the ball a lot better than England did. Obviously, 9 out of the 10 were caught yesterday, and most of them they didn't have to play at the ball, or they could have left, or whatever. But in terms of leaving the ball today, that's what Warner and Labuschagne have done really well.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson himself having a big swipe first ball. David Milan particularly confusing, given that he grew up in South Africa, not leaving the ball on length. Last ball what's been a good over from Robinson. A tempter outside off stump. Labuschagne not tempted. Taken by Butler at shoulder height. A maiden, but Australia can rather afford to play out Ollie Robinson at 128 for 1.
Yeah, exactly right. They don't. They've got the world ahead of them for not just this match, but for the whole series. The fact that they're probably going to go one up, and they're going to leave, like I just said, better than England, and that's what they've got to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, who knows what the weather's going to do. Jez, who's with us on socials?
Faster, fitter, stronger says Warner has been so lucky he could have danced and partied all night at a super spreader event and got nothing but a blister from his new shoes. Tom M says apparently England have only caught 78% of their slip chances since the start of 2020, the second worst record amongst Test nations. And Jay's woken up. He says, God damn it, Knuckle, now I want to read all your book titles. I have to compliment you, Beefy, too. It's the first time I've heard Knuckle referred to as Knackers, which is an interesting moniker.
I think that's my Aussie environment. I think Knackers is it's a term of endearment.
Somewhere between that and Brian Johnston. Change of bowling. I'm not too hot on my end at the Gabba because the Gabba looks the same all the way round, but Chris Wokes is replacing Mark Wood.
That would be, looking at that, the Stanley Street end, because the other end is Bolter Street.
Had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went to the team.
Judging by the long, lingering close-ups on Rory Burns, I suspect the host broadcasters are talking about that dropped catch. Wokes has bowled tidily, number 23 off his 9, did get a little bit of movement with the new ball, was tidy rather than threatening in the second spell. Oh, an idiot has run on the pitch.
Oh dear. Well, I'll give a couple of tweets then. Uncomfortably
Who gave Javo a ticket to Australia?
Oh, Jesus. The lost art of looking down. Wonder what Harold Bird would have made of all of this. And Grubby, Paul Harth, says Warner has more lives than the fellow in Groundhog Day. And so there I was, which is a new handle I haven't seen before, but welcome. He's in Virginia in USA. It says a third stroke brackets 10th reprieve for Warner. Yeah, if there was a rub of the green, then certainly none of it is going with England. That's for sure.
Did see there was a stat going around a few years ago of batters who scored the most runs after being dropped. Hashim Amla was top of the list.
Well, you sort of expected Park for it to be the batsman who make the most runs, and Hashim Amla was one of those too.
Well, yeah, you've got to score a lot of runs, admittedly, but I mean there were a few. There's a absurd game. I think it was at Cape Town against England after Bairstow and Stokes had smashed a 300-odd partnership, and Hashim Amla made 100 on a pretty flat pitch where he was dropped at least 5 times. The idiot has now been removed, and it's seen the last of its cricket as Wokes comes in to Warner over the wicket, slips away. This is back of a length and nicely guided by Warner, but straight to Hasib Hamid, the live wire at backward point, and there is no run.
Also, he's probably seen the last of $10,000 because I think that is the current fine for pitch invasions in Australia right now.
Good.
Yeah,
Depends
exactly.
where you are. In Perth, it's 20 grand, man.
Oh, wow. Inflation in Perth sees all that black gold money.
Well, I think the legislation here was changed when that dreadful racist banner appeared on the balcony at one stage at Optus Oval. And they overhauled everything.
Beef, I might ask you about the ends at the Gabba. Some grounds have a different sort of characteristics in terms of the ends. Chris Wilkes is taking a little bit of time from the Stanley Street. We've got 2 slips and a gully. Got a deep third man back, I think. We did have one of those for Wood. That's a good delivery, fullish, and Warner pushes to Stokes at mid-off. There is no run. Do the ends behave differently?
I don't think they do anymore, to be honest, because it's a big bowl, as we see. The elements don't have that much of effect. We don't get much wind inside the Gabba anymore. There used to be a slope, but I think they've kind of built that up when they redid the oval and put more sand in the base layer so it drains better. But I don't really think there is too much difference, although we did see a few deliveries from Wokes just before tea kind of pop up off the length.
That's a good delivery. In between length that Beefy was talking about. Warner wasn't quite sure whether to play or not. He does leave it on length in the end, but he made the decision a little bit late through to the keeper. There is no run.
And the other thing to remember about the Gabba as well, it is basically one of the only grounds left in Australia, test grounds anyway, that doesn't have a drop in pitch. It is an eau naturelle.
Yeah, and it's there is someone mentioned earlier this is the greenest they'd seen the Gabba for a while. This was left alone outside off stump through to the keeper. There is no run, and yes, certainly the Gabba of 2017-18 was a very slow, dead kind of affair. 13-14 was very bouncy, obviously, but there is some seam movement, a little bit of extra bounce as well. Those bowlers like Robinson, like Hazelwood, who can hit the pitch hard and will get some life out of the surface.
And we did see in the India test here last year, it really kind of died off. It wasn't as dangerous, and obviously the Australians went down for the first time at the Gabba for a long time.
Little bit of swing, and Warner's not quite sure what to do about it. Defends with softish hands due to that indecision. It goes to Johnny Bairstow at mid-wicket, who's on the field for someone, possibly Mark Wood, getting a change of shoes.
And Messrs, you'll know as well, the uproar about them not playing at the Gabba in the first test against India was the press were livid.
Perhaps less livid, presumably, after India had been bowled out for 36 at Adelaide.
Yeah.
So it didn't really matter in the end.
The best thing about it, Brisbane getting the 2032 Olympics, is that the Gabba's actually going to be knocked down and reconstructed.
2 slips in the gully. There's also a short extra cover, or a sort of short cover point, really, in catching in the off side. This is back of a length and blocked by Warner back to Wokes. There is no run. And Maiden, so if England can just string a couple of dots together, they lost control rather towards the end of the first session. Australia were going at 4 and over for the post drinks. It's been a bit better from England after lunch. Australia 128 for 1.
I don't understand taking me for task. He says, "Piss off, Jez. I've been awake all the time. I'm just operating on a nocturnal schedule. So I'm sober to type fanatically and frantically for now." And Paul Howarth says $3.99 with partnership in Cape Town. And Jay says it's slightly humbling to realise that a single pitch incursion would utterly bankrupt me. And Uncomfortably Numb says, didn't the Indian wicketkeeper drop Gooch for 30-something in 1990 and he went on to score another 300 runs?
Kieran Moray, Gooch was 29. I was at that game.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's still the most runs by a single batter in one test match, because didn't he score 100 in the second innings?
158, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah. The famous one, of course, is the Durham wicketkeeper Chris Scott, who dropped Brian Lara on 18 when Brian Lara went on to make 501. As Robinson continues from the Vulture Street end, and this is back of a length, and Marnus Labuschagne turns it into the onside. A bit of hurried fielding from the fielder at square leg, but there was always going to be a single.
Beefy, I now have an expectation that every sporting event of any significance had you in attendance.
The Zelig of sporting history.
Yeah, it's not just cricket, obviously. I've been to a few different things. It's along the way. I think at last count it was like 5,000 or more I've actually been in attendance to. So
it's a hell of a life.
Mayank would relate to that. He's travelled the world following sport, particularly tennis and cricket.
Yeah, he was at our great week out in Malahide back in 2018. This is a full delivery from Robinson and snatched in his follow-through as Warner pushes it back to him, and then Robinson sort of fakes to throw. There is certainly an aggression to Ollie Robinson, even if he isn't quick. So we see a crowd shot of a man who seems to have been transported from Nebworth, 1996.
Twisting my melons, man.
I think his melon has been well and truly twisted. Australia 129 for 1. Ben Stokes wearing 2 hats. Taking the 2-hat duty off Joe Root, gives that a yawn somewhere in the infield as Warner on 60 faces up to Ollie Robinson. This is left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I'm just talking about the Olympics in Brisbane getting it for 2032. You're right, they are going to knock down the Gabba and rebuild it, and that's going to put the Gabba out for 3 or 4 years in terms of... I think as soon as the Ashes finishes, whenever, 2028 or whatever, the day the Ashes finishes, which will probably be 3 days now in England's luck, they are literally moving in. But I just can't believe that they're going to knock down the Gabba after rebuilding.
I understand that from a spectator point of view, it's kind of crumbling.
It's a shit stadium.
Yeah, and apparently the broadcast facilities aren't great either. I mean, it's a pretty... It's not really... I think it got redeveloped in the early 90s and hasn't really had much done to it since. This is outside off stump and left alone through to the keeper. There is no run. Robinson sort of angling around that off stump length, just sort of top of off and just outside. No runs. In fact, just 1 run in the last 2.4 overs. Australia can afford a period of quietness, but this is useful for England.
I think
I'd like to see them go back and play at the Brisbane Showgrounds, which is where Bradman played his first test.
I think that was one of the first Ashes tests, wasn't it, in 1880 odd at the exhibition grounds?
I think you're right. Yes.
5th ball of the over from Robinson. Warner's had enough of this stuff, and he does, in fairness, get a half volley and puts it away very nicely. The outfield's a little bit slow after the rain that's been dumped around Queensland, but that one raced away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, right in Warner's slot there. Warner just put the front foot straight down the pitch, and he flayed it through the offside.
He can't. It's just a little bit too wide. He can't give David Warner width. There, jingle.
It's already been played.
Ah, okay. Yeah, apologies. We can't always hear the jingles in our headphones when we're commentating remotely, but we understand that, of course, that you can. See what Robinson does after being driven away. Ollie Robinson's haircut slightly looks like his trimmers ran out of battery halfway through. There's a bit of an unruliness to it on top. Just one bounces off a length. Trampoline, like tennis ball bounce through to the keeper. There is no run. 5 runs off the over. Australia 133 for 1.
Farong says prior history, nothing new here. When Rory Burns put India's Centurion Rohit Sharma down for the second time on Saturday morning, it took the number of drop catches by Joe's Root's team to 6, equaling the total they floored in 2019 Ashes matches at the Oval. Mayank says, I've had my share of travelling all over for sports, but 5,000 events? Now that is a bloody milestone. And Farong says, time for a second no ball only umpire on the field. The technology for the TV umpire to call no balls live isn't working at the Gabba. Ben Stokes overstepped 14 times in the first session. Just 1 was called on field, plus 1 on review.
And some of them weren't. I know Ben Stokes hasn't played that much cricket recently, but none of those were huge no balls. The one that got the wicket was a big no ball. We're back to the bad old days of just no balls being missed all the time. I think we saw when cricket eventually got its arse in gear and started calling them from the third umpire just how many front foot no balls are missed as Wokes continues. That's a good lead from Marnus Labuschagne, left on length. Slightly late decision, but it does go through over the top of off stump, and there is no run. I remember during lockdown 1 when we were all just watching loads of old cricket. I remember going back and watching Saqlain Mushtaq at the Oval in 2002, where Steve Buckner just missed no ball after no ball after no ball. And that was off an off spinner, so there's no excuse there for not having time to look down and look up. We heard Tony and Imda talking about crouching umpires. I mean, that's a long time gone now. As Wokes is in full, and Labuschagne comes half forward and pushes into the covers. There is no run. Wokes trying to see if the ball will swing a little bit. The lush outfield might make reverse a little harder. But as I was having a conversation from my own personal account with Mel Farrell, who's out there working for BT Sport and others, and apparently it is more complicated than just having a monitor and a camera and a walkie-talkie, which is what I assumed it was. But it does seem that it shouldn't be too technologically difficult to just give the... You could have someone filming it on their phone, frankly, from square leg.
You can have the umpire. the on-field
well,
umpire
indeed, yeah.
it.
Oh, yeah, just give him a GoPro. As Wokes is in full and clipped nicely by Labuschagne, one of his favoured shots, but they do have a mid-wicket in place, Darwin Milan, and there is no run. When seam bowlers are bowling particularly, and when you've got DRS to worry about at the other end, I don't really see why the umpire should have to look down and then look up again and try and work all that out within half a second.
I kind of imagined they'd be using the square leg run-out cameras for this type of thing, but clearly they're not.
Yeah, apparently not. It does seem odd.
I noticed Mel couldn't miss making the point that the technology was English.
This is a full delivery, and that's nicely played from Labuschagne, just from outside off stump. I think Milan got half a hand on that at mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg back, and Bairstow, who's rapid over the outfield, gets round to it, and they come through for 2. Yeah, Bairstow's still on the field. Yes, interesting, that. We do see this sometimes. Cricket is not as global a sport as it should be. Hotspot doesn't get used around the world because it's in Australia. It's Australian. I think it's Australian military technology, and apparently most boards simply can't afford to fly it out anywhere. So I had to get used to seeing Hotspot on the DRS yesterday. 2 slips away as Wokes goes down the leg side. That's a poor delivery, leg stump half volley, and Marnus Labuschagne is not going to miss out on that. 4 runs.
I did actually sit behind the Hotspot technology a few years ago.
Yeah?
And they only have one, and they do have someone manually moving it from end to end so that they can focus on the batsman.
I was reading a few years ago. Apparently it is insanely expensive.
Well, I tell you what, the guy's running it. I was speaking to the guy running it in Perth for the India test a couple of years ago. He thought it was a doddle. He was getting paid $25 an hour for just shifting it from end to end.
To Australia, where they pay people properly. 6 runs off the over. Wokes getting 2 straight in these last couple of deliveries with the field not set for it. Marnus Labuschagne does the rather than the lightsaber leave, he does the rom-com heroin leave, where he puts up his back leg as though we were about to be swept off his feet and kissed. Lovely and romantic as the ball flies past his nose. End of the over. England starting to lose a little bit of control. Might be time for Wokes to have a little spell. Australia 139 for 1, trail by just 8.
Wasn't that more Swan Lake or Nutcracker? Really?
So.
Wasn't quite that graceful, was it?
No, it was awful. Graham Barish says the 2032 Olympics will be held at the same year as the AFL International Cup. They're trying to get Aussie rules to be an official exhibition sport for that. Can you imagine? Jay Grover says no stats on this, and it may be the cross-generational ages of the gorillas, but I think the Happy Mondays Step On must be the most referenced song on Gorilla Cricket. And Benedetta says there was no party, but if there was a party, all the guidelines were followed.
God.
Actually, it was a business meeting with wine and cheese and Secret Santa presents, but not for Warner because nobody likes him.
This country, my word. And a bill has just passed Parliament allowing the Home Secretary to revoke people's citizenship without telling them or giving them a right to appeal. Including people who were born in this country. As Jack Leach replaces Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, good time for Leach to come on. Hopefully, we've already mentioned the fact he went for 31 off his 3 overs. Let the sting go.
It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
suppose what Leach can take a bit of heart from is that he was hit down the ground, so he was bowling full. He was just bowling a little bit flat. It wasn't quite the overspin that Nathan Lyon gets, where the ball was coming up above the eye line and dipping. So Warner and Labuschagne were able to pick the length quite comfortably. There is a long on back for David Warner as Leach comes in over the wicket. Just a solitary slip in place, tidy delivery-ish to start. This is turned into the leg side. Hasib Hamid fields at squarish mid-wicket, and there is no run. Actually started quite tidily, Leach, before he was hit about by Warner and Labuschagne. As Leach comes in, second ball of the over. Warner comes down the track and was slightly beaten in the flight there. He didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but manages to get enough bat on it to get it up to mid-off, and there is no run. Nicely bowled by Leach.
Absolute critical time, this really. If Leach gets hit out of the attack again, it is going to be a very, very long, I'm going to say, series for Leach. But it's if he gets on top here, that's going to be great.
Even if he can just get through a couple of overs going at 2.5 and over, just a little bit of control means that he doesn't have to. I mean, Stokes seems to be carrying a bit of an injury for the right-hander. We've got a slip, a backward point, a deepish point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, who's going back to long on now, or halfway back to the boundary at least, a mid-wicket, a interestingly sort of square fielder on the 45 and a deep square leg partway back to the boundary. So Labuschagne comes down the track and drives, almost yorked himself, did Labuschagne, and drives up to a very visibly limping Ben Stokes at mid-off for one.
Yeah, very visibly limping, you're right there. But interesting use of the feet by both Warner and Labuschagne. There's obviously a plan in the Australian dressing room about actually bringing the game to Leach to put him off his length and possibly put him off his speed as well of delivery and force him to bowl a little bit flatter.
Reverse sweep thing from from David Warner. He plays that shot quite well usually, but he got really cramped for room there and ends up playing a really awkward looking reverse flap, and it goes down the leg side. Nicely taken by Butler, unsighted as he was by Warner. There is no run.
Definitely was a reverse paddle, wasn't it?
It's a very awkward, cramped looking shot. That's nicely bowled by Leach. A little bit of pace and a little bit of drift there from Leach. Warner half forward and pushing into the offside. There is no run. Decent over this from Leach, just 2 runs off it. He's a clever bowler. He's come back from being battered by Rishabh Pant in Chennai and did so well at a very good series. As Warner pushes into the offside, Rory Burns is in from cover to prevent the single. Tidy over from Jack Leach, just 2 runs off it. Australia 141 for 1.
Farong says unacceptable from Australia. Third world country, fair enough, but can't even get a camera set up and operating to monitor no balls. Abandon the test with immediate effect. It's worth noting that Australia missed out on 12 runs as a result of the technology being fucked. Jeff Perkins says, is it true that the Home Secretary got the power to strip citizenship without appeal in order to get rid of Rory Burns?
I'm too angry about that bill to joke about it, to be honest.
Well, Brian Barish has sent in a screenshot of you holding your head, actually, and says, "Hi, I'm Knuckle Pandy for Goody's headache harder."
As a freelancer, I'll take whatever gigs are coming my way. Chris Wokes is going to continue from the Stanley Street end, number 29 off his 11.
I had a chat to Chris Brown a couple of weeks ago, who's the spin bowling coach with Scotland, and he's done wonders with Watt.
Mark Watt had a magnificent T20 World Cup.
Absolutely fantastic. And I know Brownie's done a bit with the ECB, and I don't know how much he's done with Leach in particular, but if Watt can turn his game around like that, perhaps we should get Brownie on the first plane.
Wokes is in full. Labuschagne pushes to mid-wicket. There is no run. England's spin bowling coach is Jeetan Patel. They do actually have they went 4 or 5 years without a permanent spin bowling coach. They had Saqlain Mushtaq was on retainer for a while. There was that test series when England went to India in 2016 where Saqlain was there for the first 2 test matches, and Moeen Ali and particularly Adil Rashid bowled very, very well. Then he went home because the ECB didn't keep him on for the rest of the series, and suddenly you saw the figures of Adil Rashid fall off a cliff somewhat. It's bizarre that England, as well resourced as they are, went 4 or 5 years without a full-time spin bowling coach, as this is pushed into the onside again to Malan. and there is no run. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed watching Mark Watt in that men's T20 World Cup, and no surprise that he got picked up in the T10, and I'm sure we'll be getting some franchise gigs and county gigs next year.
Yeah, definitely. No, he performed very, very well. And his variation was the key. I mean, bowling off 25 yards every now and again, and bowling stuff that's quite a bit slower than normal. But it was very good to see, and hopefully he can make that transition to Red Bull.
A drive from Marnus Labuschagne. Good length from Wokes, drawing Marnus Labuschagne forwards, and a big booming drive that beats the outside edge yet again through to Just Butler. There is no run. Genuine false shot from Labuschagne, who hasn't looked particularly fluent since lunch.
Yeah, and that in-between length again, like we talked about, that is kind of wasn't too full, wasn't too short, get him to drive. And very interesting that Labuschagne's follow through, that bottom hand comes through there and comes off the bat as well.
It didn't really do much in the air or off the pitch there. Strange misjudgment of bouncer to follow up, which is a bit of a waste, and Labuschagne just ducks under it and lets it go harmlessly through to Butler. There is no run.
I just had a quick look on the radar. That rain, I can't see it. It's only a little bit of a circle up there. It looks quite heavy, but it might rain itself out by the time it gets anywhere near Wollongabba. So, I don't think it's going to happen, fellas. I don't think it's going to happen.
From a cricket point of view, good. I had my fill of watching rain delays during the English summer of 2020, as this is a straighter delivery from Chris Wokes. Labuschagne pushes into the onside, and there is no run. Warner coming down the track to have a little word with Marnus Labuschagne. They're back very well together. 131 they are. Labuschagne beat Warner to his 50, but has slowed down a bit since then. Mark Wood is on the field, and I wonder if he'll be the next bowling change from the Stanley Street end, which is quite like the idea. I quite like a genuinely fast bowler and a spinner bowling in tandem, I have to say. Last ball of the over from Wokes is a full delivery that does seem to just as a slower ball. In fact, it might have been a knuckle ball from Wokes. Labuschagne read it though and pushed into the offside. Tidy over and a good use of the variation from Wokes. A maiden Australia 141 for 1.
Yeah, it looked like a slow ball, and I just noticed a little hint of swing there at the end of that slower delivery. Only 109 kilometres an hour as well.
Well, when it's the knuckle ball, it just sort of, because there's no rotation on the ball, so it will sort of just wobble around a little bit. That is the end of our little spell. I'm moving on to as it comes up to 3:40 a.m. UK time. I move on to summarise for Al Hotchkiss, and my rotor says Brian Barish is going to be taking over social media. I think Anindo's come on a little bit early.
Thank you, Knuckle. I have an Inder in my rotor.
Okay.
Yeah, I am supposed to be here. Knuckle, you're coming next.
Oh, of course, yes, there was a swap. Of course. Well, over to you, Al.
Okay, thanks,
I hate to see you go, Knuckle. Bye.
I feel immediately dumber. I apologise to the cricketing community for the loss of IQ that you're going to get for the next half hour with me commentating, as we see the.
You've already doubled the number of listeners with that sentence.
The drinks break currently taking place. Your thoughts, Anindo, about the Australian reply?
Well, I think they've been playing really well. You've got Warner, Labuschagne, Steve Smith in your top and middle order. If you drop a couple of catches, you bowl a few no balls, you're just asking for a very, very long number of days on the field.
20 test wickets is difficult enough. To try and be competitive whilst creating the need to take 24, 25 of those is a big task for any side, let alone a side that seems to be without two aging first line bowlers, and to have your main all round option on one leg.
Yeah.
Seems strange that there would be this much devotion to keeping a test team, and then to have a test team be so unfit when the series begins.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point. I think with Archer missing as well, I think you've got your best bowlers, all your best bowlers missing here, other than Wood, and Robinson. Yes, has been unlucky, but other than Robinson, no one's really looked like they were going to take a wicket. Wood's been good. He's got past the bat a couple of times. But you've got Jack Leach in there. I hope his next spell is going to be a bit better for England's sake. Otherwise, you're just such bowler short right in the beginning of the innings. I mean, it's not a great situation to be in.
Absolutely. Joining us, Ananda, is Brian. Good evening, Brian. I think it's still evening for you.
It is. It's 11:15 p.m. On Wednesday night here on the East Coast.
Where on the East Coast are you, Brian?
I'm in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
Where the cheesesteak meets the road, and
absolutely.
And if you're Santa Claus, duck. Yes.
Yes, I was a place where Santa Claus was famously booed in an Eagles game. If my memory serves, it's going to be Jack Leach, and that's slightly down the leg side with the first ball of his over. But all Warner can do is to be able to turn that ball to square leg, where Hamid will sweep in quickly, and there'll be no run. Australia are 141 for 1. It's just 6 runs behind England's total, as that is again drifting down towards leg side. This time Warner plays the ball a bit finer. Wood with the fielding down at fine leg, and there'll be a single. Warner is on 66. Labuschagne will face now. He's on 63. As hopefully Jack Leach can re-establish himself after being hit around a little bit in his first spell of 3 overs. He was pretty tidy in his last over. It's not too bad so far, but only 2 balls into this over. Labuschagne comes down the track, and Leach maybe sees him coming and throws the ball a little bit wider, and Labuschagne can only steer this ball through to deep cover, and they'll take a couple of runs there. He's an interesting fellow. Is this is Labuschagne? There are elements that look really mechanical, and that's very wide. Certainly a no ball wide by Leach's. Maybe again he sees Labuschagne feigning to come down the track, and the ball goes through to Butler, and there's no runner.
Almost like it slipped out of his hand.
Almost. This one, Labuschagne stays in his crease. A ball slightly back of a length, and Labuschagne's able to turn that ball square. One of the things I've learned from Ananda and from the Bear in their spin expertise capacity is if you're able to play the ball through 90 degrees of square, that means the ball's too short, and Labuschagne will take a single there. He's on 66, just 1 ball left of this over, which Leach delivers, and Warner comes forward and then rocks back and then plays the ball down to fine leg again. A quickly taken first run, but Wood's fielding only limits them to a single. 3-5 runs off that over from Leach, not too bad, but again, not threatening at all.
He's bowling the wrong lines.
Yeah, wrong lines and slightly too short, I think.
Yeah.
Brian, what have we got by way of social media?
Apparently there was a pitch invasion that happened while I was getting some tea in the interval here, and Messi retweeting Jeff Lemon Sports saying 11 guards piled onto that kid who ran on, tackled him into the fence, got both arms in arm locks, marched him off while one of them kept grabbing the back of his head and shoving his neck down onto his chest. The company is called Asset Protection. Shithouse. And just following on from that, there were a couple of people that said, why didn't they hire Sam Kerr after she took care of that pitch invasion at the Chelsea match? Mayank saying that his radar showing heavy thunderstorms currently over Ipswich in Queensland, should be over Brisbane at 2:25.
Short and down the leg side by Wokes for the first ball of his 13th over, and Warner's able to tuck that round the corner, and it's fielded right on the boundary there, I think by Milan, and Warner will take two. Oh, sorry, Zach Crawley on as a substitute. I think maybe Stokes has finally taken his leave, maybe. Although we'll see pictures of who's exactly on the field, as the grass stains on his knee show that he's taken a fair chunk of gabbard turf with him as he sprawled to stop a boundary, as Wokes' next delivery is more pitched up, but pitched outside the line of off stump, and Warner lets that go through to the keeper. And
that's a much better line. Yeah, that's a much better line and length from Wokes. I mean, he just doesn't have the speed to bowl those bounces, at hookable height to Warner. I mean, he's asking for trouble.
It was something that Bear and I talked about in the first session, which was that if you're that Wokes and Robinson have been bowling the right line to Warner, as this is again just pushed across Warner's off stump, but the lack of pace means that Warner is able to ride the top of that bounce and play that ball to point, and there'll be no run. Whereas that same ball in the hands of Archer at 5-8 miles an hour quicker just means that that's been the Achilles heel for Warner over the course of the last 18 months, 2 years of Ashes related action. But
so you can see Wood is trying to do that, right? And when Wood was bowling at his head, Warner was so much more uncomfortable trying to hook that.
Absolutely. Again, pushed ever so slightly wider, would have hit maybe a 5th, 6th stump line, but Warner, with a great view of where his off stump is able to again leave that to go through to the keeper, and there'll be no run. I think this morning it may be a little guilty of, certainly in the half-hour session that I commentated on, of not making the Australians play enough. There was an awful lot of leaving through to the keeper, which was difficult, and that is cut away behind square by Warner, half stopped by one of the two gullies, and Ollie Pope will do the fielding, and Warner will take a single to move to 70, and Australia are now 2 runs in the lead, 149 for 1, with 1 ball left of this over. Wokes is 13th.
I suspect not too many wickets going to be down, with a much larger lead by the time we end the day. The way things are going.
Well, it's something needs to change. A combination of bowlers, maybe a loss in concentration, as this is tucked off the pads by Labuschagne behind square on the leg side. He'll take a single and he'll retain the strike on 68, and the 150 is up for Australia for the loss of that 1 wicket.
Chi-chi. Twitter, Farong says 24 hours can make such a difference. Current rain radar and predicted rain for Brisbane, possibly rain in just under 2 hours or 4:30 Brisbane time. Everybody's a meteorologist. I'll expand on that later. Messi Jez saying the general trend is that for that cell to fade, weather talk. Mayank said the Santa incident was in 1968. Grinds my gears when people use that to talk shit on us Eagles fans. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm guilty of doing the same thing.
All I'm saying is that there's just documented footage of you doing it. That's all there is.
Yeah, and people won't let us forget it, which, I've unfortunately I've brought it up here, so I have nobody to blame but myself.
Well, it is. I mean, there's other stuff we can talk about, and we will as we go on through. As Leach begins his over, and again slightly short, and Labuschagne's able to turn that ball to square leg. Hamid doesn't have to run too far to do the fielding, but cannot prevent a quickly taken single. Again, another mark of a Warner-related partnership is sharply taken singled. And there'll be a single taken, I am almost sure of it, as the tracker lets me down slightly, and now, after all this time, it slowly updates itself. Leach coming over the wicket to Warner, and Warner gets down on one knee and sweeps this away, and there is a vast yawning chasm of space in between two England fielders where that ball has been soundly deposited. My assumption is 4 runs in the absence of a signal or a graphic. An aerial shot, but given the amount of space in between the fielders, completely safe, Aninda.
Absolutely safe shot. We talk about, you were talking about a possible change, so we will speak about it after the over.
Absolutely. As that ball is again slightly short of a length, which means that the ball arrives at Warner on his hip, just too short, and he's able to try and turn that ball behind square on the leg side, but there is a fielder there behind square, and there'll be no run. I think Leach just needs to be not too afraid of giving the ball a bit more air, pitching the ball up. There is turn, but that is a quicker, flatter delivery fired in, and Warner will just block that out for no run.
That's the right line, the middle and off, and Leach is either going outside the off or he is going on the middle and leg, which is what is creating the problem. He's not consistent at all.
Not at the moment. That one is off stump, turning into Warner. The bounce it should be something that would generate problems for the batsman, but Warner able to turn that ball to square leg. Hamid is there. No run and just 1 ball left of this over. Leach is 6th. And Warner comes down the track and it pushes the ball to long on. And they'll walk through for a single, and Warner will retain the strike on 75. And Australia are on 5-6 for 1. Brian, if we come to you quickly, and then Aninda will give you time to expand on the point you were going to make.
Yeah, Farang with enough space between the front foot of spokes and the crease to park a semi-trailer. Okay, slight exaggeration. Jay Grover, I don't quite understand how I can be a politically liberal social democrat and suddenly turn into a Latin American right-wing dictator when it comes to pitch invaders. Let's see. Ewan Innes says Eagles fans get all they get, to be honest. Deserve all they get, to be honest. Steady on, mate. And Jay Grover says, are Eagles fans really so bad? I'm speaking as a Sheffield United supporter, so the historical bar is pretty low. They did put a jail in the old Veterans Stadium once because it was so bad. I mean, the context of the whole Santa Claus thing was the team had won 1 game from 14 that year in 1968, and who wants to see, when you're in a bad mood, who wants to see Santa Claus?
Absolutely. Wokes in full-length delivery, maybe a hint of swing there, but Warner puts his front foot down and hits a decent drive down the ground, but not timed well enough in order to reach the boundary sponge. Ben Stokes is on the field, hobbling and limping around. This does not look good for future test matches. And they'll take, I think, probably 3, considering the amount of time it took for Stokes to be able to get to the ball. I don't know if that's...
He's limping every step when he's running.
Do you think that's ankle, or... I mean, if it was hamstring, it'd be off, wouldn't it?
It does look like a hamstring strain, though, from the way he was going.
Yeah.
May not be serious, but did look like that.
This shows why I'm not a doctor, as that is on Warner's off stump, and he will push that to cover, and there'll be no run. Yeah. the fact that I don't know which part of his leg is wrong. There. Right.
Neither am I. I don't think there are any doctors doing commentary here, so we're all guessing.
Yeah. Well, watch it be his knee later on. Australia are 158 for 1, ahead of England's 147 as Wokes is in, and that is a ball on Warner's off stump. And again, he will push the ball into the covers, and there'll be no run. This partnership worth 148. And then, sorry, talk, David.
Yeah, no. What I was just saying then is, I think Root doesn't have too many bowling options at this stage, and he should really try himself, because given the amount of perches that Nathan Lyon was getting yesterday, and Leach isn't lighting the ball, he isn't really bowling well. And Root, you remember on different pitches, but last time in India he was fantastic. I mean, when he came in,
absolutely.
So he can do things when he comes in.
Fuller length delivery from Wokes is attempted to be driven straight down the ground, but can only find Wokes himself doing the fielding off the bounce. One of the things we talked about during that India series was the narrative of Root being a part-time bowler and him not considering himself to be an all-round option can sometimes mean that he won't go to himself. I suppose it's the danger with Cummings being captain, is that he won't call his own number enough, but 5 wickets in the first innings may prove that wrong. As I think Warner tries to leave this next ball alone from Wokes, tries to take his bat away, but it hits the bat as he tries to remove it, and it dribbles slowly in the direction of third slip, and there'll be no run. But a bit of indecision there from Warner. But again, let's put that down to a loss of concentration rather than anything else. Knackle saying that Root has a history of back problems, and maybe that interferes. That is fuller and wider, and Warner doesn't really move his feet and just tries to stretch his arms as long as he can, and he does get contact with the ball through the covers, and Hamid will limit the damage to a couple, and just a pair of twos there, 2 little ducks at either end of the over to move the total to 160 for 1. But that was a really wide delivery that sort of lack of footwork can get you into trouble if you're not careful. But on this day,
bad at it.
On this day, Warner finding gaps, 79 not out, and they dab gloves for reaching a partnership of 150. These pair.
That's pretty impressive.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, and just in general, I think this is. It's the worst thing that England could have imagined for this kind of where we are. It's just in order for England to have any chance with this, they needed to have gotten some more than one early wicket, and that just hasn't happened.
Yeah, the no ball wicket, Warner being dismissed by Stokes off the no ball that was called, of course. As Leach is in for his first ball of this over, Labuschagne down the ground, high, deep, and a maximum. I see a slumping bear.
Go for it, Brian. Go for it, Brian. Do the 6.
I'm assuming there was a 6 jingle in there. We just didn't hear it.
I got it. Ready? That's the one that Bear usually plays, right?
He does children's parties and bar mitzvahs as well, does Brian? He's our guerrilla cricket beatboxing expert.
I'm the backup to the I'm the manual version of the machine when the machine's down or when Bear's out having a smoke.
We'll use you like a jukebox. A3.
Over the line. Wait, that was the wrong one.
No. Hit him gently.
Right.
No, there was a minor delay as we made sure that an Australian was okay, and that's again too short. And Labuschagne's cut that away, and he's found a deep gully. He's out. He's rocked back. He's trying to cut that away. Labuschagne can't believe it. He trudges slowly off. But Jack Leach with a ball that was too short and spinning away. And what must Labuschagne be thinking? That is absolute dross. And dross has been carved away and safely into the midriff of Mark Wood.
That pitched at about 11 yards down the pitch.
bye-bye. But as we say bye-bye to Marcus Labuschagne, we say hello, good evening, and welcome to this man.
Inevitable. You know Steve Smith's inevitable. He treats the fielders like they're not really there. He hits the ball in the air across the boundary line. He ain't going nowhere.
Gentlemen, say it with me. What does shit get?
Wickets, ladies and gentlemen. That's what shit gets.
You did say, Al, that something had to give, and what gave was absolute shit delivery and Labuschagne hitting it to a fielder.
I suppose. To give some love to Jules Farman and other scorers around the world. That's why there's no pictures in scorecards. It will merely describe the actual event, not how the event occurred. On the hotspot technology, and in this case, what is a hotspot? Not a good spot for Marcus Labuschagne. It's just caught he's tried to hit it cross-batted, and it's kind of caught the top edge and looped there into Mark Wood. Absolute stunned surprise by all parties concerned, including Jack Leach, Mark Wood, and the rest of the England fielders. They were like, oh, we've caught one. I think that means you're out. Needing re-evaluation of the rules. Leach into Smith, and no hint of any premeditated, when
Smith does the forward, when Smith does the forward defensive shot and he almost throws his bat away to square leg. I absolutely love that. One day that bat is going to fly off.
Yeah, it's the square leg umpire is going to get one in the face. No run off that first delivery as Smith comes down the track and heaves this ball through mid-wicket. This attack of Leach will the onslaught against him will continue as that goes through mid-wicket for 4 runs off the mark already. It's not pretty. You wouldn't want to draw many pictures of it, but as with all golfers with a bit of an idiosyncratic swing, the moment that the ball hits the bat, everything's present and correct. Quite how it gets there and quite what happens afterwards doesn't really need to be talked about too much. Unless, of course, he lets go of the bat to square leg. That ball, good length ball, just outside off stump, spinning away, and Smith with a very orthodox forward defensive shot to a short point, and there'll be no run. 170 for 2 the score. Smith with just that 4 runs, and again a teasing ball on middle and off stump, and Smith will again just block this ball out, but this time towards a mid-wicket area, and that'll be the end of the over. And Leach's figures are not pretty, but 1 for 54 is better than none for 54, only slightly though. And that ball was going to bounce over the stumps that got Labuschagne out. It was that short. But yeah,
really pitched in the middle of the track. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Brian.
Yeah.
Have we redressed some of the doom that may have been on the Twitter sphere?
Well, I'll let you know in a couple of seconds when we catch up. Farong, perhaps a groin strain from overstepping the crease for Stokes. Adam McKee tagging us to a Titus O'Reilly post. The Goon Show, Monty Python, The Goodies, the Mighty Boosh, and English cricket team. No one does comedy groups as well as England. Mayank shit gets wickets, we know. And Jay Grover, Brian's impression of the Count is the best impression in guerrilla cricket history. Again, after Norcross, that's another pretty low fucking bar.
Well, I mean, who doesn't love the Count from Sesame Street? I mean, come on.
Two wickets.
It's going to be Mark Wood who's going to come into the attack. He's going to replace Wokes. we are going to be jingleless for a second as Wood comes in all hustle and bustle and delivers a ball that looks like it's 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Do you know Mark Wood? He's an England goal bowler, quite good. And he is pretty fast, so he's just a normal guy, of course. There's just a little thing. He thinks that he's a horse.
Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good.
What do we need you, Ben?
So just a normal guy.
I know when you get us on air.
Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Mark Wood, a man of short spells, no more than 3 overs. He's in, and this is again very quick, but on Warner's leg stump. He can't turn the ball square. As a matter of fact, it dribbles out to mid-on. Very much. It's interesting. Sometimes you can't really see the change of pace, but you can definitely not only see it, but you can almost feel it while you're watching it. Can't you? And under the just the sheer lack of time that Warner has from one over to the next.
Yeah, I mean, as you were speaking, I was watching Ben Stokes and trying to figure out which part of his leg hurts, and it well might be the knee. Now that I think about it.
Well, we'll see that in just a second, as this is wide outside the off stump, and Warner pushes that ball through the covers. It manages to get past Hamid, and that will go for a boundary.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
That is just a bit too wide, and Warner very well able to find the gap there. We're going to have I think we're going to have a change at the end of this over. These half hours go so quickly. Warner 83, Smith on 4 as Australia push on to 174 for 2, as that is again tucked into Warner's hip area, and that goes behind square, and Leach will eventually throw the ball to Butler, but that will bring Smith onto strike for these last 2 balls of Wood's over.
The good thing about Smith following Labuschagne is that you don't actually know who's batting.
You have to work out a little. You have to wait to be able to turn around and to go. Did he play at that ball or not? What sort of leave was that? I heard Knuckle kind of try to categorise some of the leaves as a ballerina leave. There was a leave earlier on in the innings where it looked like he was playing the ball after the ball had been caught by the wicketkeeper, play another ball through to mid-wicket.
They both took the same correspondence course, I think.
I think they must have done. And that is tucked away. It's fielded very well by Hamid at short leg, and prevents Smith from getting what would have been a well-deserved boundary off a ball that was way too down leg side, but well fielded there by Hamid. I always have great respect for fielders who are willing to be that close to that hard a ball going with a minimal amount of protection. Let's be honest.
I think Hamid's going to do anything that is needed to stay in the team anyway.
I think so.
Besides the fact that he's batting well at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to give him a bat in his hand. It'll be all right, as well as that is full, almost Yorker length. Smith tries to hit the ball through mid-wicket. There is a fielder there. That's the end of the over. The end of our spell. Australia are 175 for 2, and it's going to be the Bear and Hattie and Knuckle will take you through to the tea break. Enjoy the rest of your day, gents. See you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you in a week, I think.
I think I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Morning, Hattie.
Good morning. Good morning. How are we?
It's been a pretty shit day. Let's be honest. It's been horrendous.
Not getting up for, isn't it?
Well, staying up for, obviously. England have been a little bit unlucky, I'd have said, at times. Australia have batted well, considering. Compounded their own mistakes, bowling on a no ball, dropping catches in the slips.
Pretty sounded then.
I mean, the thing is, if Australia, if this was the first innings of the Test match, you probably wouldn't be that disheartened by it as an England fan. I mean, they've created plenty of chances.
Well, exactly. It's just that batting performance yesterday, isn't it? As that's clipped into the leg side, and there's no run as it goes to mid wicket. Sometimes things go against you. I mean, it was good overheads yesterday, and England batted poorly. And today,
Hazelwood and Cummins bowled really well.
Yeah, they did. And today the sun's come out and everything's rosy for batting. So that's
score, isn't it?
Swept hard by Warner, and he's really got Leach's number here, and it's gone all the way down to the square leg boundary for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, started bowling a little bit flatter now to try and stop Warner coming down the track, but Warner's a very good player of the slog sweep. He's picked that up into the gap. I did see some Leach's stats against left-handers compared to right-handers don't make for pretty reading. Admittedly, Rishabh Pant assisted.
Yeah, I mean, as a lefty, you don't really like bowling at left-handers. I never.
He's in as well now, isn't he? He was on
well
88, so he's seen the ball pretty cleanly.
You just always want to be turning it away from the bat. I mean, I guess as young off spinners, you kind of get used to that, and that's your lot. But as a lefty, you kind of most of the time you spend time bowling to right-handers. That one's padded up by Warner. It's going down leg side.
The point you make, Hattie, about him coming on when the batters are set. I mean, Leach, in these conditions in the first innings, was always going to be something of a holding option / afterthought. It's not easy when you come on as a spinner to 2 set batters.
No, on a pitch that's reasonably flat. Lyon managed to get some purchase yesterday, but Leach isn't Lyon, let's be honest. That's too short, and it's pulled hard again. Where's it gone to? He must have toe-ended that, because it's ended up at a kind of wide mid-wicket heading towards mid-on inside the circle. Must have mistimed it, because it looked like it was sailing out to the square leg boundary again. And the cameraman lost it, so no disgrace there. Warner moves on to 89, Smith on 4. Got to try and get through Smith early.
Yeah, that would be ideal, wouldn't it?
It's a shaky-ish looking middle order with Head and Green and Carey on debut.
Well, this is it. You've got to get into them. England needed to get into them. That one does turn. It's tossed up wide of Piggy Smith's off stump, and he defends it out to the offside, and there is no run.
You're in the position now with obviously Wood having come on, where Leach and Wood both want to be bowling at Smith.
Yeah. Down the track comes Piggy Smith, and he skews it off the outside half of the bat, trying to hit him back over his head. Is it going to make? It's not going to quite make it for 4. It's chased down by, was that Wokes?
Wood.
Was it Wood? Down at deep backward point, and full shot by Smith. Gets himself 3 though, which will annoy Leach. Maybe not. He's gone for 62 in 8 overs, so it's nearly 8 and over. Not pleasant when you're a spinner.
No,
yeah, he's
31 of his first 3 overs, but I mean that's a definite false shot.
Yeah, it's a definite false shot. I'll give him a little bit of encouragement. Do you think that Smith takes pressure from Labuschagne? The fact that Labuschagne's tried to copy him and has actually probably been more successful than him in the last year. Do you think that irks him a little bit?
I suppose it's a compliment, isn't it?
Well, it is, but if
Stephen Smith's test record is pretty ridiculous. So
yeah, they're very true. But I mean, if someone copies you and they actually then stand up getting better stats than you whilst they're in the same side as you, it's got to irk some.
I mean, he wasn't going to. I mean, even a batter as good as Stephen Smith wasn't going to be able to keep up that run forever. I mean, he did struggle in that India series. India bowled very well at him, and there was always pressure at both ends. But also, I think David Warner wasn't in form in that series, and obviously that makes a huge difference to the performance of Smith and Labuschagne.
Yeah, totally.
They should put better lines and lengths to him.
Well, yeah, I think England's bowled reasonably well today, to be honest, as that's defended by Smith back down the track. There's no run. I think they've been a bit. That's what I mean. I think they have been a little bit unlucky. They have beaten the bat a fair amount of times. There's been some false shots, drop catches. Yeah. Sometimes everything is against you, and that should give you heart. And luck has a funny way of evening itself out. If this happens in the next test and it all goes right for England, then suddenly you end up 1-1. or at least don't lose the next test. I mean, it looks like we'll probably get hammered in this one. Oh, now there's a big hill there for LBW.
Too high. Ooh, it's too
probably
high,
is too high, but it's worth having a fucking review, isn't it? It's Piggy Smith. You got 3 of them. You got to ace one in this game. It's certainly angled back into him. Yeah, they're going to have a review.
Yeah, probably too high and going over the top as well, but
probably.
It's definitely worth a look.
Yeah, I would. When you got 3 reviews, it's a bowler's review.
That was out, that was out, that was definitely out. Was that definitely out? No.
It's a good ball. It's just moved away a little bit off the seam at pace. Smith caught on the crease. I think this might actually be missing off stump and going over the top of the stumps.
Yeah.
But probably is worth it if you've got 3.
Well, they're gonna. This is the only time they look at no balls. It's definitely a true ball. There's no overstepping on this one. Let's have a look here. So he bowls wide of the crease. It's missing off stump. It's too high. It's hit
so it wasn't going down leg.
It wasn't going down leg, but it's hit the top of the flap. It's missed the outside edge of the bat, but it's hit the flap. I probably hit him outside the line or marginal on the off stump. I mean, it might straighten it up. It might be just marginally off line.
It's coming in on that angle and then seaming away, and I think it's hit him outside the line of off stump.
Yeah.
And it's probably going over.
Yeah, it is probably going over. Although Mark Woody is quite skiddy.
It's the sort of review you think is probably worth it at 183 for 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And with a big Smith as well.
Pitching outside off, impact outside. There you go. So England review lost. Worth a shout.
I mean, those ones used to be all right, but so it didn't used to matter. Oh, frustrating.
I don't think many umpires are giving that out on field.
No. It didn't look really out. I wasn't jumping out of my seat thinking it was out. I think just excited that they beat his bat. Woody's going to come in to bowl to the pig. That one's on his pad, so he clips that. They got a good leg side field. Oh wow! Now there could have been another run out at Piggy's end. He's headed off for a run. Warner has said no. Is that
Milan?
Milan has hurled it at Smith's end, and he wasn't really in the frame. Probably had more time, but you never think you do. And had he hit the stumps, he'd have been a good few yards out. And that was at the bowler's end. They did get the single. I mean, Smith's saying he had to run around the bowler. The bowler's entitled to stand there. You can't fucking say that. You were going to be well short whether you missed him or not.
That's a poor single.
It's a really poor
Absolutely.
single.
I mean, that's the England fielding of old, isn't it?
I do
it's pretty good work actually from Milan because he's got down to it and got the throw away quickly.
Yeah.
It's an interesting field they had there. They had the.
Well, I was just about to say, Wood in. That's on the hip of Warner, who clips it down to long leg. They'll get 1, not back for 2. You're right. They've decided that they're going to bowl straight at Smith, and they've got someone just behind square on the leg side. Someone at square. They've got a slightly deeper. Sorry, I got the hiccups. Mid wicket, and a reasonably straight mid wicket, so wide mid on.
India had a lot of success bowling very straight at Smith.
I think it's the way to go.
They worked out that he's too patient to leave the ball outside. You can't just bowl outside off stump to him.
No.
Because he will just keep leaving the ball and you won't be able to get him out.
Exactly.
India basically shut off the offside as a run scoring option for Smith.
And how did they get him out? LBW a lot of times in the end? Is that short? Smith ducks underneath it through the keeper, no run?
Yeah, and Ashwin bowled very well at him in that series. Got him out early a few times, but they basically kept bowling straight to him, occasionally targeting the outside edge. But they made sure that he could only hit one side of the ground.
Okay.
Obviously, he's extremely good through the leg side. He barely misses a straight ball, but it just means that you can set a field a bit more. And they had the short leg a little bit deeper. They had the leg gully and a square leg and a mid wicket, both quite square and both quite closer to the bat than those fielders would normally be.
Yeah. I don't think Smith can complain about Wokes. He's got to follow through. He's got to stop somewhere. He isn't supposed to watch the batsman. It's your fault if you take a stupid run. Smith leaves that one outside his off stump through the keeper, and there ain't no run. I mean, I was saying that last time he was here. I mean, if you do bowl straight, I mean, that's how people have got root out, isn't it? You know, he plays. Generally, he hits the ball if you bowl at his pads, but he has a history of missing it and being in front and getting out OBW, and I guess maybe that could be one of the few.
I think, but also particularly if you've got, I mean, India obviously had bowlers of good pace, so Bumrah and Siraj and even Umesh Yadav, and Shami as well. Obviously, Mark Wood is well capable of that, and Stokes if he was able to bowl at anything like top pace. I think, Hattie, you're struggling to access the tweet, so I will get through a few. Farong says, Root should roll his arm over, following the example of Barber yesterday, claiming his maiden test wicket. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1 for Barber. Mayak, shit gets wickets. Jesse Jez, shit gets wickets. Mike Mihal Wood, was that as shit gets wickets as it sounded?
Yep,
Jake Grover says, I love hearing an India swear, and Brian's on fucking fire. And what else have we got? Messi Jez attaches a very tedious tweet from the Barmy Army, and apparently our feed is a little bit dodgy.
On the website?
That's only one person saying that, so Jake Grover.
Yeah, refresh it, Jay, or tune in works usually better than a website for some reason. That's a good first ball by Oliver Robson, who's probably been a pick of England's bowlers. Once again beats Warner's outside edge. He goes through to Butler and there's no run.
Yeah,
he bowls tight lines.
Yeah, I don't mind this move. I think this makes sense. Robinson and Wood have been England's 2 best bowlers, and you certainly know if you don't get Smith early, he's going to make you pay. This makes sense.
Well, of course, England have got a massive problem if Leach is basically going to be sidelined. That one's shorter, and Warner hops up, plays it out for covers, and there's no run.
He doesn't look unbowlable. He did bowl better in that second spell.
Well, he did, and I don't say that now. And obviously, it's his first innings, and England are under the pump, having got themselves out for 147. So it's tricky, and it's natural for them to want to attack him. And he, exactly as you say, he got taken apart a little bit by Pant and India, but he came back strong. I think he's quite mentally strong. He'll know that it's not the greatest, and he's kind of cannon fodder in this situation. Robinson, he's got 1 for 26 off 12.2 overs. He's bowled very steady. Really exaggerated lead by Warner. Strange. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. Copying Piggy, weirdly. Everyone copies Piggy.
Well, I mean, when he was for one of the greatest batters of the modern era, it's surprising more people didn't copy him, considering how dominant he was for 4 or 5 years.
Yes, indeed. An Englishman, that was a really annoying period, but hey, we'll get through it. Warner is on 90 off 164 deliveries, facing up to Ollie Robinson. He's had 2 chances. Oh my fucking god, he fucking poked it again. He missed it again. It's through the keeper. It was an ugly shot, got totally squared up. Somehow didn't get any bat on it. And
that was very, very similar to how Dawood Malan got out yesterday. It's basically the same ball.
And he's missed it, and Dawood Malan got something on it. I don't know.
And maybe it's similar to Stuart Broad ball, isn't it? How Warner gets out very early on in his innings, actually.
Maybe that is the illustration of Robinson against Hazelwood. Quite similar bowlers, but just Hazelwood 5 or 6 miles an hour quicker.
And gives you slightly less time. It's true. And you really noticed that yesterday. Carry and bounce from Australia's bowlers was great. Another exaggerated lead by Warner. Through the keeper, and there's no run. And Ollie Robinson has bowled extraordinarily well. He's bowled a fair few.
Shows a little bit of what England are missing if with not picking Broad as well, because that's what he would have been doing to Warner time and time again as well.
Yeah, there were kind of hints yesterday that he might have actually been not fully recovered from his injury and match fit.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. I mean,
might have been cover.
The word was that Wokes, Robinson, and Wood were inked in, and then it was Broad over Leach. And I mean, obviously, you wouldn't have necessarily expected Stokes to pull up injured so early.
No, that was last ball of the over is left alone by Warner through the keeper, and there's only 185 for 2. Australia.
You don't need 5 right-arm seamers. I'm glad England did pick a spinner.
Yeah, no, it kind of makes sense. But if Stokes is a little bit injured, that kind of stuffs things up, and it's only day 2, and it's the first innings of the bowling. We have seen it before, though, where Stokes has looked like he's injured and then come and bowled a sort of 10-over spell at the end of the day.
Yeah, it does happen every now and again, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does.
Rohit Singh says, if I remember correctly, both Smith and Labuschagne were out caught leg slip, gully, short leg, leg slip, leg gully, short leg, etc. around the bat on the leg side during that India series. Yeah, that's right. And I think Mark Wood could have some joy there. Apparently our feed is fine, Jay says.
Okay, good. These things, the internet ain't perfect. Wood is in, bowls wide of the crease and in at Piggy's pads. He kind of mistimed it. I've got a little inside edge onto his pads that goes out towards mid-wicket.
It's very early days in the series. What I will say is that there was a real toothlessness to England's attack in 2017-18. Anderson, Bold and Broad were tidy, but the rest offered so little threat that Australia could just play them out. The pitches are obviously have improved significantly. There's bounce and some carry and a bit of movement, and England have not looked toothless today.
No, they haven't looked toothless. It's true. Wood is in and on the back foot. Wood plays it out to cover. There's no run.
And you've got 1,156 test wickets or whatever it is to come back in for Adelaide.
Yes, which, looking at this, they'll probably be straight back in, won't they? I mean, if you're on first sight of this, Leach gets dropped, doesn't he? And then you bring in Broad and Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how Stokes pulls up. Maybe Wood doesn't play in that test match because it's the day-nighter and you're thinking more sort of accuracy and movement.
Adelaide turns, doesn't it?
Can do.
Wood in, jumps out and straight. Beautiful drive by Smith, though. He tried to do the jump out ball he does in one-day cricket, and Smith was having none of it. It was very full in at his off stump and just driven straight back past him inside. Extra cover and all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You could see his action, even with his arms. They were just all over the place, weren't they, really?
He's not subtle about it when he jumps wide of the crease.
No.
That ended up just as a half volley, and Stephen Smith, for all that he does like scoring through the leg side, is a very good player of the cover drive and the off drive.
Yep. Australia move on to 189 for 2. Smith is in double figures now on 12 off 16 deliveries. Wood is up to the crease, bowls short and ducks inside at Smith. Through the butler, and there's no run. Good pace though, 145. Yeah, it was too easy. It was kind of telegraphed.
Yeah, it's good pace, but when the batsman doesn't have to play, then it's a useless delivery, really. It's just too easy to duck underneath it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Wood's step-out ball is he kind of telegraphs it from 2 paces before he bowls. He kind of sets out to go that way. It's a big cue for the batsman.
I wonder if it also throws him off because it's such an exaggerated movement.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway, Smith, who has come out after the fall of Labuschagne, who skewed one off Jack Leach, is facing up to Wood. Just defends that out into the leg side, and there's no run.
That's the line.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the line to that field.
But precisely, you've just got to keep plugging away on that line. Hope
Him to square up, and maybe when the one bounces and pops at him,
well,
then
not
square
that, or he
legs
misses a straight one, or he gets squared up. Exactly, you say one actually does move and just catches the outside
They've got a couple
edge.
of slips in. We did see that one beat the outside edge. There's lots of catches on the leg side as well.
Just bowl to your field. It's what it's there for.
Well, indeed.
Back to basics.
Smith faces up and Wood. Oh, yes! There's an edge!
There you
Through
go,
to
that's
the
what
keeper.
we're talking about, isn't it?
Thrown up outside the off stump, full fast. Smith hung his bat out a little bit, and there's a little thin edge through to the keeper. Wood has bowled well today. He's bowled with fire and pace, and he's finally got his just reward. Now what you need to do is get rid of Warner. Another wicket goes, and Smith is out. They're going to check this for a no ball. He doesn't bowl no
He's
balls.
fine. He's halfway behind it. It's fine.
On your bike, mate.
Well,
Yeah, nicely bowled from mid-crease, angling in to Smith, and just that little bit of seam. It was actually a very short delivery that didn't actually get up that much.
No.
Skidded through a little bit, and if the ball moves a little bit at that pace, there's that angle wide of the crease, and Stephen Smith, unusually for him, caught on the crease, gone for 12, and England. It's hard to say you're in the game when Australia are already lead by nearly 50, but at least you can sort of vaguely keep them from disappearing over the horizon.
Well,
absolutely.
yeah.
And
Mitchell Stark. I'm going to say this now. Mitchell Stark is going to come out if they get in trouble and smash about 50 in about 6 overs and take it away from us.
Alex Carey's going to. He's been in decent form and he's a good one-day batter. Actually, Patrick Cummins has been out of form with the bat for a long time. But
he's bound to come back into form now, then, Knackle. God damn it.
It's a question of how tired England are by the time they get there. Travis Head coming in at number 5 preferred slightly peculiarly to Usman Khawaja in that role, and is a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, I'd have said that as well. Khawaja, mind you, he'll struggles against us too.
It's just a sweet driver's head. A sweet driver's head. From transdimensional driver's head.
You know, this goes to show Warner got him out for that bloody 17 or whatever it was he was on then. Take off 70-odd runs, and these things are sent to try us. Well, Ollie Robinson is going to have first go at Warner. That doesn't make any sense. But it is nearly 5 o'clock in the morning. Defends that.
We can look back at this dismissal. I mean, it's a ball way outside off stump. We didn't have to play at it, and England were accused of doing just that yesterday.
Yeah, it's exactly like England yesterday. You think you've got to play at it because of the angle coming into you, and then it's just moved away at the last minute. It's like it's straightened just a little bit. You think you have to play at it on that angle.
No, and what was lovely actually, like in one of the replays, because of all the Aussie fans behind Wood, they just didn't do it, didn't move at all. So it was brilliant.
Robinson into Warner, and once again he shoulders and arms through to the keeper, and there's no run. And this is it. Now England get a couple more. I mean, there's 3 minutes left till tea. This might be the last over before tea. Might be one more. They've got to come out after tea and try and put something in. I said yesterday they'll be lucky if they can get away with I mean, it's unlikely, but keeping them down to a lead of 100 or something like that. And as you say, there are frailties in this Aussie batting lineup, and England have got to feel they can get themselves back into it. That one is. That seemed to just go away a little bit from Warner. He dropped dead hands on it and got outside edge, just got through the slips. In modern parlance, there ain't no third man. And so it goes all the way down to about 4 runs.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Yeah, soft hands controlled it well once he'd been beaten, but he was beaten.
Yeah, he was beaten, and he did play with soft hands, and it wouldn't have carried to the slips because of that. It's annoying. Warner's back in form as well.
Yeah, as a bowler, that's the most probably one of the most annoying shots of the.
I think since 2010 we've won. I think this is my 3rd or 4th Ashes in Australia. They've all been very hard work. Ollie Robinson is in. It's full. Warner's leg stump. He just bats it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, last 10 Ashes Test matches in 13-14 and 17-18, England have drawn 1 on the worst Test pitch of all time at Melbourne, and lost 9.
Ooh.
Yeah. Hangman's humour, or whatever it is, comes in towards the end of the series. Only 2 balls left. 2 balls left.
And that's not to say that Australia necessarily got better either, but then have we really got worse?
No, it's left alone through to the keeper and there's no run. I mean, I think the difference really is, England have got a fairly decent bowling attack, but at home conditions, that Australian attack, as Knackle says, you've got an extra 4 or 5 miles an hour, back slightly less time. And we are bowling similar lengths and lines to them, but that little bit of extra pace counts, I think.
Well, and also, David Warner is, he's not had a great run recently, but he does have 24 Test match hundreds at the top of the order. Labuschagne has obviously helped out a lot, coming in as a very solid 3, and Stephen Smith's one of the best Test batters of the modern era.
Yeah, left alone outside the off stump, maybe even goes over the off stump. Through the keeper, there is no run. That should be tee, I believe. I don't know what I'm going to play at tee.
Yeah, yesterday with the rain, and we actually got more cricket in than I think some people thought we might. We managed to go through 2 interviews and the Jingle Ashes.
Oh right, crikey.
We going through the archive material, but an okay session. Certainly the second half of the session, quite good from England. Australia looked as though they were going to really get away already. I mean, and they do. Obviously they lead by 46 with 7 wickets in hand, so it's a long old slog for England. But with Smith and Labuschagne out within relatively short order, Marnus Labuschagne cutting a rank long hop straight to Mark Wood off Jack Leach at Mark Wood catching that at point, and then Stephen Smith edging a good delivery from Wood through to Butler for 12, and Travis Head, who has not really done convinced at Test level. Cameron Green, still very new in his Test career. Alex Carey on debut, and then into the bowlers, although Cummins and Stark can certainly both bat. England can think that they can. I mean, you're probably still looking at conceding a lead of 150. But
yeah, totally.
But you're in a position where it could have been an awful lot worse.
Yeah, exactly that. Right. Well, let's go to tea. I'm going to put on. Did you play back for chance? One.
We have.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're going to go back to it because that's what I picked out. We'll probably get some highlights down in the next day or 2. But here you go. Here's an interview we did. A great charity, Back for Chance.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Tony Bishop, and today I am with Will Gaffney, the founder and driving force behind the charity Bat for a Chance. Bat for a Chance helps underprivileged children experience the joy of cricket. They collect and source clothing and equipment, both new and high quality second-hand, and then dispatch it to schools, clubs and academies, not just in the UK, but all around the world. To help, you can donate your unused or second-hand cricket clothing and equipment via your school or local club. It sounds as simple and as an idea, well, it is. But to actually make it happen and make a difference to so many lives in so many different places, well, that's something else. Will Gaffney, a very warm welcome to Guerrilla Cricket.
Thank you very much for having me.
You are most welcome. Well, let's start, Will, by just talking a little bit about you. Just tell us something about yourself. Where you're from? How did you get into cricket?
Sure. So I'm from Sussex, support Sussex cricket as well. So that's my stomping ground. And I got into cricket before I can remember. I think I've been playing since I was 5, 6-ish at my local village club. It's a bit.
Who are they? Let's give them a shout out.
Heathfield Park Cricket Club.
Okay. Batsman or bowler?
Bowling all-rounder, I like to say.
Bowling all-rounder.
So try and hit the ball a long way and bowl fast if I can.
Oh, okay. Well, where and how did that love of cricket come about? There must be something in the family, I'm guessing, that got you into the game at such a young age.
There is and there isn't. I think my mum and my dad aren't massive cricketers. That's changed a bit over the past couple of years, though. But my granddad loves his cricket. He spent a lot of time in Trinidad, he's got a big sort of West Indian fan in him. So kind of comes from there a bit as well. And again, just comes back to the local cricket club thing. I've been playing all my life pretty much, and it's just sort of developed from there.
Wow, fantastic. So let's move on to Bat for a Chance and talk a fair bit about that. First of all, how did it come about? What started what was the spark that went, you know what, I'm going to create this amazing thing? Where did it come from?
Yeah, so it's a funny one because I never really set out and I was like, I'd like to start a charity. This is what I want to do. This is direction, etc., etc. I was really, really, really lucky when I was 11 at the time, 10, 11, to go on tour to Sri Lanka. So I was offered the opportunity to go out there, play a bit of cricket, see what life is like out there, etc., etc. And went on a bit of a lads trip with my dad and a couple of other good friends, etc. And it was there where I think I had my first interaction with how different cricket is overseas compared to the UK, how it's almost a different game and how it's played in such a different manner. I was really lucky to be going on the tour in the first place, and then to follow that up, we played in some brilliant places like the Test ground in Colombo, a couple of university stadiums, etc. And then on the completely flip side of things, and I think perhaps what I enjoyed the most, we played a local school side in nowhere, sort of in the middle of nowhere in Kandy on a coconut mat because they didn't have a wicket, being told sort of not to go into the outfield because you've got snakes in the bushes and all sorts of dodgy bits and pieces. And one, we got absolutely smashed by the school side who loved and lived and breathed cricket. And two, they only had sort of one set of kit between them. So we'd get a wicket finally and they'd be unpadding at the crease, and then their mates would be coming on and sticking their pads on at the crease. And coming from England, where that isn't as much of an issue, cricket kit is still an issue. At such a young age, it was a bit of a shock. It was a bit of a reality check, etc. So reflecting on the tour a couple of years later, I somehow, at the grand old age of 14, mustered up the confidence to send out an email late at night saying, I want to help out, give back, get involved in some way, shape or form. And things have just snowballed really into what they are today.
Well, I said in simple terms, it's about donating and using kit to help those around the world that don't have it. I think that's a brilliant example that you've just given. Let's just make sure that people know how they can help. So talk us through the different ways that anyone who's listening to this, either during the Ashes Test or as a podcast or on our various social media channels, what can they do to help you and this amazing cause?
So as you say, it's actually a fairly simple concept. There's three main ways in which you can help. One, you can donate kit. So as you touched on earlier, cricket kit is what we operate off. It's what makes everything possible, etc., etc. So donating kit, there's a donate page on our website where you can find sort of your local donation hub up and down the country. We're really lucky to have some brilliant supporters who have set up these collection hubs. Secondly, you can donate money. Again, none of this is possible without the incredible generosity of our supporters behind us and our sponsors and partners. The funds really do have a massive impact for us, being a small charity. Shipping costs to halfway around the world are ridiculously expensive. It does have a big impact for us. And then finally, if you're interested, we have always got a door open for new partners. We love collaborating on all sorts of various random bits and pieces. So, yeah.
Well, I'll come on to that in a bit more detail. You mentioned the website there. That is batforachance.org.uk.
Yes.
Tell me I got that right. Thank goodness. That's of all the things not to get wrong. I could have called you Fred Smith by mistake, but the one thing not to get wrong is the website address, batforachance.org.uk. Now, you mentioned some of the costs there. This is some of the things that it says on the website. A donation of £50 covers the cost of one local kit collection.
Yes.
£100 covers the cost of shipping one kit via air, with $1,250 covering the cost of an entire overseas kit drop. When you say an entire overseas, is that like a full team of 11, including bats, pads, balls, and everything else that they're likely to need?
It's probably more than that, to be honest with you. Sort of what that pretty large sum of money, to be fair, gets you is a container to the destination, just packed with cricket kit, cricket clothing, softball kit, whatever they sort of need in terms of cricket stuff, coaching gears, whatever. So it's not really, 11 pairs of pads, helmets, stumps, hats, balls. It's whatever they're in most need of. Because quite often it's not sort of always, I need 6 pairs of pads, 2 really nice ones for my opening batsman, etc. It could be, I need 100 softball bats. I want to start cricket in the middle of nowhere in Africa. Big variation.
So, you talked about the Sri Lankan experience, and you're playing against a team of fantastic cricketers who've got like one bat and pads between them. I won't even ask about the box. We don't want to go there. So the very first step, you said to yourself, I think I could create a charity that is going to help expand cricket around the world by getting kit to people who need it. Sounds so easy, but what's the first thing you actually do to go about turning that from an idea you wake up in bed with one night to the success it's being today?
That's a really good question, actually. I think at the start it was a lot of not cold calling, but cold emailing people, so to speak. So sparking people's interest, telling my story, etc., trying to get people's buy-in. And then obviously you can't send kit overseas, or for that matter around the UK, without having cricket kit in the first place. So I think that's where it sort of all kicked off properly, which when we did our first sort of kit collection drive throughout the summer 3 years ago now, 2-3 years ago. Because got to the point where I collected so much cricket kit, and we still store it all at home, where my parents were sort of like, this needs to go, this has got to go somewhere, I can't get up the stairs, I can't get into your room, whatever, this has got to go.
The familiar story. Give me the number of your mum and dad. I need to talk to them because I've got exactly the same problem. Go on.
And so I think it was sort of just being active with it and just saying, look, I'm going to try and collect kit, and once you've got the kit, it's got to go somewhere, because you've essentially promised all these people that it's going to get to a worthy cause. So I think getting our hands on the cricket kit in the first place is probably the first.
So it's getting kit that's important. Now you're still studying, aren't you?
I am, yes. I've just started A-levels.
You've started A-levels, so you've set up somehow. In your spare time, you've managed to set up this charity, send kit all around the world, got yourself pretty well noticed. It's a Herculean effort. Who else kind of helps you keep it moving? You've got to have some help. I mean, Superman you may be, but this is Superman on speed. So who else helps you, Will?
Yeah, no, I've been really lucky, and it's definitely not all just me. I think I wouldn't be able to do it. I've got a brilliant group of trustees behind me. So I've got my mum, who's been a legend throughout the whole process. Dad has been as well, sort of packing up cricket kit in front of the TV on the sofa, endless hours and hours of sorting stuff, etc. So mum's a trustee, then a brilliant guy who chairs our board of trustees called Omar Khan, who sort of works in the world of sports sponsorship and media. He's been a legend for us as well. He helped mastermind our Sri Lanka project earlier this year, which was a huge highlight for us. And then a couple of other trustees who've just appointed a load of new trustees, but they're not officially announced yet, along with a couple of ambassadors. So there's definitely some exciting news to come, which will also elaborate on my support network behind me. And then on top of that, I think I've just been really lucky to have mentors within cricket, sort of stumbled my way into meeting them a little bit, who've just been fantastic for me, just offering sort of pearls of wisdom, as I like to call them, saying, don't do this, that's going to be a great big mistake, you're going to find yourself.
Give me an example of a pearl of wisdom, and who did it come from?
Okay, so a good pearl of wisdom I think I got was from Kushil Gunasekera. He's an incredible human being who founded the Foundation of Goodness, and sort of I stumbled upon him early doors, so to speak, sort of halfway through developing back for a chance. And he just said, live by the motto of under-promising and over-delivering in the charitable world. Because it's all well and good going out and promising the world and saying, you know, I'll get you 50 cricket bats and 100 pairs of pads, etc. But if you can't do it, there's no point in saying it. And someone's going to be much more chuffed and pleased if you actually end up sending them 40 cricket bats instead of 25, and they open the container and just see even more cricket kit. And I think that's something we definitely have stuck by. So
those are words of wisdom for life generally, might I say. Certainly works in business as well as in charities, but that's a terrific word of advice. Now, I would guess, you know, as I think about, you know, children around the world receiving kit, giving the chance to play the game they love, expanding the game through doing it, which is all fantastic. There must be some really interesting kind of human stories of that stand out to you. Are there any of those that you can recall and tell us a little bit about?
Yeah, there's a couple that spring to mind actually. I think we've definitely had some really powerful, moving stories come from not only what our kit has done for people and enable people to do, but actually just realising what cricket does for underprivileged men, women, children all around the world. The two that sort of spring to mind is one is a young lady in Trinidad who, thanks to our brilliant partners, Pro Sport Caribbean, who collect and distribute kit on behalf of us in Trinidad, managed to be supported earlier this year, who had just lost her mother, was at home looking after multiple other siblings. Her mum used to take her to her cricket matches, etc., but no longer obviously was with them, and cricket was sort of what had kept her going. And she was playing for her local school side in sort of one of the forgotten regions of Trinidad. And to be able to support her on her journey, I think was fantastic, and it's a true testament to the brilliant work that the guys are doing out there. You know, obviously I'm not in Trinidad, and a lot of it comes down to them. And you know, for the team to be spotting and identifying causes like that, which truly are in need of our help in such harrowing times, I think it's brilliant. And then the other one is of a young Afghan refugee, a bit closer to home, who's just arrived in the UK. We had a phone call through one of our local kit suppliers, Kent Cricket Direct, and they said, you know, we've just had a phone call from a foster parent who's just had an Afghan refugee, been taken in with them. He can barely speak a word of English, but he needs cricket kit. As I'm sure we're all aware, Afghans love their cricket after their pretty spectacular fight in the World Cup. And so we managed to support him, you know, and I was really lucky to meet him. And I remember sort of knocking on his door with a bag of cricket kit, literally a New Balance backpack, I think, and sort of opening the door, and you can see the smile and the hope that the bag of kit brings for a kid.
I hope you're on a deal with New Balance. Every time you mention them, you get a cricket bat arrives to go somewhere in the world.
And you know, opening the door, you can see one, the smile, and just that his face lit up upon seeing cricket kit, and two, you can really see and tell, you know, the journey that he's been on. So one, get to the UK, you know, this guy was literally pulled off a boat a month before we saw him in the Channel. So yeah.
Wow, that's a beautiful story. Actually, we had, I recall we had an article on our website. It was somewhere in Milton Keynes. It was a Milton Keynes council story, but they'd been housing quite a number of the Afghanistan refugees, and they were listing the things that they really needed that were most important to them. And like top of the list, I think was I can't remember. It was like shampoo, and like number 2 after shampoo was cricket gear. You know, never mind clothes or whatever. It was get me my cricket gear. You know, so as you were saying, it was just so important to them. Now, I mean, despite the pandemic, this has been some year for you. I think there's been quite a few highlights and amazing partnerships you've formed and things that you've done. Tell us a little bit about some of the highlights of 2021, which has been a pretty dire and desperate year in so many ways for a lot of people, but you've been putting all that to one side and just delivering great stuff. So tell us some of those things.
Yeah, I think we've had a bit of a breakout year. I've been really lucky. You know, the team behind me, which we touched on earlier, have been fantastic throughout 2021, and I think lockdown in a weird way was a blessing in disguise.
we are back. Tony's supposed to be in the chair. Oh, he is. He's finally back.
I'm very much in the chair there.
Hello.
I have been on the sofa, but now I'm in the chair.
I'm going to go and lie on the sofa, so there will be no. Well, I'll play the jingles, and then I'm going to go and lie on the sofa.
Oh, all right then. Are you assuming England just won't get any more wickets then?
No, not that. I just need to fucking take a rest. I've been sitting here all fucking night, man.
Oh, bless you.
Okay, fair enough.
Well done, lovely.
We'll do it as best we can. Well, England things are looking a little brighter, I think. Hattie, that's the voice of Hattie you can hear.
Hello.
Hello, Hattie.
Hello, Hattie. Hi.
Hi. I'm struggling with the tweet at the moment, so sorry.
Forward comes Travis Head to push this away to the offside. Ben Stokes does the fielding, and we're off and running after tea.
Do you have some jingles?
I think we should. Go for it.
Why not?
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
It's just a sweet Travis Head. A sweet Travis Head. From transdimensional Travis Head.
He's quite good with the bat. He's got a stick in the start. He's short and he's fat. He's got a stick in the start. He's a mix of the twat. He's got a stick in the start. David Warner's got a stick in the start.
Swing and a miss outside of off stump to a quick ball from Wood that gets past Travis Head, but is into the gloves of Butler. Butler, of course, who took the catch of Steve Smith off the bowling of Mark Wood, making things look a little rosier for England. But David Warner continues on his relentless way, Forthy.
Yes, relentless is the word. That said,
I've seen
relentlessity with more less luck attached to it. 3 times.
Well, he has been relentlessly relentless. As, onto the back foot goes Head, just forces us away into the offside, but there is no run. You are a little echoey, Forthy, yes.
Ah, right, okay. Wonder why that is.
It's not too bad.
I'm struggling with the tweets, Tone.
Are you okay? Well, when Forthy's got his mic sorted out, why don't you two swap round? How do you just give us some summary here and there? Forthy, can you manage YouTube?
Yeah, I'll get onto socials.
Social media.
Is it any
Is that
better?
all right, my lovely?
Yes, no problem at all, Hattie.
Thank you, darling. No, I followed your instructions to an absolute T. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's just.
All right. As in comes Wood and onto his back foot goes Head. It's pushed away into the onside this time. Ben Stokes does the fielding, and there is no run.
Stokes must have had a good rub down during tea if he's on the field, yeah?
Yes, well, that's a welcome sign, I think, for England. I mean, he did have a period this morning where early on where the ball just kept, every time he was involved, he was on the ground somewhere, as indeed is Mark Wood. It wouldn't be an over from Mark Wood if there wasn't at least one face plant, and there it was on that previous one. He's going to be bowling to Travis Head again. Around the wicket he comes to the left-hander, and Travis Head gets himself off and running way to cover, and gets himself a run. He's grown an Aussie moustache as well now. Well, he's grown a moustache, and maybe he's an Aussie, therefore by dint of that he is an Aussie moustache. I just don't particularly, when I think of Travis Head, I don't think of a big old bristling moustache, but he's joined the moustache club. 194 for 3.
I don't see the attraction at all, personally. I think they're quite revolting. I mean, not on everyone, obviously, Bish, but they're just on some of them. They just look ridiculous.
Well, England have dispensed with the third slip for David Warner, and they've pushed that man back to backward point. As in comes Wood, it's a little leg sidey, and Warner can steer it away around the corner down towards long leg. And they take a single, and at the end of that over, Australia have advanced to 195 for 3, and Warner on his fortuitous way but effective way is just 5 away from a ton. 40.
A little quiet, although am I a little echoey still? If I get
you're okay,
sir?
Yeah, you're okay, I think.
Very good. Okay, a little quiet, but Farong has chimed in. extras will have a higher score than Smith by innings end. If the intent is to bash Leach out of confidence, it's doing pretty well. Wicket from a shite ball going at 7 3/4 runs per over is good for T20, but this is capitalised real cricket.
Oh, it's true, yeah. Well, he has a point, to be fair. But, I mean, don't forget his first 3 overs went for 31, didn't they, for Jack Leach? And so forward comes Warner. The bowling of Ollie Robinson back into the attack after tea. It's just pushed into the leg side, and there is no run. Yeah, Warner's been a funny old curate's egg today. When he's been good, he's been very, very good. And he's had those moments of fortune. Well, he is what he is, I think, in the case of David Warner. He gets under your skin, and but he does play some great cricket sometimes. You have got to hold your hands up and admit that. Well, he's going to be facing Ollie Robinson. And this is uppish, and it's uppish, and it is straight to mid-off. It is taken, and Warner has gone on 94. It's taken, well, who else would it be taken by but Ben Stokes, who's wearing 2 caps? But it doesn't stop him removing David Warner. And would you believe it, the Bear now is back to play a jingle. He was going to go for a lie down, but no, the dismissal of David Warner awakens the Bear.
Wow.
Took it diving forward, Ben Stokes.
Did not see that coming at all.
Well, it was a funny one, wasn't it? I mean, he just... Was it a slower ball? It seemed to be just one where he was just through with a shot too early and just spooned it up.
It's a very unusual dismissal for a man on 94. You'd expect it maybe for a man on 9.
Absolutely it is. Well, it's 195 for 4. And England are in touch in this game. They're certainly not ahead. Well, they're clearly not ahead because Australia have advanced into the lead, into a healthy-ish lead. But England are just chipping away. Let's see what the new man can do. And it is this fellow.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
It is indeed Cameron Green.
So that's like England have taken, what, 3 wickets in the last 5-6 overs, really, either side of tea?
Oh, well, they have. They've come in a bit of a cluster, losing Smith and Labuschagne very close to each other, and then, of course, crucially, losing David Warner.
Oh
and
my goodness, he's out first ball.
First ball by Ollie Robinson. Well. Cameron Green barely had time to play his jingle. The Bear has lie down on the sofa, has been interrupted. I don't suppose he even got as far as the sofa, Bear, did you? No. And Cameron Green, off stump, has been pegged back by one that jagged back at him.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
It was a leave. It was a big old leave.
I've got my daughter next to me on the sofa because she's been up since like 2:30 with not feeling too good.
Oh dear.
And she said she's just said we should have played that jingle when Warner went off.
Oh well, never mind. It's 195 for 5. Alex Carey's going to be coming to the crease. Australia have lost 2 in 2. Am I right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yes,
right.
absolutely. Of course, absolutely. The first spooned David Warner on 94, spoons to Ben Stokes, who dived forward to take it, and then inexplicably.
Yeah, it wasn't as
Cameron Green
we could
shoulders
see
off.
the ball kind of coming out of his hand from where we were, and so you almost if you're good. I mean, looking at Green's average, he's a good enough player. So you would think he would have been able to pick the ball coming out of his hand.
So Carey is on his Test debut, facing a hat-trick delivery from a distinctly fired up Ollie Robinson.
Yes. Very good, isn't it? Well, I must apologise, by the way. I whooped as the off stump went back because my feed's a little ahead of yours.
Well,
and
you
then
did.
I tried to suppress my whoop.
It was too late.
Oh, you're fine. I'm punching the air.
the game had been given away, and it was
I'm
only
so
a marginally premature whoop.
Yes.
Do you have a problem with premature whooping, Forthy? As forward comes Carey and just nudges it into the onside. There's no run, more importantly, there's no hat-trick either, but Ollie Robinson, I suppose. The Barmy Army have woken up. Who we assume must be local Barmy Armies.
No, they must be. Hattie, cover your daughter's ears with talks of premature whooping.
It's fine. She's 16. She's used to me.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's... okay. Well, I hope she's all right.
Oh, she's fine.
And, well, that was extraordinary. What a little period of cricket this has been. Suddenly...
She hears it all at school anyway, so...
Wicked. But you learn all your best swear words.
Absolutely.
And this one's nicely turned off his hip by Carey, so he gets himself off the mark in his debut test, and Australia advance. So his leg by. No, he doesn't get himself off the mark. Although our captioners on BT rather still think he does. We're going to watch that again and again. Caught the bat very high up on the splice, didn't it? And,
yeah, it's very odd. And by the look at his face, it took him totally by surprise. I've no idea what went on there, to be honest. It was very unusual from Alan 94.
It was indeed unusual, as you rightly say.
Was it a slower ball? Because the BT Sport didn't show how slow it was.
No, it definitely looked it to me. Carey now back as from with our captioners on to naught as Robinson is in. Travis Head just gets up onto his toes, pushes it into the onside. We've had 56 overs. It's the end of that one. It's been eventful. Goodness me, it has 2 wickets, a leg by, and Australia 196 for 5. 40.
Double wicket maiden. God bless you, please, Mr. Robinson. Jesus loves you more than you will know.
Beautiful summary, thank you, Hattie. It's warmed up a bit on socials. Rohit Singh, Tony, your moustache makes Hattie McHappy sad. Jay Grover, it's in inverted commas a little quiet because Knuckle Cotton Mather Pandy is censoring all my tweets about nuns queefing. Classic Jay Grover. Classic Jay.
Made me choke now.
O'Neill Harris. Can we have the Bear conduct some of the interviews? The Bear doing interviews would be effing great.
This one's swing and a miss off this bowling of Wood by Carey, and there is no run. Bear, was it you who famously did an interview and left with or filmed an interview with the lens on the camera? Was that you or somebody else?
I forgot to press record. I wasn't actually doing the interview. Grubby was.
Grubby was doing the interview.
That was Whack R Eunice, and it was a really good interview as well.
Who was it with?
Whack R Eunice.
Whack Eunice. No one's ever got to see it because the lens never came off the camera. Around the wicket comes Wood. That takes Carey high. Wood's fired up. Suddenly, this game just looks a little bit different for England. If they want to stay in it, now is the time they need to keep taking wickets, because if you feel this lead gets to closer to 100, it's going to be a big task for England. No doubt.
Yeah, they're still less than 50 runs behind.
If we get a moment in this over, I might relate an anecdote about Chris Morris failing to record David Attenborough.
Okay, as Wood will be in, and Carey will be forward, just pushes it back to him.
Yes, when Chris Morris, the satirist, was a student, he interviewed David Attenborough and realised he himself had failed to press record, and then very politely asked David Attenborough if he wouldn't mind doing the interview again to try and sort of thaw things. He said, I expect this happens all the time, doesn't it? To which David Attenborough replied, no.
Brilliant.
That's a classic one-word put down. 3 balls off this over from Wood. Yet to concede a run in this over. Oh, that's short and it's sharp and it's rising. Wow. Carey has to rock back, as you heard from Hattie. It was a spiteful delivery, wasn't it, Hattie?
It was absolutely with venom. And this is what we need, not just from England, but from Wood as well, specifically, because we know it's what he can do. He's getting the best out of the green top. and even with the sunshine out, it's going to just burn it a little bit, the pitch a bit more, and just get anything out that's there.
Certainly has done. I just realised I need to shuffle my notes. I've still got Cameron Green sat there, but he's joined the Rory Burns club. Maybe he's made Rory Burns feel just a tad better as well. At least it wasn't the first ball of the match for Cameron. But shouldering arms, though, I mean, you do wonder. It did come back at him a little bit, but it's just fairly conventional in, move in. It wasn't sharp, unexpected sort of jag back. He was
just clipped it, didn't it?
Just clipped the top of that off stump, and he had to go.
But you can tell it's BT Sport coverage because we're seeing it again and again. If it was Fox Sports, they would ignore it. They wouldn't be replaying it.
Well, I've got a little witticism lined up here. All that glitters is not gold, but nor is it green.
Brilliant. All combined.
Wasn't that
not very good? Sorry about that.
Blackadder. Behold, I have invented green. Am I thinking the right thing? Have I got my humorous cultural reference right? I think it's Lord Percy who gets into alchemy and he invents something called. It's all just green. It's not gold at all.
Alchemy. They've all got into alchemy.
Now you've got into carry on mode. There was
anyway.
Mark Wood, in he comes. In he comes and forward comes Carey to push it back to Mark Wood. You might be told that the mood has lightened. The mood has lightened.
It has rather.
Rapid succession of wickets for England. Well, there's that. The wickets certainly help. Also, for the first couple of balls, I literally was probably, to be honest, still asleep. I feel like I'm firing on, at least 2 or 3 cylinders now. Oh, Edmund, can it be true that I hold here my mortal hand a nugget of the purest green? As forward comes Carey. In rushes Jack Leach from back point, and there is no run. Don't just carry that round in my head. Knackle, I think, from the green room, just pop that onto our chat for me to read.
Back-to-back maidens.
Worryingly, though, Knackle probably does just carry it round in his head. So there we go.
I'm sure he does, yeah.
Nonetheless, 196 for 5. The lead is 49, and we'll catch up with some more social messages.
Yes, Pranjal Messi fan. I'll leave this thought with you. Hi, Messi and Hattie. What score do you think Australia will get to? So have a think about that. You and Innis, I did say they should have declared at 148 for 1. Messi Jez going for 273. That's his bet. Mog, Green finally took his first wicket, so he doesn't need to make any runs. A Ninja with a plea to get back on commentary. These are all our own people. Farong, was Green anticipating a no ball from the umpire, so decided to leave? Collapses on? Double question mark.
Well, Robertson's going to be in. He's now got a ring of 5 slips. So England well and truly on the attack, and it takes the shoulder of heads bat and it evades the wider of those 5 slips. And I think he's going to get 4 for his trouble. He is. Robinson looks on in horror. England in disappointment. 200 is up for Australia. And in somewhat fortuitous manner, but 200 it is, and we can't play a jingle. I don't think the Bear only rises from the sofa for wickets. I don't think he bothers for Australian 200s.
We should think of one.
I'd like to think of Bear on the I'd like to think of Bear on the chaise longue.
Really? Is that genuinely an image that you
image I want to think
wish to conjure up? Robinson, right arm over, full, flicked off his legs by Travis Head, but flicked straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Thoughtful looking Ollie Robinson, but he's got 3 for 34 now, and is looking well and truly on top of his game. Going very nicely. Yeah, it's quite some field there. It's either 4th slip and 2 gullies, 4 slips, 2 gullies, or 5 slips and a gully. Would suggest, though, Hattie, there's gaps in the field elsewhere.
Oh yes, exactly, and it's the epitome of what I was saying earlier. So it's like you've got to bowl to your field.
Robinson in, that's edged and drops just short of the fifth of those slips.
I mean, earlier on, like about an hour ago, they just weren't bowling to their field, and it was driving me crackers. Whereas now, in about the 20 minutes or so preceding tea, they was just starting to do that more, and that's what obviously brought on the pressure and the wickets of Smith, and then ultimately, more pressure. So
unexpected in the case of Warner, who. When I think his last century, January 2020, I think his last century with David Warner. As this one again is, I think Travis Head, as that one just moved away from him outside of off stump, was looking to move the bat away from the ball, but he rather flicked it. Fortunately for him, down into the ground and well short of one of those slip fielders. Yeah, I'm not sure he meant that as a defensive shot.
No. I don't think he meant to play it at all.
Taken by old safe hands, not Rory Burns on that occasion, and on the bouncer. Poor old Rory Burns. I mean, you do, whilst it's, I don't know, on commentary you can be a little unkind sometimes to people, but really he's just had a stinker, hasn't he? As Head again just pushes this into the onside. Once more, there's no run. I mean, first ball, bowled around your legs. And then
I think someone was trying to describe, it's not platinum, it must be something. The first ball of an Ashes test to be out is they landed on the ultimate duck. That's what
the ultimate duck, or first ball of an Ashes series, not even a test.
First ball of an Ashes series. That's the ultimate duck.
The ultimate.
Very
duck.
good. Very good.
The ultimate duck. Sounds like a sort of a bizarre superhero. It's just worked away again into the
Chinese restaurant menu or something.
Yes. Into the onside. No, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. The ultimate duck. Anyway, that's the end of that over. And once more, Heston, the ultimate duck, Heston Blumenthal's new restaurant. Absolutely. Where else would it be? 40. Talk to us.
Oh my good. Yeah, no, I will do. Right. Furlong, Australia have lost 4 for 29, which is how England started yesterday. I love a bit of symmetry. Mayank, there was another streaker, 4 balls into the wood over just now.
A freaker.
Interesting information. Yes, indeed, yes. Nestlers, first time Cotton Mather's been mentioned on GC. Mog, correct, Tony. Lord Percy did indeed say that. Jay Grover, I was talking to a friend yesterday about how the UK would collapse in some kind of Gestalt existential singularity event horizon if David Attenborough and the Queen died on the same day. Yeah, well, that's
not a cheery thought.
It's an alluring image. Faster, fitter, stronger. Just finished clearing up the mince pie Warner's dismissal caused me to spit out. I love mince pies, but I like Warner much, much less. He provokes strong emotions. He provokes strong emotions.
Change of bowling is going to be Chris Wokes, who's probably not had the best of things for him. I think Wood and Ollie Robinson have done well, but Chris Wokes not quite on his A game, I feel, so far in this test. But he has 4 slips, back point, a mid off and a mid on. And good delivery immediately on a length. Travis Head can do little more than just defend it away into the onside as England want to push through the homeless advantage. But Hattie, with a lead of a shade over 50 and 5 down, it is at such a crucial point, because England know that if they let these two get away and that lead builds, it's going to be very hard to come back from.
No, definitely. And obviously they can't. And I mean, I'm not in favour of this 4 overs on, 4 overs off rest and rotation, or rest and recuperation, however you want to look at it.
In comes Wokes. Oh, he passed the outside edge. That was an absolute snorter of a ball. It's beaten Travis Head. All ends up and through to Butler, and Travis Head doesn't grin in the same way back down the track as David Warner does, but what he does do is just give a little nod of the head to acknowledge the fact that that ball was too good for thee, son, as Fred Truman might have said.
Indeed, I suppressed my whoa as it went past.
A Jaffer at the Gabba.
Oh, that wasn't a whoop. I'm not quite. How would you describe a whoo? A shiver?
Without the P at the end.
Wasn't a premature whoop though.
No.
As forward comes Head, pushes it back down the track.
No, you're quite right, Tony. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, like I say, like 4 overs on, 4 overs off. You know, I mean, obviously balancing the heat as well. But at the same time, if you're going to take bowlers off, then obviously at some point Leach is going to have to come on. But he hasn't, like you say, he's been bowling at 8 runs and over, and you can't rest on your laurels at all. You've got Australia by the scruff of the neck. You can't let that let loose.
Well, no, not when you're behind in the game.
No.
There's this one again, just ugly shot really from Travis Head. It's another one of those where he looks like he is defending, but he's also in the process of getting his bat out of the way at the same time. He goes away into the offside, and there again is no run. 54 the lead, 201 for 5. Smith, Labuschagne, both back. Warner crucially spooning a extraordinary catch to the twin capped Ben Stokes, and then Cameron Green shouldering arms. This one is a bit more conventional, steered away to point by Head off the bowling of Chris Wokes, and there is no run. But that flurry of extraordinary activity post tee has given England an entirely different complexion, and their body language and everything about them appears to have pepped up, as indeed it would. Ben Stokes is warming up, but while still limping, so there's clearly a concern about Ben Stokes. How much do they want to risk him early in the series? His Head rather jumpily pushes this to mid-off, and again there is no run. So 201 for 5, a much better over for Chris Wokes. 40.
Yeah, just very quickly, this is a crucial time, I think, because in the last couple of Ashes series, England frequently got Australia 5 wickets down, and then someone like Brad Haddin would come in and take the game away when they thought they'd just got a sniff. Back to the tweets. Leah, I've been drifting in and out of Morpheus's arms, mostly being yanked back to something resembling the waking world when a wicket has been taken on a no ball. I feel a bit weird. I think we all feel a bit weird today, that's for sure. Ravi Nair, so he has only one more run to make before it's all golden ducks. Jay Bear, reclining in a toga, getting fed grapes. Now I hate myself.
There you are. Like Nero. As in comes Ollie Robinson, who's bowled splendidly indeed, 3 for 35 for him. But this one, Carey has the measure of. Yet to get off the mark though, Carey. Always tricky in your debut test when those balls keep coming and those runs don't. He'll be desperate to get away from that. No, we thought he might have done it. Certainly the BT captainers thought they'd done it until they realised it was a leg by, and then it took them probably about 3.5 days play to figure out that they needed to change their captain. Speed is not the watchword for the BT captainers. That's a party outside edge. This goes and into the gloves of Butler, no run.
I'm sure someone like Knackle, probably to be precise, Knackle can tell us if any the players who have got no runs despite playing a test match. But somebody who got no runs in his only first-class test match was Jeff Hurst. Not test match, his only first-class match. It was Jeff Hurst, naught and naught not out.
Didn't he? He played for Essex.
Yes, he did.
Right?
Played against Jim Laker.
Wow. I wouldn't imagine Jim Laker was that easy to score, even if it was sort of tail end of Laker's career. Carey moves this away into the onside, goes to Hasib Hamid, who I think is still wearing his forward short leg pads under his trousers there. Yes. Other than that, he sort of bulked out his calves quite dramatically. But again, there was no run, 201 for 5. Halfway through the 51st over with that lead of 53 for Australia, Ben Stokes is manipulating that knee around the knee area. And he's gesturing. Well, he's gesturing that he wanted a drink. So we'll just hold that thought. This one is full and driven and beautifully driven by Carey, and this will get him off the mark. And it will not only get him off the mark, it will get him off the mark in some style with a glorious off drive 4 runs.
The shot of the day, really, isn't it? That
it was overpitched a little bit. It was a half volley, and it was. But they're there. They have to be put away, and when you are yet to get off the mark in a Test match, probably just the sort of ball you most want, I would imagine. But you still have to put them away, and he did. So he's off and running in his Test match scoring career with a boundary. Travis Head, his partner, is on 6, 205 for 5. Australia the lead, 58. So in is Robinson. Nicely met, coming forward, and it's this just a gentle lean and a push forward. It's being chased and will be pulled in by Ben Stokes, who 1 minute ago was having to feel his knee quite tenderly, quite tentatively. There's clearly a bit of tenderness there, and then he has to go thundering after that ball, but he does put it in short of the ropes, 208 for 5.
Knuckles pointed out Paul Wilson, the third umpire, played 1 test and made not out in both innings.
Well, not out. I mean, I'm
was
assuming.
he batting at 11?
Well, A, was he batting down the order, and B, I'm guessing he's a bowler. Knuckles, please confirm. As in comes Robinson. Oh, that's a lovely little wristy flick from Travis Head. That's a beautiful shot. And this may not quite make it. I think it's going to be pulled in just short of the rope. Yes, it is. Mark Wood it is who got there. So I've got a feeling. Did they run? No, did they run 4 there?
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did. They actually ran 4. So poor old Mark Wood, who's getting hand on his shoulder of commiseration from Hasib Hamid, because Mark Wood, who had to run all the way down there to the deep mid-wicket boundary, pulled it in, only to turn around to see that Head and Carey, who are pretty nippy between them, had turned it into a 4 anyway. 4 thing.
Very quickly, I think we've got a little bit of a problem, because I think, well, we do, but I think Gary's trying to get in but can't, because our Imperator has fallen asleep on the chaise longue. So if we can stir him, we might have to just carry on. I'll read some tweets while we try and sort that out. How's that fine leg? I think Matty Wade is sitting at home a bit pissed off after being snubbed, especially after T20 World Cup performance. Imagine I'm watching in Australia Hattie as his 4th. Fox is providing the BT feed, and we're seeing the same things, so there aren't selective replays for different audiences.
Okay.
Farong just hit mute, otherwise you'll get Warney. Rohit Singh, 4th. The fact you like to think of the bear is a very troubling thought. Mark, indeed. Mark, Rory Burns and his rubbish pantomime villain beard. Pranjal Messi fan. I think Rory Burns dropped 5 to 7 catches this year as well. Rohit, Virat, Nichols, Latham,
you need to let
Warner,
Gary in.
and Demi.
I am here. I may take over while Gary
You carry on, I'll take my leave.
Is letting Chris Wokes, continuing left alone by Alex Carey through to the keeper, and there is no run. And Bear will now let Gary, and I think Andy Ward, who are supposed to both be joining us. Gary will be taking over on ball by ball, with Andy Ward reading some social media messages. Looking a lot better for England now than it was an hour or so ago. 212 for 5, Australia collapsing somewhat from 166 for 1. I'll just do this ball and then hand over to Gary as Wokes is in. This is outside off stump, and a loose cut shot from Alex Carey that he rather falls off of, and it goes through to the keeper. There is no run. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning. Rather dropped into it a little, somewhat like Cameron Green, I think. So hopefully it'll last more than 1 ball, but here we go.
Yeah, Cameron Green, I think he was trying to leave it on length, wasn't he? And we have seen the ball pass over the stumps consistently from that length, but Mark Wood a bit skiddier, a little bit shorter than some of the bowlers, and it just thumped into the top of the off stump.
So it's Alex Carey on debut, as they say over there, and he lets this one go outside off stump, and that didn't get up at all. Now, when I was watching in the first session, that would have flown about shoulder high through to the keeper, but that one died right in front of him. I mean, has the pitch just become dead? Is that what's happening?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, Wokes isn't as quick as, say, Robin, or he doesn't get as much bounce as Robinson. He's actually a little bit quicker, but no, there's the odd ones kept a little bit low. Mostly they've flown through. I just think Wokes is a little bit, he's sort of kissing the surface rather than thumping the ball into the surface.
Indeed, he is. 212 for 5 as Wokes is in again, gets behind that one, does the left-handed carry. A batsman wicketkeeper who pushes it down the track, and there is no run. At the other end, there's another man who is probably a marginal pick, Travis Head, who has 10. What's your view there between him and Khawaja? It seemed to be the call.
Yeah, I would have gone with Usman Khawaja, personally. I'm a big fan of Usman Khawaja. I think he should have played a lot more for Australia than he has, and possibly in the top order, top 3.
This is more on leg stump, and Carey just comes forward and smothers it to Mark Wood, who's in there mid-on, nice and tight. I like that. No easy single for a man starting his innings, or certainly still in single figures. I hate it when mid-on offers an easy single, but England have got it tight. Back in the game after tea. Couple of quick wickets, and it does change the game. We all know that. Add 2 wickets, hit score, and all of that. The lead is 65. Carey again looks up, and Wokes is on the line length and goes off the edge through to the man at third slip, but it bounced in front of him, but looked unconvincing there. Decent finish to the over from Wokes. It was a maiden. Australia 212 for 5, the lead 65. I'm not sure who's with me.
Yes, it's Forthy here, Gary. Hello to you.
Hello to you too. It's 5 a.m. or, well, 5:30 a.m. or so here in London, so I'm not entirely coherent. You're out in ours, aren't you, Forthy? So what time is it over there?
It's a very gentlemanly 4:36 p.m. I'll just rattle through a few tweets.
Please do.
Jay, just finishing off on our previous commentary stint. This won't mean anything too much to you, Gary, but Tony, you'll be pleased to know Duckman is a real and jolly funny superhero, and he is the ultimate duck. Well, not real, but you know what I mean. Also, Howard the Duck. And Leah, we're talking about Rory Burns being classified as the ultimate duck, and Leah quibbles and says 2 problems. It should be run out without facing on the first ball of a series, should be the description of the ultimate duck. And secondly, she says it should only be for the fiercest rivalry in cricket, so the Ashes are out sorry. And finally, Jay says, Hattie's just become mint at commentary, and that makes me very happy. That's nice.
Very good. Well, here's Ben Stokes. One of the last things I saw before retiring to my bed last night as Stokes is in and goes back to his head and punches it to a man again, close in enough at mid-on to save 1. Was Ben Stokes getting the near centurion, David Warner, with a no ball. And when I went to bed, I put the radio on and I was listening to another radio service because it's just a bit easier to get through the Alexa system. And Jonathan Agnew and Stephen Finn were complaining that the previous 3 deliveries were not called no balls, as this ball is crunched through mid-wicket there. It was a little short, but not that short, and had swivel pulled it, jumped all over that ball, and it goes to the mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
Ichni Sanchi. There's having a kip. Yeah, really good shot. That wasn't that short from Ben Stokes, and Head was onto that very, very quickly and pulled it in front of mid-wicket. England, apparently there were 14 no balls that were not called, because there is a system in place, and has been for a little while now in international cricket, where the third umpires call them all, but apparently the technology is not working.
Well, this is short, and this is crunched the other way. Heads all over Ben Stokes here. He cuts that one back with a point for a second of these.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Stokes has bowled poorly. He looks half fit. He's been visibly limping for the last 3-4 hours, and he's bowled a couple of decent deliveries, but he's bowled with no balls. He's bowled very wide of the crease. He's not had the vitamin vigour.
Yeah, this is what I was going to say, is that Agnew and Finn were saying, the umpires have done him no favours there, because they should have called the previous 3, which he would have reined his length back, reined his run-up back, as he's in again, and this one was just pushed into the leg side. And I'm thinking 2 things when they're complaining about the umpires not calling the previous 3 no balls. and then he bowls a no ball to get Warner, which is, first of all, don't bowl the no balls, which is always my answer to any point like this. But secondly, if he is out of nick and he is short of a gallop, and we all know in nets they all bowl huge no balls with impunity, as this is half volley and it's just pushed the man at short extra and there is no run. If he's only been bowling in the nets and been bowling no balls, I mean, as a man at mid-on, can't they have a look and tell him, hey, Ben, you know, you're over the line, you're over the line, you're over the line? Because he wasn't a little over the line when he got Warner. He was a good 3 or 4 inches over the line.
It was pretty significant. You could have sort of fit half of his foot in between his heel and the line. And some bowlers do have no ball issues, but he just looks very short of rhythm.
He is, as this is on leg stump and head goes back and punches it square. In fact, just back with the square. And it's a good run round the boundary, but it's going to be 4. It's the third 4 in the over. Jack Leach had a lot to do there, couldn't quite do it. And that was a load of old rubbish from Ben Stokes, who now has none for 35 in his 6 overs. And, as you say, he looks out of sorts, but I'm going to give him 0 sympathy for getting Warner with a no ball earlier.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, he's bowling some of the overs that Jack Leach would have wanted to bowl. I think actually bringing Jack Leach on now with 2 newish batters at the crease might not be a bad idea.
I mean, I think my point would be, they say the technology is not working. Isn't it just a camera pointing at the line?
So I've been talking with Melinda Farrell, who is working for BT Sport, among others, and apparently it is more complicated than that, and the kit arrived and didn't really work out the box, and the staff who normally would operate it haven't been able to come because of COVID, and it's made things much harder for the broadcast crews. COVID, obviously, and equipment and stuff not really arriving in time to test it all. Apparently it is more complicated than that.
Fair enough. I'll see if I can quickly get a tweet or two in. Chris, of course I have to stop listening and it all happens. Should Broad have played instead of Leach, with the route being number 1 Turner? Aidan Cat, Channel 7 is way better than Fox Sports. And Jay... I'll leave it there.
Outside off stump, and unlike previous over, that delivery from Wokes did go through head high to Joss Butler, and there is no run. Still 3 slips in for Wokes. I've been pleased to see some attacking fields set by England. It's no good being all out for 147 and posting 1 slip and the boundary drive.
The field, I mean, even when Warner and Labuschagne were batting very well, they still had 2 slips and a gully and a short extra cover, so they never really went on the defensive, I think, except when Leach was bowling briefly. There's always, they've beaten the bat a lot today.
As Wokes is in, and that jumps a bit at Carey, who nevertheless rides it, and the ball just drops in front of him. I, of course, would have a short leg in, and would have had a short leg in the whole time, because there is some bounce.
They have had, for quite a lot of the day, Haseeb Hameed in there at short leg. Actually, to Smith, they set the field really well. Mark Wood bowled very well at Stephen Smith. They had the short leg, they had a leg gully, and a sort of almost catching sort of short mid-wicket and short square leg. And then Wood just got one to go away from him from that, got a straightish line to take the edge.
Wokes is in again. This is just defended back down the pitch to him. No run for him.
Yes, I was saying, I did see one bit of data. I can't quite remember. I see it now. Maybe it's on Crick Info. I think 56 false shots for 10 wickets for England. And when Australia were 1 wicket down, there were still 36 false shots. So the conversion rate of false shots to wickets was much greater. So the bowlers have essentially been unlucky today.
Yeah, to some extent you make your own look, and you might say, well, what is it making your own look? Well, fielders have got to stand close enough to pick up the catches. I saw 1 or 2 dropping a little bit short. There was 1 flashed past 3rd slip this morning as well. But there is a bit of luck in the game, and sometimes the edges carry in a court, notably at Treadbridge that time when Stuart Broad got his 8 wickets. And sometimes they drop a little short. The game's always been that way, and it's one of the reasons we love it. Carey on 7 as Wokes is in over the wicket to the left-hander. It's just a little too straight, and he just drops it into the vacant leg side and takes an easy single. Australia 225 for 5.
Yeah, just sort of quietly with Travis Head, I think particularly in that last over, the partnership is now worth 30, and the lead is back up to something where Australia could be thinking, lead of 150 and very much in control of the game, where England might have been thinking that they could have kept the lead to double digits and kind of been in touch on a pitch that certainly has runs in it, although it does have plenty in it for the bowlers as well.
There's only the bowlers to come for Australia, as this ball is a sort of leading edge from head. It skews off a bat that looked like it was trying to get it into the leg side and dribbles into the covers, and they jog, or rather run a fairly easy single in the end. Evan Cummins is a handy bat, but he's probably a 9 rather than an 8.
He's been very badly out of form for a player who does obviously look like he could easily bat 8. Mitchell Starc can swing the bat to good effect.
Yeah, but it's a swing, isn't it? He might get 50 or 60 balls, but he's more
that'd be very valuable.
Oh, it would be, but he's more likely to get 5 or 6. As this is short and it's cut. Well, it wasn't. It was sort of strappled, wasn't it? It was a sort of flat bat slap through extra cover from Carey, and I think they've run 3. They have run 3. The runs are coming very easily here for England. Wilkes looks a little weary himself there. It is the 3rd session of the day. It is a hot day out in Brisbane. Australia 229 for 5. Your tweets.
Yes, and just quickly, I would add, though, that Mitchell Starc has got 10 Test match 50s, so not bad. Jay Grover, you've had too much to drink when you mishear 40 saying Paul Wilson, the Third Empire. You laugh hysterically. And Jay also adds, don't let Gary in. They can only hurt you when they've invited over the threshold. Vampiric reference. Adelaide Barmies, Blocker Wilson, legend in South Australia. Big quick in days of your 0 not out is impressive for him. Benedetto, better from England, but with a lead of 65, it's no more. The Aussies have enough to declare now, probably do as well. Ravi Nair, so England scored less than 150. One of our bowlers looks crocked. It must be the Ashes. And I'll break off now because I think it's Joe Root time.
It is Joe Root time, and I've got some sympathy with the view that Root could have provided the spin for England. His economy rate is very similar to Jack Leach's, so in terms of holding an end, both could probably do the job equally.
The only argument I'd have made for that would be the preponderance of left-handers in the Australian top 7.
Root starts off with a full toss and he's punched to the man at mid-off, who nevertheless saves it, and there is no run.
4 of the top 7. 5 right-arm seamers seemed a bit much.
As Root's in, and this is a bit of a leading edge again. Some turn, I think, there for Root. Not much turn, because it was pretty full.
Lion got a few to turn big yesterday.
And because he does turn the ball, does Root. This is another ball. It's just pushed to the man at extra cover. And one of the things I like very much about Root is he gets through his overs very quickly. He doesn't perhaps think as hard as a specialist spinner, and therefore he just comes in and bowls. There's big appeal here from Joss Butler, who might have been better advised actually stopping the ball, but it goes through. Remains to be seen if there was a little bottom edge on that. It seems there probably is. So yes, a single taken by Carey. So a little bottom edge there. It was an attempted reverse sweep, I think, was it? Or
yeah, it's a very awkward looking reverse sweep. He didn't really get down properly on it. Glove, bottom of the glove. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
I can see why Butler appealed from behind the stumps. You don't really know what it's hit, and it was certainly straight.
But he couldn't have saved the runs. Oh, good sprawling. Stopped there by, I think that's Chris Wilkes there at extra cover, preventing more runs for Head, who's looking to play a shot of ball at the moment, and he's doing well with it, 23 off 27 for Head, and he smashes this ball. It was a half volley. He took one step down the line, and Travis Head has very much got the brief to go in there and take it to England, and it's a big one of I can't do it, can I? Unless Knuckle, you can do the 6 jingle.
Came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's 6. It's beautiful. and it's mine.
Well,
thank you for that, Mac. That was beautiful. I'll just quickly, if I may, go across to YouTube because we've got a bit of a backlog here. Matt Cast 44. If it weren't for yesterday's limp batting effort, this would be a really decent position for England. As it is, though, they're still massively up against it. Jeff G. Thomas, the name Travis Head sounds more like a Scottish football team. Travis Head 2, Queen of the South 0.
Very good.
Very good. Dan De Castro adds there's a Scots bar in Toronto called Nag's Head North. Same idea. Jeff G. Thomas queries, what, no jingle for Gary? Dan De Castro, how has rain stayed away? Forecast so wrong. We're supposed to pour by 1 p.m. We're getting almost a full day here. Samir Chaturvedi, thanks to you guys. And finally, Richard Stevens, London calling. How bored familiar are you with the following reporting of English cricket? England win, all is well. England lose, it's woeful. Collapse. I'm noting that you guys aren't these.
Well, I'm sure many of us have fallen into that trap.
Oh, absolutely. The lead is now 89. Travis Head now has 29 of 28 balls, and he is, to use a bit of a commentary cliche, he is taking the game away from England after 2 quick wickets after tea, and Carey just defends Wokes, who fields off his own bowling. There is no run. There's still 16 overs and 5 balls before England can call upon a new ball, which will be in today's play. I mean, that's some way in the distance here, but England already look like they're bowling for the new ball, or is that a little unfair?
I think it is a little bit unfair. They would have hoped that the old ball would do something. It hasn't really.
As Carey again knocks this back to Wokes. Being given a bit of an armchair ride here, Alex Carey, on his debut because of the aggression at the other end from Travis Head. Again, the Australians do this, and I'm surprised more sides don't. Almost always, when they have a little bit of a batting crisis, the new batsmen come out after the fall of 2 quick wickets and they go on the offensive, or at least one of them does.
Well, so I think that Joss Butler did that yesterday to quite good effect for a while.
This goes through to the keeper, but it's almost always the response of Australia is not to dig in and look to defend for half an hour, sit in the game and have a look. It's immediately to try and wrest the advantage back. Pull the pendulum back, if you like, away from the opponents.
Travis Head is a stroke maker, and I mean he's not had a great Test career, and he struggled for Sussex this summer, but he does have some shots, and he's mostly picked the right ball. It just makes England think a little bit. Again,
and this is hit hard to mid-wicket. That was a horrible long cotton from Chris Wokes, and Alex Carey will be kicking himself, and I suspect his captain might be lining up to kick him as well there, because he could have hit that absolutely anywhere. He went onto the back foot and he picked out mid-wicket, and England from nowhere have got the wicket they require. Australia 236 for 6 and an end open.
Yeah, Chris Wokes bowling, joining Jack Leach in the shit gets wickets club today. It's a pretty good catch actually from who's that in there? Is that Ollie Pope? Because that was hit pretty hard by Head, and he was in by Carey rather. He's in close at short mid wicket, took it above his head. Nice catch, but that was the bad ball, bad shot, good catch. And Alex Carey's who came in, you say armchair ride, he did his first ball in Test cricket was a hat-trick ball, but he goes for 12, 236 for 6. Australia lead by 89.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good catch, but I think if any England fans are awake, and obviously there's one England fan who's not awake at the moment, who should be jingling us now, is I think if he dropped that, I think they would all go to bed, wouldn't they? Because it was above the head, it wasn't middled, it did loop a little bit to him, but Ollie Pope, who is a wicket-keeper, or certainly was in his youth, now fields quite often all over the park. Actually, he's not a specialist in his slip cordon or anything, so you'll find him all over the field, and he did well there. So Pat Cummins is in, the captain, who can hold a bat. Well, I'd say he was more of a 9 than an 8. Likewise with Mitchell Starc, he may have 10 50s, but often they're kind of counter-attacking, devil-may-care stuff. Australia could easily be all out 250 here, or they could, of course, go on and get 350.
You mentioned the counter-attacking role, and there's probably no series in history that backs that up more than the 2013-14 Ashes, where Australia were perennially 150 for 5, and then Brad Haddin happened.
Yeah.
I was going to bring that exact point up. I couldn't remember. England were typically on top the first innings with Australia 5 wickets down. Then Brad Haddin came in. It's rather forgotten now, but 4-0 or 5-0, Australia walked it. It wasn't quite the case at the time.
No. Especially in that first test, as this ball is defended by Cummins there, who has a dot ball to his name as captain.
If you remember, all the headlines after that first day was Stuart Broad's 6 for after the Brisbane Courier Mail had tried to sort of launch a erasure campaign against him after what happened in the summer with the walking, not walking thing, and it was all England on top, and Broad's done it again. And then Mitchell Johnson bowled really poorly in his first few overs. Michael Carberry was going well, and then Johnson went round the wicket to the left-handers, and all hell broke loose.
Yes, it did, as this ball is on leg stump, and Cummins slightly mechanically there gets it into the leg side, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, a successful one for Woakes, his first wicket. He has 1 for 42, which is about his average overseas, in contrast to his average at home, which is more like 21. And England have an end open here. It was right off the kind of cue end of the bat, wasn't it, from Carey? He had no timing. Perhaps the ball just didn't get to him.
I was listening to Pat Cummins yesterday after play, and he was saying that the pitch is a little bit spongy, a little bit soft. I mean, there's been a huge amount of rain around Brisbane, and obviously they do cover the pitches. So I think for bowlers of, Woakes is not slow, but he's not Cummins or Hazelwood pace, and I think the ball at times just doesn't quite come onto the bat.
Now, a little too paced. England will have to watch that as Root continues with himself. It surprises me a little bit seeing that Cummins is in, and Head playing a shot a ball. Cuts it hard behind point, and they're through for 3. Head goes to 32.
Knackle, your rendition there a few minutes ago has got contrasted reviews. Jay Grover, Knackle, you're no Brian Barish, mate, whereas Rohit Singh, very nicely done, Knackle. No jingles, no problem.
I'm not a singer.
Well, I can promise you're better than me, but so is everybody. I am a terrible singer. God, I loved my days singing karaoke. Candyman I used to sing. I Feel Fine by the Beatles. Well, I say sing. I used to stand there. Something would come out of my mouth into a microphone. It wasn't really singing. Root has a leg slip and an orthodox slip to Cummins, who nevertheless just pushes the ball into the leg side.
I actually was a singer in a post-punk band 40 years ago, but fortunately no tapes exist.
Well, maybe you should be doing the jingles then for Here's Root round the wicket to the right-hander, and there is no run.
No, I've got a terrible voice as well. But it was from an era in which having a terrible voice were virtually the credentials for being a post-punk singer.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you have the haircut, though? As this ball is down the leg side, decent take by Joss Butler behind the pads there of Cummins, and Root has hands slightly towards Head there, wondering if Cummins was about to edge that to Haseeb Hameed, who's round the corner at leg slip. He pads up to a ball outside off stump. There's Cummins, no run.
I think that might have hit a foot mark and turned past his leg. It was that wide down leg stump.
As this is also outside leg stump, so very negative bowling there from Root, and he won't get away with that if he bowls out there in the next over, because umpires are quite rightly, as the umpire is now talking to him.
Paul Rifle's having a word. Incidentally, you see those two standing next to each other, and it reminds you just how tall Joe Root is, which people sometimes forget. Paul Rifle is probably 6'4", and big man, and Joe Root's almost at. You look at him when he's with people, and you don't think of him as a tall person.
Yeah, but I've stood next to Root when he was awaiting his turn at presser at Edgbaston, and I was literally standing next to him, and he's the same height as me, which is a tad over 6 foot tall. And Sam Curran was a couple of inches shorter. You sometimes think of Sam Curran being sort of 5'7". He's more 5'10", 5'11". It's just so many cricketers are tall that you lose a bit of perspective. But Root's same height as me.
There was a funny one yesterday when Australia were lining up for the anthems. They had Cameron Green, who's 6'7", and Marcus Harris, who is at least a foot shorter than him, standing next to each other.
Yeah, the real tall one is Kyle Jameson. He's absolutely
6'7".
Yeah,
he's 6'7".
Yeah,
maybe 6'8", actually.
Yeah, well, Vincent van der Bijl was that kind of height, and he was a real giant sort of 2 generations ago. England have gone to one of their weapons, and it is, we can't jingle him, can we? It's Mark Wood, who is on target again, as he has been throughout the day, really, as Travis Head just pushes the ball back to him. Wood's in his 16th over. I mean, that suggests to me he might not be playing in the next test because they're flogging him a bit in this one.
Yeah, I wonder if he knows that, particularly Broad and Anderson, both to come in. He's bowled well. He's bowled really well today, actually. He set up Stephen Smith really very nicely, showing that he does have something other than just pace. He's been used in short spells, as you would expect.
And he's round the wicket to Travis Head, who is left-handed. The ball goes over the kind of shoulder, but it wasn't really a well-directed bouncer through to the keeper, and there is no run. Are we going to have a change at the end of this over?
We are indeed. I'm going to take over
so.
ball by ball, and you're going to be doing some summarising, and Hattie's going to... In fact, Gary, I think you might have to read the tweets with Hattie doing some summarising, because Hattie's having trouble accessing them.
Oh, God, I usually do as well. I'll do my best. And we're seeing Wood's spells here. He has been up at the 150 clicks, which is about 94 miles an hour, and a thickish inside edge from a very expansive shot there from Travis Head, who 10 minutes ago that would have been careering across the turf to the boundary, but just that little bit of extra pace always makes a difference to a batsman, and he got a little bit of a thick inside edge onto the pads. And there's a moment here for England. There's definitely a moment, and you feel that the next half hour, if England can get a wicket or two...
I mean, it's very easy to say in hindsight, but you wonder if Stokes in this mode was the right call. Obviously, he has been a bowler who can buy you a wicket when you need one, but he just looks so short of rhythm.
Yeah, this ball is defended into the offside, and there is no run. So 4 dots in a row to Head, who was playing shots for fun not 10 minutes ago. But that's the extra pace of Wood. But I think England just got to get a bit of energy in the field. It's easy to say here. We're not labouring at 30 degrees or so as it is in Brisbane, and also short of a gallop all round due to the weather in Brisbane. But there's a moment here for England, and they don't come very often in test matches, and if England can just conjure a couple of wickets from somewhere, they'll be back in this game. Wood round the wicket, it's short, you see, that's where you need the short leg in, because he rides that does Head, but that could easily have got up a little higher on this 2-paced wicket, and you need the short leg. And was he hit on the hands there?
It looks like it. Yes. It looked very awkward behind that. I mean, it did. It thumped into the pitch hard, and then thumped into him hard, and he was very awkwardly in behind that. I think that's hit the bottom hand, hasn't it? Which he tried to take off the bat.
I think it's hit his forearm. I think it's swelling up. Let's have a quick look at that.
That's that is unpleasant.
We're just having a look now, and the camera may just be...
It's hit his forearm.
Yeah, it has hit the forearm, and that's the pace of Wood. But again, that's why there has to be a short leg in there. I mean, this is a chance for England. They can't afford to miss one, but there is still no short leg even after that. And Wood goes short, as he would do after you've just hit a batsman. That's what fast bowlers do. But Head's able to just ride it down to one of 2 long legs, one of whom should surely be attacking the batsman. And Head retains the strike with a single. He goes to 33, Australia 240, and Head needs a bit more of the magic spray here. He looks to be struggling a little.
Yeah, at 90 odd miles an hour, smashing into the unprotected back arm, where you don't tend to wear an arm guard, and he didn't. That would have hurt. We saw Pat Cummins show the value of the well-directed short ball to the England tail yesterday, and Mark Wood was one of his victims, and I think Mark Wood has some revenge in mind. Australia 240 for 6. You're listening to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of the 2021-2022 men's Ashes. You join us partway through the third session of day 2 of the first test. England 147 all out, Australia 240 for 6. So it was a decent partnership dominated by Travis Head for the 6th wicket, but Alex Carey fell just now for 12. Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, yet to score. Travis Head on a valuable 33 after David Warner made 94 and Marnus Labuschagne 70 for Ollie Robinson, the pick of the bowlers thus far, but Mark Wood's been very handy as well. Hattie Wright joins me, Knuckle Pandey, and Gary Naylor for the next half an hour. Very interesting passage of play that we've had post-tea.
Yeah, it's not been quiet by any means, but at the same time, Australia have threatened to get away, but they haven't run away with it either. When Head has been getting boundaries off Stokes, those 3 in the over, England have then pegged it back in the next over. So
yeah, I was talking about Stokes maybe in the wrong call, but I will credit to Joe Root. He recognised he'd made the wrong call, got him off after 1 over. I think Ollie Robinson's had 4 overs off. Maybe, I mean, you obviously don't want to overwork him, but bring Robinson back. They're just having a drink. Bring Robinson back for 3 overs. See what happens. Have him and Wood bowling in tandem.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just not a fan of the 4 overs on, 4 overs off. I appreciate it's 30 degrees, but it's just not. They did it in England when it was 20 degrees, when it was 15 degrees. I think it's ridiculous.
It depends on the bowler. I mean, you can't really bowl Mark Wood for more than 4 overs. You're wasting him. I think Robinson has shown that he can bowl very long spells. I mean, it is hot, obviously. But sort of, I think 6 overs is about the most you can really realistically expect of any seamer. Even Pat Cummins only bowled 6 over spells yesterday, and he is someone who can bowl. I've seen him bowl almost a session unchanged at times, and Robinson has done that a little bit. Stokes at his best can, but he's nowhere near his physical best today.
I mean, I would definitely give Robinson a couple of wickets. He's been the best bowler for England. He's got half the wickets that England have accumulated. He's got Warner, Harris and Cameron Green first ball. I mean, any bowler, even without the fitness conditioning that England obviously are lacking, having had their warm-up matches pretty much wiped out by the weather, any bowler really ought to be able to bowl 2 or 3 overs if they're called upon. He's bowled 17 in a day, which is a decent workload, but I mean, he's not flogged. So, I definitely have him back. Just a couple of overs perhaps, and just say, just get us 1 here. And if he doesn't get 1, well, you haven't really bitten into. No,
I agree. I mean, the other thing about Robinson is if he does bowl, if he isn't that threatening, he's not going to go for runs, particularly. So it's not as though Stokes went for 3 boundaries in that 1 over. Leach, although I think I like Jack Leach a lot as a bowler, could go for some runs. I agree. That's why I would make that call now. Is that I think the upside is significant, and there isn't really much of a downside.
Well, it's been a drinks break, but also it's been an opportunity for Head to get some treatment, getting bandaged up on that forearm. But we haven't had any cricket for a good sort of 6 or 7 minutes here. I just find it incredible how cricket manages not to play cricket. But on that point, Jay Grove says Gary and Knuckle on commentary together, and he's blaming Tony Bishop for that. And we're still on together. But we're joined by Hattie. I'll just say hello, Hattie. I don't think we've been on the mic together.
Hi, Gary. You all right?
Yes, I am. I hope you are too.
I am, thank you.
Good. And Josie Oakes says this seems to be a wicket that was green but is drying out, so maybe England's score was not far off the mark.
I said this yesterday, that if England could have got themselves up, there was a point where England could easily have got themselves, or not easily, but could theoretically got themselves to 260, which I think would have been subpar, but not out of the game in the same way. Butler and Pope batted really well together for a good 40 minutes. Joe Root is continuing. 1 over too many. Travis Head left-hander, sure, but as Root is in, that's cut by Head. That's a good shot, actually. It wasn't that short, and it wasn't that wide either. Comes into him, and he cuts it out to deep point. And need to make sure they don't waste this opportunity that Ollie Robinson and Mark Wood have given them here to drag themselves back into a game that, when Warner and Labuschagne were batting together, looked like a real slog to even save. Travis Head's batted with some luck, but 35 for 36. That's a full toss from Root. It's almost like in a one-day game where you're not quite expecting the shin-high full toss. Head can only slap it back to the bowler. There is no run. There's a slip in place. Root in. This one skids on with the arm, and Head again staying leg side of the ball. Punches to backward point. There is no run. I wonder, did Root ask Robinson and you know, how long do you need before you can come back on? A little bit of drift from Root, and Head pushes the ball back to the bowler. And look, if Root whips through and over going for 2 runs, fair enough, but I think England have a chance here, as you say, Gary, to take a few quick wickets, at least, you know, leave Head short of partners. That one skids on, and Head wasn't really sure what to do with it, went back and plays it very awkwardly off the inside part of the bat to Hasib Hamid on the 45, and there is no run.
There's a tide in the affairs of man, and at the moment it's ebbing out for England, where it was at flood 10 minutes ago.
Full delivery, and this is clipped by Head nicely down to long on. He's shielding his captain, Patrick Cummins, from the strike. He nicks the strike again, 3 runs off the over. Australia 243 for 6, lead now by 96.
Yeah, we haven't got any tweets, but you can tweet us at Gorilla Cricket, and I'll do my best to read them on this phone. So please feel free, 1 or 2 hours.
Yeah, you're saying it about half an hour ago or so. England could have sensed an opportunity even about 3-4 overs before tea. And I mean, it's always disappointing for me when there's when you feel like England could get the game by the scruff of the neck, and then you suddenly keep going with a spinner that's not been doing anything. So you're like, why? Go back to your seamer straight away. You just hit someone on the forearm. He's actually hurt. Go with your seamers who are doing some damage physically and mentally, possibly.
I think so too, and I also, if you are going to spin, I would put Jack Leach on, because I don't think Patrick Cummins is going to lift him over his head for a couple of sixes.
Wood into Travis Head. Hasib Hamid is in backwards short leg now. This is on-off stump and push to Stokes at cover. There is no run. As I imagine, Mark Wood was lobbying quite hard for a fielder in at bat pad, and Hasib Hamid did very nearly run out David Warner just before lunch, I think it was, with a brilliant bit of fielding at short leg, where he sprawled and flicked the ball in underarm and catching a diving Warner short and just missed the stumps. So there's 2 fielders back on the hook. It's a good leg side field, I think, this with the short leg and the deep square leg kind of hovering about 10 yards in off the fence, and the long leg as well, and a couple of slips and a gully. Wood in short, nicely played by Head, actually got in behind it and pushed it back to the bowler. There is no run. And Wood desperately wants to get at Pat Cummins and the tail. Cummins is a very solid batter, but he's not, as you say, Gary, he's not someone who's going to take on an attack, and you wouldn't imagine he'd be trying to hook Mark Wood.
No, I just think that England here are bowling the way they would if they had 2 top order batsmen in, and they haven't. They've got a bowler at the other end who's only faced 7 balls and should be really trying their best to get him out.
Full outside off stump, and that is carved by Travis Head. It was a half volley, but he's put that away with real aplomb. A whip of the wrist, almost helicopter-like, scything it past backward point for 1, 2, 3, 4. Good shot from Travis Head, moves to 40.
What I've noticed with Wood, when he, because he's obviously he's had to change his bowling action slightly because of his injuries, but even in just when you saw from the stump cam vision, then he changed his action so that he stopped still at the start of his run up, and then ran in, and that's when he got better and better and better.
It lengthened
from
his
that
run
stump
up.
cam vision, then he actually started his run up from slightly side on to and ran in, and each time he does that, he goes for a boundary without
Short delivery, and Head jumps in behind the line of it and plays it well into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, he lengthened that run up after a conversation with Michael Holding, who was doing some broadcasting in the West Indies, and it's paid dividends. But yeah, he's not exactly, as we talked about this earlier, he's not exactly subtle when he goes wide of the crease. I actually probably did Wood a disservice on that shot that Head carved away. It wasn't a half volley at all. It was actually hit on the up from Travis Head.
It wasn't a bad ball. It's just like it's here. It's like when he does that loop again, like he used to. It's putting pressure on that ankle.
Wood in. That's a very good delivery, back of a length and forcing Head back onto his stumps. Just kept on coming at Head, and he fends it awkwardly into the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah, they just showed his spells. He's in his 6th or 7th spell here as Mark Wood. I'm pretty certain he won't be playing in the next Test match the way he's being used in this innings.
Well, they just protect that. I mean, they're protecting him with his ankle and knee issues. But if you're going to play a player but yet protects him, why is he in the side? I mean, I'm a huge fan of Wood, obviously, but it's
last ball of his 17th over is full, and Head drives this nicely again into the offside. He's done well to manufacture a few shots into the offside from not particularly wide deliveries, and they come through 4-2. 6 runs off Woods come back over. Australia puts the lead into 3 figures. They lead by 102, 249 for 6 they are.
And Jay Grover has tweeted in, and this is fairly benign from Jay Hattie, and he says, Hattie sounds like my mam telling me off when I were 9, thankfully without the sudden explosions of violence.
Thanks, Jay. We appreciate that.
And Messenger says, I made the mistake of turning up the 7 cricket commentary to work out what was happening with Head's injury, only to hear Hayden express the view that he'll be fine in 20 minutes when the Panadol kicks in. Silence is so much better than that clown. So Matthew Hayden getting a bit of stick from Messi Jazz there. I'm pretty sure he would have had a painkiller, whether it's a Panadol or not, I don't know. I'm a bit wary of painkillers in sport. If they're not performance enhancing, then what is?
Well, I mean, the bigger issue I think is actually there have been some cases of painkiller addiction in sport, because there are professional athletes who basically live on Imodium, as far as ibuprofen, as far as I can tell. There is a change of spinner. Interesting call. There's sort of Joe Root has actually been quite good with his bowling changes today, but this is almost like a bowling change behind as Jack Leach comes on to replace Joe Root. One thing that is in England's favour is that Patrick Cummins is finally going to face his 8th ball after what feels like about 4 overs.
Yeah, maybe they wanted to do that in the previous delivery, but because Head was on strike, Root carried on.
Maybe. Leach got hit around by Warner and Labuschagne in his first 3 overs. Does have a wicket to his name, a real rank long hop that Marnus Labuschagne somehow slapped to Mark Wood at point. He starts with a foolish delivery into the middle stump of Pat Cummins, who pushes into the onside. There is no run. There is a slip in place. Cummins does try and take Leach over the infield and doesn't time it very well, goes inside out and skews it over the offside. Ben Stokes chases from mid-off, and they'll come through for 3 runs, in fact. Good running from Head and Pat Cummins. And now the left-hander, Travis Head, is on strike to the left-arm finger spinner, Jack Leach.
Yeah, he's not exactly Mitchell Stark when he swings the bat as Pat Cummins. He's a big, strong boy, of course, we know that. But he's not a 6-hitter in the way that
he has
Mitchell
a
Stark
really, for a big guy with a big stride, he's got a very low back lift.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all very correct, I suppose, is the way I put it.
Yes. He kind of holds the bat handle quite low down, doesn't he? Almost like a mongoose bat.
There isn't the free-flowing quality of Mitchell Stark. This one's fired in. I think Head was fainting to come down the track there, and Leach fires it in quicker, and Head pushes to square leg. There is no run. There is a leg slip in place for the ball turning. Jack Leach hasn't turned the ball significantly today. I've not really seen one go yet from him in his 9th over. Well, that one does turn though, and that's nicely played by Head. Actually waited for it and happy to play against the turn and guided it through slip. Well bowled, well played, Travis Head. 4 runs. He moves to 46. That one did turn significantly from outside off stump. And Head, actually, he came down the track again, and he's adjusted very well to that ball, very late, and cut it away through through slip.
They would have gone straight to slip if they wasn't.
Yeah, I think that was an edge. I think you're being very generous there, Knuckle. I think Leach won that little battle there, and he should really have had a slip. But
well, put the leg slip in there. Obviously, they're not wanting to be overly attacking with Australia 109 runs ahead. This one is down the leg side. I think again Leach thought Head was going to come down the track and fires it in very flat. Possibly that was actually a ball to get Head off strike.
Yeah, I mean, Root was setting a field because Leach has 1 for 70 from 8.5 overs. He wasn't setting a field because Australia 257 for 6 there, which, might be a way forward, but really he should have had a slip in there, I think. You can't have them everywhere, as you always say to me, Knackle, when I want more attacking fielders, but he's bowling to Cummins here, who has 3 from 9 balls.
The cover fielder has gone back a little bit, sort of halfway back to the boundary, basically sort of for the slightly aerial skewed drive. This one's into the pads and blocked back to Leach. The over goes for 7.
Yeah,
Can't help thinking England have missed a trick here.
Yeah.
Australia lead by 110.
What I was going to say is that he's only got 1 attacking fielder, Leach, and if you're going to bowl him, then you're going to pick him, which Root did over Broad. Even though he has gone for a few, you've got to give him the tools to trade, which for a spinner is a close field. And it just, I don't know what Leach is supposed to do really with just 1 attacking fielder to a number 8 who's faced 9 balls or something. It's
and you can't. And for someone like Head, who's now on 47, you can't not have a slip in play for him. I mean, I don't know what a leg slip is supposed to be there, except for a rank bad ball.
Well, I don't mind the leg slip because Leach does. If the ball does bounce on him a little bit, and Leach does bowl quite quick, it could easily skew off there.
You don't have a leg slip. A spin bowler should always have a slip in, no question. But a leg slip, no. Short leg, yes.
Well, Jay Grover may want to reconsider his last tweet.
3 slips in. Wood goes very full, and that's punched away through cover by Travis Head, bringing him 50, his first 50-plus score since the Boxing Day Test match of 2019. That is his 10th 50-plus score off 51 balls. He's got those 51 runs with 7 fours and 1 6. A good counter-punching innings from number 5.
Indeed it is. And Jay Grover says Hattie is not angry, she's just disappointed. Well, you were verging into anger with some justification there, I think.
Absolutely, Jay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Ravi Air says, are we still watching this England car crash? Well, it's not quite a car crash, I would suggest. Australia 261 for 6, but the game is going away from England due to a really outstanding counter-attacking innings here from Travis Head.
Yeah, preferred to Usman Khawaja, and on the evidence that we had before going into the test, I would have pushed Usman Khawaja, but fair play to Travis Head, who guides this delivery basically from outside leg stump to the offside. Ollie Pope can't field cleanly at gully, and they come through for a single. I am not at all militantly against the leg slip, although I do take the point that why not have both in there somewhere. I think the leg slip if the ball is going to turn and bounce can be quite a useful position. I think I've seen the likes of Yasir Shah take some wickets there, particularly on a pitch that does have some bounce to it. It can be a valuable position.
I mean, I love a leg slip, as you know, but I think to a number 8 who's in single figures, you've got to attack both edges of the bat, and therefore you've got to have someone on the leg side in close, someone on the off side in close, whether it's a leg slip or a short leg, but you've got to attack both sides.
Wood in 2 slips and a gully, and actually the gully is very square, almost a catching point and a short leg. This is left alone through to the keeper by Pat Cummins, and there is no run.
Well, they had the slip in to Leach for Cummins. I'm just making the point just for Head when he edged the ball through where slip should have been off Leach, and that's just what frustrates me.
I suspect he wouldn't have tried to play that shot had there been a slip in place.
Well, he was just defeated by the spin. He tried to guide it, but
I'm with you, Hattie, on that one. I think he was trying to play a shot, got an edge, and that's what slip's there for. But maybe he wouldn't have come down the track. I agree.
Short ball and puts Pat Cummins on his backside, but Pat Cummins, being the flexible fellow that he is, gets back up quickly and grins at Mark Wood. If you're going to be a fast bowler, you're going to have to expect that kind of thing from other fast bowlers. Well played by Pat Cummins, or well not played.
Well, we've got some response on the Twitter phone about the performance enhancing or otherwise of painkillers. Jay Grover says, concur with Mackle and Gary on this. If you can only function, Adderton / Flintoff et al. On daily injections and regular surgery, this seems like the most destructive form of doping possible. See also WWE wrestlers, and we do have an alternative view.
Wood in full, and that's squirted by Cummins. He played it with soft enough hands that it died well short of Rory Burns, but a false stroke drawn of the Australian captain by Mark Wood. There is no run.
O'Neill Harris says, Gary, whether something is performance enhancing doesn't make it illegal. Food is performance enhancing. It's based on whether it's a controlled substance needing a prescription, and in the prescription is legitimate or performance enhancing. I don't think it's true.
That's not true. You regularly hear stories about people being, people taking nasal sprays that are over the counter and have something in them that they didn't know was there. That's not a controlled substance. As Wood is in last ball of his 18th over. This might be him done in this spell. That's turned leg side awkwardly by Cummins. Just evades short leg. Not a catchable height. It bounced short of him. But Cummins made to look uncomfortable there, as you might expect from even a decent number 8 against a bowler of Wood's pace, bowling quite well. But the runs keep coming for Australia. Travis Head has got them into a position where they can be said to be controlling the game. 262 for 6, 115 runs ahead.
Yeah, as with almost any area of drug policy, it all seems a little arbitrary as to what's on one side of regulations or laws and what's on the other side. But if you are going to call drugs performance enhancing and you're not going to include sort of injections into knees that get sports people out onto the field playing sport when they can barely walk without it, it does strike me as a drug that is performance enhancing, and then we can have a debate as to whether that should be allowed in sport.
Yeah, I
or
suppose
not.
in
but
theory
they do hurt people. They do have long-term impacts as well. So
Leach is continuing. Still no sign of Ollie Robinson. This is down the leg side, and I think that really was a ball to try and get Head off strike, which I don't know, it's fair enough. I suppose Head is happy to take the single and brings Pat Cummins onto strike. Now I think the field should come in pretty close. A few close catches and fielders pushing in on the 1 on both sides of the wicket.
Well, he's talking, isn't he, to Leach here, which is good.
I think Joe Root has captained reasonably well with England obviously very much behind the 8 ball from the start of this innings, and they have bowled well. On another day, Australia could easily have been 3 or 4 down at lunch.
Well, it helps if you don't bowl a no ball when you're knocking over.
Well, indeed, or bowl 14 no balls, as the case was.
The opponent's
Root is in at slip, so only the one close catcher, and Cummins comes forward, and the long on was back. I'm not sure about that. I'm not always one for being absolutely militant about attacking fields, but I don't really see why the long on was in position and Cummins is able to get a single.
Yes, I completely agree. They have to make Cummins think that he's the weak link here, even if he's not a weak link at number 8.
This is into the pads of Travis Head, and he turns it to Chris Wokes at square leg. There is no run. I can't entirely work out what instructions Jack Leach has been given in terms of taking wickets in this spell. He bowls from mid crease. He goes into the body again of Travis Head, so at least there is a distinct line that he's bowling here straight at Travis Head, who has played well through the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, don't free the arms appears to be the brief given to Leach.
Leach fires this in very flat, and Travis Head was waiting for that and pulls it. Haseeb Hamid's not picked that up at all at deep backwards square leg. I wonder if that's just a case of it sort of going from sunlight to shadow. I don't think it was a catching opportunity by the time it got to him, but he's completely missed it, and Travis Head has picked up 4 when there probably should only have been 1. He moves to 57. There's a shades of Karachi in the dark there with back in 2000 when the ball bounced a few yards in front of him, and you can see the shadow of the stand is just in front of him, and he's completely lost it as the ball's come from sun to shadow. This is swept violently by Travis Head and swept well past short fine leg. 2 leg sidey and 2 full back-to-back boundaries. Jack Leach continuing to have a bad day 1 for 80 off his 10 runs off the over. Australia now lead by 125, and we will have a change of commentators. That's me done for today. I'll be back on day 4, and we'll hand over to Messrs Bear in theory, and Andy Ward is supposed to be here, but I'm not sure who's taking over for him.
Well, I'll just mention there, I read it slightly differently to Knuckle there. I think Hasib Hamid was wondering whether to come in and attempt to make the catch. He would have had to dive forward, which is always difficult, and I don't think the shadow of the stand helped him. But that moment's hesitation where you're wondering whether to take the catch, he then stood off it and was kind of yorked, if you like, by the ball there. So maybe on another day, Hasib Hamid, or if he was another fielder, would have committed fully to the catch, dived forward and tried to take it. In the end, caught in no man's land, and had to go away. The bear's back, so I'm going to go off, and I'll see you, some of you.
I am back,
tomorrow.
and he is here. He's in the waiting room.
I'm due off as well.
You're refreshed, Bear.
Not really. I kind of fitful lying there, thinking, oh, there might be a wicket, and opening your eyes, you know. It's just sitting in his chair all the time, really, and having to concentrate.
So have we got Andy in?
He is here. I've got him joining. I don't know if he says he's joining.
Excellent.
How are you, Messrs? Are you alright?
Excellent, thank you. A bit warm. It's been 38 again here, but
time of day is it
going
now?
okay.
Mid-afternoon.
Yeah, it's 2:30.
Well, it says Andy's joining, but he's not, so I'll commentate. Ollie Robinson is back, and the first ball is just clunked out to cover, swinging away slower. England must be getting pretty knackered now. No, he's trying to join again, and just need to get through these last. I mean, you've got to say the game's probably gone now.
Yeah,
here he is.
Here he is.
You can go now, Hattie.
Alright, see you guys.
Morning, Andy.
Hello, morning everyone.
G'day, Andy.
Hello, Essie. You sound happy.
Well,
Captain of Australia faces up and plays that ball out to cover for no run. Ollie Robinson, the bowler.
I know you guys have to get up in the middle of the night to do this, but I had to get up at 6:30 this morning, and that's totally against the natural order of things for my body, especially after going to bed at 4 a.m. after the World Cup. So.
Yeah, it all gets a bit. I mean, I'm kind of looking forward to the next test where actually the 4 a.m. start for the day-nighter is much more kind of like India, and actually I find it a lot easier to just have 4 hours sleep and get up and go than stay up all night.
Yes, it is a bit easier for one test at least. Robinson comes in, full ball. I think it's hit him on the pad and gone out second slip, but there's no particular appeal.
That swung quite a lot, but going too far down leg, really.
So Robinson 3 for 46. Has he bowled well today?
Yeah, he has. He's kind of bowled how you expect him, because he bowls that sort of straight, heavy ball, gets it a little bit further up, but gets the extra bounce. The one thing he lacks is pace. Obviously, he's just not as quick as Cummins or Hazelwood, but he's been very accurate.
Yeah, Robinson and Wood have definitely been the best of the bowlers.
Yeah, I don't think Wokes has bowled that badly, really.
Pretty ordinary. He hasn't got the pace.
2 slips in the gullies. Robinson comes in again, it's on a length again, and tails in a little bit, and it's played up to mid-on for no run.
I thought he got the ball to move early. Been a bit unlucky, maybe. The thing is, he's reluctant to bowl around the wicket to the lefties. If he could develop that, he'd probably have a bit more luck, because he bowls pretty well to them from over, actually, because he does bowl reasonably straight and does get it to nip away a lot, but obviously leaves a lot of balls to leave as well, whereas if you can bowl round effectively, you can kind of attack the stumps more.
Here he comes, and again it's full into leg stump, but that one is clipped away by Cummins out towards deep square. Come back for 2, maybe 3. Fielder picks it up. Big grounds they have for these test matches. I think that's 2.
Yeah, and Stokes has obviously still got a niggle somewhere in his knee, thigh, hamstring, ankle, somewhere like that, because he's it looked like he jarred it when he was chasing a ball down to long off right towards the end of the first session, and has not been really able to bowl since, which is kind of destroys a bit of your plan if he's your fourth seamer, doesn't it? But Hey-o.
Robinson is completely over. It's down the leg side. Expecting a wide from all my white ball cricket lately, but no, that's allowed in test matches. So that is the end of the over.
Andy, I wonder if your mic may be a little bit away from your mouth. You're quite quiet.
Turn up.
Jay
Okay,
Grover
that?
says
better.
that's much better. I'm very rarely right about cricket predictions, but as a long-time fan of Travis Head, I just did a victory lap around my flat. Slipped on a bastard shower curtain. Now my ankle hurts. I wonder what that shower curtain looks
poetic
like.
justice.
Leah says Travis Head's moustache makes him look like a moderately talented Turkish dictator. Well, she says Turkic. Maybe she means Turkic. There's some discussion between me and Brian about the weather in Brisbane. I made the point that in Brisbane yesterday, the official reading was 0.8 millimetres. In Archerfield, 8 miles away, it was 35 millimetres. It's incredibly localised, the rain up there.
Throughout all your talking, we've been seeing a montage of England's chances, and there've been an awful lot of them.
Yeah, a lot of them fell just short. There was a drop.
Hamid could have run someone out from short leg, and the batsman was front crawling back to the crease.
Exactly, that was Warner. Warner got lucky, man. He got bowled off a no ball, dropped in the slip. Should have been run out.
Is that lucky, or is that shouldn't bowl a no ball?
You make your luck. Yeah.
Well, apparently the no ball technology hasn't been working all day. So the first 3 balls of the over were no balls, obviously, but weren't called because the umpire's supposed to be calling them. And of course, and then they
be bowling 4 no balls in a row.
Well, no, you shouldn't. But then theoretically, if you get called for one, then you drag yourself back, don't you? But if you bowled 3, but then because it was a wicket, of course they check it, and then
Leach 1 for 80 off 10.
Yeah, he's been hammered.
Punched past point, down to deep point for a single. Dan Weston on the Cricket Podcast was quite scathing about Leach's selection. Yep. Because he's so much better against left-handers than right-handers, and Australia have more right-handers.
He's been very unimpressive today, and there's no rhythm to his bowling at all. The only wicket he got was off a complete
long up
drag down, basically.
Miss hit by Labuschagne.
With Leach going for runs, with Stokes only bowling 6 overs, that's putting a lot of weight on the 3 pace bowlers.
Well, indeed. And if England stumble in the second innings, they'll lose by an innings. But
still got a slip, which seems optimistic. It does go off in that direction, though. It's going to beat short third man. Hamid is after it. They'll come back for 2. Cummins, wild throw.
I mean, if England do manage to get these wickets tonight or early tomorrow, you can likely see it ending tomorrow. I reckon.
Can't sound surprised.
If England are sort of 180, 200 behind towards the end of the day, I think it'll be over. Unless there's more rain, of course.
That one is.
What happened to the optimistic bear?
Well, I've seen too many games, Messi. You know how it goes. And I've seen England, when England are behind. I guarantee you, England will come out and they'll be, 10 for 3 again? Something like that.
Oh dear. I think Rudy will make some runs.
England, I'll come on to this. Leach is back over the wicket. Left-hander, he's hoisted up towards long on. Is there anybody there? Wouldn't matter. There is, but it's over his head for 6.
Yeah, we got Jingles back. And I mean the thing is they've actively attacked Leach as well right from the word go.
Yep.
He's not been allowed to settle.
That's what they'll do.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times England have been 5 down for less than 100 this year in tests?
9.
A lot.
9, correct, yes. And that one is flayed up to mid-off. They either came through for a quick single or he was sent back.
They came through for single and they got 4 buzzers, so that's 5. Fuck.
Oh, it's just falling
It's all falling apart.
Oh dear.
Day 2, after 2.5 years to prepare. Day 2 and it's in tatters.
Well, that's where I'm a bit more optimistic. A bad game is a bad game. I mean, we saw it swing wildly when they were over here. I don't think we have bowled terribly badly.
But the fielding's been poor, the throwing's been poor, the batting was pathetic. All in all,
it's been a bad game.
All-round bad game.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, there are things, these things have dropped short, or we've missed a couple of chances, and then again, we decided to bat, and it was overcast, and then today it's a beautifully sunny day.
Maybe look at the weather forecast.
Well, I guess you have to back. I guess you have to back your batting.
Cummins plays that one out to cover for no run.
Oh dear. So, Rohit Singh says, great debate on the virtues of the leg slip. Seems to be a great position if part of a strategy. The leg slip was used very well by India against Australia last year. It certainly was. Dhoni used a leg slip who would mostly serve as a spectator. Dhoni did a bit of that himself.
Yeah, but that's the difference.
Cover his leg side wicket keeping.
That's the difference of having Jadeja and bloody Ashwin, isn't it? Over, Leach and Bess. Who would you rather have?
Yeah.
And further to the discussion about enhancing substances, Jay Grover says controlled substance is an incredibly weaselly worded definition in the UK criminal justice system. It's more complicated in the US and utterly batshit in India, which are the only two codes I know about without personal experience. I thought it was all going to be from personal experience, Jay.
Leach has gone for 95 and 11 overs. That's fucking dreadful.
6. It looks like Stokes is going to bowl.
Yeah.
6 for 289, as I say.
It's a good jingling opportunity.
Yeah, it is. Let's go for it.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Joe Root with the facial expression of many an England captain in Australia. Stokes is in, that's played up to mid-on for no run.
Well, yeah, I mean, how many tests have we won? None. Have we won one?
Since 2011?
One? Or maybe there was
Travis
a draw.
Head's 73 not out off 61, certainly cashing in later in this innings. Earlier
I'm a little concerned about that because I have a bet on there being no hundreds in this test match.
Okay, well you must have been pleased when Warner got out, 94.
Yes, I was.
Stokes is round the wicket. That's a bit of a loosener. Didn't look very quick, but it's poked out to cover for no run. In fact, Knackle tells us England have only drawn one game in Australia since 2000.
And that was that Melbourne test of dreariness. On the shittest pitch I've ever seen. If that bloody Melbourne pitch is like that again, that's it.
No, it was. To be fair, Melbourne's been okay more recently. I think they've managed to work out what they need to do with the drop in there, and it's worked pretty well. Certainly in the India match, it was very good.
Short from Stokes and Head ducks under it. He does have a bit of a porn starry moustache. They tend to do at this time of year in Australia.
That's permanent.
Now, I have a question about this.
November was finished.
I have a suspicion our expectation of porn star moustaches are based on images from years and years and years ago. I don't know whether porn stars still carry those moustaches.
No idea.
Or from boogie nights. Can't help you, I don't watch much porn with dudes in it. Stokes comes in. Stokes is around the wicket. It's well bowled, it's squared, head up a little bit, goes down second step for no run. Oh, it's a no ball. So
it's a no ball.
So it was probably a huge no ball.
Well, yeah, for
the umpires called it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Smokey, you were over the line, that's a foul.
Big enough. Yeah, big enough.
Only just. Apparently he bowled 14 no balls before lunch, only 2 were called.
About time they were called by the third umpire, like in white ball cricket, then I would think.
Or they'd supposedly the technology's broken.
Oh, great. And that is humped up to long on, I would say. I thought mid-on was going to pick that up, but it was straighter than him, even though it was... You look at the trajectory of the shot, you think lovely straight drive to long on. He did actually have a bit of a swing at that one. But it's 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He's just standing and delivering now, isn't he?
Yep.
And England's bowlers are shot, and we're going to have the new ball as well. I mean, I'd be. I don't know if I'd take it.
Yeah, well, I'd be loath to take it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a maximum of 45 minutes left.
They're supposed to be bowling another 23 overs.
Yeah, that ain't
I'd like to see
It's
that.
been like that as well, as it swings that away and gets off. It went about 180 degrees away from where he meant to go over cap corner, flew over second slip for the four.
Jeez.
It is.
That's amazing.
298.
Sorry, they put on 62, of which Cummins has made 9.
Yeah. Travis Head getting after it, and why not? These runs are going to be a lot harder to come by when England start batting.
Yeah, exactly.
151 the lead. Stokes is in again, and he's found a bit more pace after being hit for 2 fours. And Head just pokes that down to point, and there's 1 run. So Stokes goes for 10 in the over, and England just really trying to find a way to get out of this day without too much more damage.
Well, I think they're going to struggle here because they do look like they've got very little gas in the tank. They've got 45 minutes to go, and if I was Australia, I'd be trying to smash it around the park and get another 50, 60, 70, 80 runs in the remaining time left in the day. And
so Ravi Nair has taken his contrarian supplement this morning. He says, why do we have fielding positions? Slips, short leg, gully are all meaningless. Call them what they are. Short, medium, long, 0 to 360 degrees. Another example of cricket being pale, stale and mild. Sounds like very much an engineering solution to me. And
it sounds like Ravi would be a fan of digital time and 10-hour days.
Yes, I like the 100-day year myself. Farong says intriguing time in the test. Australia pushing towards 150 lead. England will have the new ball option soon, and plenty of overs remaining in the day. Leach still going for 7+ and over. A concern 10+ and over is actually what he's.
So much of a concern that Root is into bowl. That one is down the track, Head, and he punches up to long off for a single.
Well, we've never had a successful spinner, have we?
300 up. I don't know about never, but since Swan anyway.
Well, I mean, Swan's average in that series in 2010 was 39 still. And it's not great, but he did get some important wickets, I suppose.
Well, when was the last time we had a good leg spinner? That's what you want in Australia. Never. We tried Salisbury once, didn't we? He probably never actually went out there. We've got a leg slip and he's bowling round the wicket, but Cummins just steps away, thrashes it over cover. It may plug and not get there. Yeah, the fielder is after it. Come back for at least 2. And that wasn't great. Everything was outside leg stump, but the batsman just stepped away and carved it over cover anyway.
Well, he's bowling a defensive line, isn't he? He's bowling round the wicket as a right armer to a right-hander. And try to bowl it outside his leg stump to try and cram for room and get through overs.
And that was the worst outcome for England. 3 and Head is back on strike. Head goes back, punches past cover. There should be someone out there. There is, but he's got to run round, so we'll pick up 2.
I suppose we could look back to 2010 and England could come out and score 500.
They weren't bowled out for 149 in that first inning.
Oh, the optimist bear is back.
They had Trott and Cook. Do you think Burns and Milan are going to put on like 500?
Well, no.
Root is in to Head again. Again, he steps back and cuts out towards point. That'll just be 1. 6 for 306. Australia lead by 159.
Has to be said that Hasim and Pope both look quite promising in the first innings.
Yeah, you've got to string that whole thing together, though, haven't you?
25's not much to write home about. If that's our highlights, we're struggling. Leg slipping again, Cummins again. That whole ball took place about 2.5 feet outside leg stump. He just played it back to the bowler. I think if you just stood and watched that, even in test matches, you get wide. Perhaps he'll do that this time.
Oh, yes!
Oh, he's got to catch it, leg slip. It's worked. And Cummins is understandably enraged. Thrashes his pad onto his bat. And that was really... we were all mocking that plan, but love it when a plan comes together.
It's worked, yeah.
Quite a good catch by Hamid, down low by his left ankle. And Cummins just tried to tickle it round the corner, and the leg slip was right there. So he's gone for 12.
I'll do a few tweets if I can.
Go for it.
Oxymoronica, I'm not sure how to take this one. Glad to hear you haven't got any Australians on today. Messi doesn't count. England having their noses rubbed in it. Well, Beefy was on earlier on and did a great job, I thought. But it was noticeable that it was an all-England crew on when a couple of wickets fell, and the roars when the wickets fell were quite substantial, much more substantial than any Australian roars yesterday, I must say. Adrian Lowe says, morning chimps. Jay Grover says, Bear, you look as fresh as a daisy getting pissed on by a maid. Nestor said, did the bear just sleep in a ditch? Oh, the compliments are flowing. Jay says, I'm dreading Christmas cricket with my cricket-loathing uncle, my cricket-apathetic mam who enjoys asking me who's winning every 5 minutes, and Madar who goes into spasms of depressive rage when England lose a wicket or Australia score a run. Sounds like the average English household watching the Boxing Day Test. And he also says, I also have to smoke outside. Bother.
Yeah, that's annoying. Right, we have a new batsman. It's this man.
Mitchell Stark averages 22 in Test cricket, which just goes to show that Test cricket is easier than white ball cricket. Stokes is back in to head, has a big swing outside of stump, misses it.
Well, at least Rooty gets the bowl at a lefty.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe
Two
he'll
lefties,
try Leach again, but I suppose he's still got the bowl at head in between. Oh no, it's two left-handers now, isn't it? Yeah.
No, I'd leave Leach out of it.
Head 86 off 71. On course for what I suspect would be his first Test century, but I can't swear to that.
I think he'd be right on that.
I'm sure we will.
Didn't have a good time in England, did he?
No, he's got a high score of 161.
Okay, good for him. He ducks under that one, and there's no run. His third Test 100. Okay. And some depressed looking England fans thinking, I paid my life savings to come out here. He gives a weak smile, but it's not very convincing.
Well, I don't know anyone.
Honestly, I think that's better. I think that's better than when your team's getting thrashed and the cameras are on you and suddenly you're having a great time. Stokes is into head.
He's probably quite hungover by now.
Yeah. He has a flash at that one as well, through to Butler for no run. Stokes seems to have found a decent line, a foot above off stump.
The funny thing is, with the ball bouncing so much and hardly anything going at the pads and a few LBWs, the reviews don't really get used, do they?
No.
It's not so much about threatening the stumps, no.
No. I mean, it's virtually must be pretty much all catches, isn't it? A couple of bowls.
Well, here comes Stokes again. And again, head ducks underneath it, no run.
Oh, Jesus. Mayank says there's been so much stress on the three paces that the over rate has been at 12.3 all day.
Oh, that's rotten. That's not good.
Yeah, I'm sure Gary's having fits.
I think he's had that fit. I think he's past repeating himself any further.
Stokes it again, that one's fuller, and head punches up to long off. An easy single. 7,307.
You get the feeling they're desperate to get through these last 3 overs before the new ball, don't you?
Well, yeah.
I'm not sure about that. I suppose they will take it. We will see Wood and Wokes.
Mog says, I have no doubt Root will have little to no impact as a bat on this tour.
Well, he's not done much in Australia before.
Yeah, but I still think he's too good not to. Been in such good form this year.
Yeah. Like Hazelwood seems to have his number.
How much does form come in when you haven't played a Red Bull game for 3 months? Questioning England's warm-up games or lack of for this one. Then again, maybe Australia just aren't giving them any. That one's poked out into leg side. I remember in 2010-11, England played a very competitive game against Australia's second string, and that probably helped them. And maybe Australia thought, we won't do that again.
Yeah. Well, the weather didn't help at all in this case.
And the pandemic one.
Even though they were playing against their own B team, which is never going to have the same intensity.
Yeah, Australia did that a couple of tours ago in England. It worked reasonably well. Joe Grover said, I said this before, but what demi-demon of the third plane did Leach piss off at Perth? And Anna's with us. Anna Forsyth says, hello, GC Hardcore peeps. Thanks for your services. Just back from a Christmas party and doing last-minute packing for my flight home tomorrow. Oh, enjoy, Anna.
I'm presuming that the GPL is, everyone thought there was going to be rain. Yeah, we're out of GPL territory. Highest was 277.
Easy to work out today anyway. It's 308.
And Jay, apropos his experience with controlled substance regulations, says, I'm not allowed into America and I made sure to drink with the police when I was in India.
Route into Stark. Pushes that out towards point and passes left hand to get a single.
And Farong says, things you expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket number 289, referring to England. Batting poor, bowling poor, fielding poor. Sounds pretty much like business as usual in the messages.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Oh, a big swing from head, and that one's gone straight over the wicket-keeper. It's not gone very far. The slip is after it. He's going to get there, but they'll be back for 2. I think that's Burns coming around from slip.
You need him to do that and to get caught, Messi, for your bets.
Yeah, I know.
He's having a swing, so it's in play, and good for him. He's playing for the team and not for his milestone. Roots in again, and that one's hit hard past cover. He should get 4 for that one. The fielder is chasing after it. He's just going to get there, and I think he did get there. Stokes is round to help. They should come back for 3.
He missed it with his hand, but he managed to kick it back before he rolled into the sponge.
Get some kind of body on it. It's Milan, I think.
Yeah.
Did indeed feel that with his thigh, but they all count. And just checking if he didn't brush his other leg when he hit the rope, but I think he's okay. Pretty a yellow card though. He has gone in 2-footed.
Yeah. Oh god, they're going to look at this and look at this and look at this. They kicked it there. He's nowhere near.
He did kick it. Yeah. And he was sliding into it. I was quite aware. He actually kicked it away when he was sliding into the rope. It has gone down as 3. 1, 2, 3 so far this over. Route to Stark. Breaks the sequence. Plays it out to cover for no run. 7 for 314. And we'll have 2 overs after this one before the new ball is available. And I should think probably pushing towards an extra hour with the over rate. That one's played out to cover for no run.
I think it can only go on. It's like normal. I think it's normal playing conditions.
Yeah.
So
they've only got an extra 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It gets dark quite quickly in Brisbane, doesn't it? It's one of those places.
Yeah.
Roots into Stark again. And that's round-armed and a bit short. And it's played out to cover for no run.
Probably worth mentioning we start half an hour early again tomorrow.
Yeah.
I tried to catch up for that lost session on Monday.
So Mike Mihal says, this is my first Ashes since moving to Australia and it's amazing they haven't replayed a single one of the England wickets. I shouldn't be surprised having seen their Olympics coverage where they turned off as soon as the Aussie couldn't win. Yeah, you're spot on with that. But then I think the same reverse happens in England in terms of the Olympics. I know that. Mog, grey the facial hair. I'd call most of what the lads wear these days moustaches. Horrible shit. And Keith Gerson says to Mike Mihalwood, Struth, buddy, cheer up. Fair suck of the slip, Gordon, mate. Anna said, sorry, the Noble technology is broken. The score disappeared from the broadcast for like half an hour. Is this the Ashes or a grade tournament? Well, there are bits of it that certainly qualify for the latter.
I think BT quite regretting their decision to take the Australian feed. They're getting a lot of criticism for it. And even their anchor Matt Smith at one point said, well, let's just let them talk among themselves. The Aussie commentators talking about barbecues and shit. Not that we're much different, but at least we change the record every now and then. That one's punched out to a deep backward point for a single by Head. He's on to 93.
Jake Grove is offering himself as a consultant on porn and contemporary porn and moustaches. Mike says this has been tough to watch from England's point of view. It looked like a minor county second 11 side at best. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on some tweets at the moment.
Go for it.
I'll let you go.
Stokes is in, and Stark lets it go.
Adelaide Barmies just says Parkinson goes all right. Yeah, pity's not playing. He's not even playing in the England Lions game tomorrow.
Yeah, I got a funny feeling he'd be too slow through the air. That's my fear about Parkinson.
Well, I mean, in the context of what we were talking about, a top level leg spinner who could take 200 Test wickets.
Yeah.
Parkinson is not yet.
No,
it's not, and that's the thing. England doesn't invest in spinners. It's like Warren did shit for the first few tests he played, and he went for 243 or something in one of his early tests.
Right, but there's no indication that Bess, for example, is going to suddenly turn into Shane Warne.
No, that's true.
You can use the eye test to a degree. Stokes is in again, Fuller, and again slightly turns Stark around. Hamid picks it up at cover.
Well, again, it's the English county game doesn't really need spinners in a lot of respects. It's green seamers, wrong times a year. Unless you advocate for it and make some rule changes or change the pitches.
Well, we've been sort of trying that for 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Stokes is in again, and that is helped on its way by Stark a little bit awkwardly. Hasn't really gone anywhere. It's into space on the leg side for a single.
Farong's taking.
About to end before we start talking about county cricket.
Farong is taking some credit. Says Joe doing a Babar Azam yesterday and grabbing a wicket. It was Baba's first Test wicket too. P.S. I did a tweet something like an hour ago. Root needs to listen to my free advice.
Well, yeah. And Stokes approaching the wicket a bit gingerly there.
Yeah, I think he's done himself an injury.
Yeah.
In which case, would he play the rest of the series just as a batter?
There are times when you can use, a sixth bowler, even in a Gatting sort of mould, someone who isn't going to go for a ton of runs and can bowl in these situations. Or, even Mark Butcher. Stokes is in again, round the wicket, into the batsman, played out. It's a quick single into the offside. Hamid has a throw. It's missed the stumps. It's not been backed up properly, which apparently is symptomatic of England's feeling. Well, Nakul says Milan bowls part-time leggies, but I'm thinking more a seamer because, part-time leggies can go very wrong in this kind of situation.
So we're done, are we not?
We are to a change.
The GPL is safe, by the way.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Batsman running directly down the wicket there, actually.
Should be getting a ticking off for the umpire.
Right his end. He should do.
I shall see you all tomorrow.
Yep, see you tomorrow or tonight.
We've got replacements.
It should be Nakul and Forthy coming back to join us.
Okay, see you all soon.
See you later, Andy. It's me to take you through, isn't it? Yeah. So we got one over to the new ball. Robinson's just come back out from the changing room. Presumably he'll be used with it if they take it. Looks like the wind's getting up. Someone on hot mic says cloudy here in western suburbs, Brendan. Storms on the radar, but we should just get through to the end of the day. That's cut too short by Root. Milan is around again. They'll come back for two. Travis Head serenely moves on to 96 off just 80 deliveries. And he's really taken the game away from England. It's a very good innings. Is Knuckle joining us? Has he fallen asleep now as well?
I can see no sign of Knuckle. I can see his comely portrait, but I can't see anything of him.
No, exactly. That's played back up to mid-off and there's no run. That is the problem about being in England. I was just flagging and had to go and have a little lie down.
I'm fine. 6 p.m. here.
Yeah, well, exactly. Has that gone up in the air? Has that been caught? No. Burns has come round from slip. I didn't see where that came off on Head. But it's gone shooting up in the air. I don't know why Butler wasn't going for it then. Because Burns had to go all the way around. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah.
He's gone
through the shot far too soon, hits him on the forearm.
Yeah. Right on that place where he got hit earlier. That might have been quite painful. Darted in at leg stump by Rooty. Head comes down the track, clips it up to long on, and there's one run.
This has been such a parody of an obvious test match so far. If you were to write the script, this is more or less how it would run for an England first test.
Exactly. Exactly. Last ball was driven back to Root. Sorry, there's one ball left in the over.
Yes, no star all-rounder injured, buzzers, disastrous start with the bat.
There's an appeal for LBW, but it's going way down leg side. It's probably hit him outside leg stump. I wouldn't bother reviewing it. No. And, well, there's supposed to be 18 overs remaining. It looks like it's getting dark for a start. And presumably England will turn to possibly Robinson and
Robinson and Wokes took the new ball. I'd be very tempted to give it to Robinson and Wood.
Yeah, same here.
If they've got the energy left. I'll just read a few tweets. Rohit Singh.
I think the
Greg Chappell recent.
Oh no, new ball's come out. I thought it was a light meat was coming out.
No, new ball. Okay. Greg Chappell recently discussed his county cricket experience in an interview. According to him, most conversations were about not getting out and keeping opposition runs down, whereas in Australia, the focus was on scoring runs and taking wickets. Yeah, that's probably true. I think that is the difference between the two nations in microcosm. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Hello, leg slip. A very subcontinental wicket almost, getting caught off and off at that position. Stark has two modes available. He'll go in thrashing mode, probably, given how far advanced the game is and a new ball is due. Jay Grover, Gary is past repeating himself any further. Dangerous words, messes and unwise.
We do have change of bowling, and they're not going that way. Well, they might at the other end. But
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net. Found this way that his healed and healed. Passed the test and he went to the tee.
This could go very badly wrong for England very quickly.
Could do. New ball often travels off the bat faster. A lot of people saying that Wokes doesn't bowl very well, but I thought he's bowled all right today. It comes in, first ball, it's outside the off stump, left alone by Head.
Yeah, he's bowled tidily. He bowled well in with his first ball with the new ball, and even when he's not been penetrative, he's not been going for too many runs. I mean, I think Armchair Cricket Podcast tweeted in about how many the fourth bowler has gone for. I mean, Stokes basically hasn't been fit for most of the day. Leach started badly and just got worse.
Yep. Root's gone for a few too, hasn't he? Doesn't all add up to good viewing if you're English. Head, anyway. Gets a full ball and drives it back up past long on and gets his ton. Well battered, sir. It's 4 runs down to long on.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And Messi Jed loses his money because there's going to be a centurion.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Really good innings from Travis Head. Started quickly, And it's just got quicker and quicker and quicker as the innings has gone on. He's punished the tiring England attack, took to Jack Leach when he came back on. Wasn't a guarantee by any means to play this test. A marginal call ahead of Usman Khawaja. Has struggled in the last little while in Test cricket, but he's done his team a huge service in this game.
He has indeed. Wokes is in, and it's on the hit of head. He just turns it around a corner. Wokes has to chase down his own bowling. And that'll be
it's worth adding, I guess, that will take his average over 40, which would comfortably place him as the second name inked in on the England batting team sheet after Root.
How many tests he played this?
How many tests? He's played 19 tests before this one. This is 20.
His second 50 came off just 35 balls.
Yeah, the light is going really quite quickly, isn't it? Presumably, do they have floodlights there? Do they bother turning them on?
They turned them on yesterday at times, and then obviously the rain rather forced the issue yesterday. But yeah, they do have floodlights. Yeah, the sun's gone behind a cloud, so it does look a little bit dark.
What time does it get dark there? Is it?
Can't
be much after 6:30, I would have thought.
Probably, probably about between 7:30 and 8.
Oh, okay, so they've got a bit of time. That's left alone outside, heads off stump.
As you were saying, it's not. But the reason they obviously had to add the time onto the start rather than the end is that it's not like playing in England in the summer where you get very long sort of twilight evening periods and the sun goes down quickly.
Indeed, indeed. Well, he got a ton, but he's still got a horrible tash.
Yeah, small. Take your consolation wherever you can find it.
Indeed. Oh, sliced that by Stark, but that's what happens when you're so far behind. Managed to slice it high and wide of Hasib Hamid, who's at cover. And it goes out towards the boundary. Get 2-3 there again. Lots of threes today.
There's a big playing area, isn't it? And the outfield's a bit slow after the rain that's been around. I mean, the fact we've only lost one session to is pretty impressive, actually.
I think it's the same playing surface as the MCG. It's itself to an AFL ground as well.
Wokes in and fenced at by Head, who beats the slips, and it goes off towards third man boundary. Chased down by Ollie Pope. And they'll probably get 3 more there. And that over eventually ends up costing, what, 11. It's a bit like a T20.
Yeah, with Travis Head scoring at 7 runs and over. The third fastest Ashes 100 of all time.
Wow. So who's got the fastest?
Okay.
Then? Probably Gilchrist.
Adam Gilchrist in Perth would be the fastest, which was very nearly the fastest 100 of all time. Only missing out by 1 ball. Might be a Botham one in there in second?
Possibly.
Maybe.
Possibly Headingley, yeah.
Probably Old Trafford, was it?
What's his name though? Old Pakistan skipper beat that record.
Misbah equalled Viv Richards' record, which Gilchrist missed out by 1 ball, and then Brendan McCullum beat all of them in his last ever Test match.
Oh god, yeah, that was that game where he was just swiping and nicking it over the slips all the time, wasn't it? I watched that.
A few tweets. Tarsley, what do you mean doing a Babar Azam? Joe Root already has a 5-4 and more than 40 wickets in tests, which is true. Oxymoronica, while I would usually opt to bat first, Root should have definitely fielded, here we go, and put the pressure on the Aussies. As it is, England have been on back foot since ball 1.
Yeah.
Well, that decision is looking clearer and clearer, but only in hindsight, I think.
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, conversely, if England, bat first and put 350 on the board with this Australian lineup,
they put even 270 on the board. They'd have been in the game. The other one was Gilbert Jessup back in 1902. 76 balls.
Oh dear, that's horrible. Wood has let go with a beamer, and he's got. That's nasty. He's got Travis Head. Has he got him in the jaw and the face? Fuck. I think he has. That's just come out really horribly from Wood's hand. Pace as well. I presume he'll get a warning from the umpire.
It's just
He's indicating
might have cut him even with the grill. It's smashed into the grill. Thank God for helmets. That was pretty horrific from Mark Wood.
It was horrific, but two things to say, I guess. Mark Wood is most definitely not that sort of player. And Head was very quick to go up and reassure Wood that he didn't think it was deliberate.
Well, I mean, it hit the glove and then up into his chin, which is probably lucky, actually, that it took the hand, although that will have hurt.
That would have hurt, and it's lucky it didn't go. I thought it hit him straight in the chest, kind of thing. It stops the heart at that pace. It wasn't a direct hit. It did come off his hand into his head.
Would have been shock as much as anything else.
Well,
I'll get through perhaps get through a few tweets. Mog, who is there out on tour you could replace Milan, Burns and Leach with? Maybe hold that thought. Leah, I, for one, am looking forward to the next Ashes series down under, consisting of 3 4-day tests. Thanks, England. Well, that tends to be quite often how the series work out anyway. Feronga's posted a picture of a great leg spinner, which you can have a look at on tweet and ask us to identify him. Jeff, hi Gorillas. From where I sit, I reckon England's basically an 8-man team in this test, what with Stokes cropped, Burns useless, and Leach even more useless. It's only taken us to day 2 to get into full.
We were saying, what, the start of this session? Actually, half an hour into the session, England were well in this game, but Travis Head has well and truly wrested control, playing the Adam Gilchrist, Brad Haddin role from number 5 rather than the attacking keeper batter at number 6. I'm glad to say that Travis Head, he is up and looks fine, as far as we can tell. That was a scary moment for a second.
Yeah, it was indeed. Yeah, I mean, England have got to look at it. I mean, I don't think... Look, Leach has had a bad day at the office. If they treat him like that in the second innings, I mean, do they give him another test even? Or do you just say that whatever spinning options we've got, Root has to, you're the skipper, you've got to fill it in, and we'll just stick in another seam.
I can see them going all seam at Adelaide for the day-night test, although Adelaide is a pitch that can turn. And we saw what Akshar Patel was able to do with a pink ball, essentially skidding the ball onto the bat, and into the pads. I mean, Leach has come back from maulings before.
Yes, I was saying that earlier.
Notably Rishabh Pant. But
then again, the pitches were a hell of a lot more helpful in India. It's a lot easier to come back when you've got some help from the pitch. I mean, it doesn't help that it's he's on with England having got 147, no runs to play with, and you're bowling pretty early in the second innings.
No, and he came on when the batters were set. But even so, he didn't really seem to have an answer when Warner and Labuschagne went at him.
No, he didn't. Well, Wood is in again. And unsurprisingly, Head looks a bit tentative, and that was full. And hit him in the pads. And pitched outside leg, and there's no run.
Jay Grover correctly observes that gloom has descended on the Gorilla Cricket studio, and Jay is having another beer.
Well, I'm thinking about getting a beer, but then I'm going to be going home in about 20 minutes. Is it really worth it? Probably not.
Ferong was the ball. Sorry, no, we're just having a look at the
more
replay.
Replays. Of course, that was a no ball, and I presume he gets a warning for that. You can only do that twice, can't you? And then you're off. Is that off for the game or off for the innings? Again, innings. That's full, and angled at the stumps.
Off for the innings if you bowl 2 high no balls.
Well,
it looked slightly worse than it was, very slightly. It was waist high, but it deflected up off the glove onto the chin, so it wasn't directly at the chin, but nonetheless, it was a beamer.
Yeah, it was. It was high and at good pace as well. Wood is up to the crease, third ball of the over, and Head goes back and plays it out into the offside. Behind square, but in front of the slip gully, and it'll just be the 1 run. Wood again apologised to Head, which is it's good to see. I don't, as you say, he's not that kind of player. he has done it before. He occasionally loses it. But yeah, certainly.
Gary's concerned about slow over 8s. I think we can probably take that as read.
Yes. Well, exactly. I mean, there's 10 minutes left and 16.3 overs left in the day. I think we're lucky if we get 2 more after this. Maybe 3. Wood is in and skews off the outside edge just past the leaping backward point from Mitchell Stark, and it races down to the boundary. But yeah, more pain for England. 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Surprised Mitchell Stark hasn't swung the bat more often. He certainly can give it the long handle. That wasn't quite the full extension, but a bit of a check drive, but at Wood's pace and with Stark having the long levers, it flew past backward point.
Well, I imagine if Leach came on to start...
They won't bowl Leach to start.
Exactly, he'd be in the stands. 3 out of 6 balls, I'd have thought. Wood in. He's coming over the wicket to Stark, and that's just defended, back down the track, no run.
Messi has posted a rather alarming stat that the fewest number of overs needed to concede 95 runs, it's a bit obscure, in a completed test innings is 16. Leach currently 11 overs for 95.
Wow.
That comes from courtesy of Rick Finley.
Very similar stats to the Rishabh Pant assault, where he went for 8 and over.
Well, Wood is in, and that's at the pads of Mitchell Stark. Might have been going on at the pads, but it's definitely pitched outside leg, I would say. And that ends that over with no run. It's close.
Rohit Singh, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe both Dom Best, Jack Leach, and even Graham Swan played for the same county. Apparently, only one country provides conditions that support the growth of spinners.
No, Swan was not a Somerset player. Best and Leach were at Somerset for a while. Best now at Yorkshire. Graham Swan was Nottinghamshire, then Northants, then Nottinghamshire, or no, other way around. Nottinghamshire, then Northants.
Well, no, funnily enough, I think Panesar and Swan were at Northants at the same time, weren't they?
They were, yes.
Jay Grover, my nocturnal schedule is going to cause problems. I'll have entered into the alert, raving, drunk stage of consciousness. When your commentary ends, I can't heckle the BBL. Anna Forsyth, I know England are doing terrible and Root looks exhausted already, but my vivid results came back 18 hours early and negative. So, woohoo, I'm fit to fly. Oh, congratulations to Anna. That's good news indeed.
Well, Wokes is going to continue. Looks like it's getting darker there. And the outside of bowl. That's a length ball, and it's pulled by Head well in front of square, out towards deep mid wicket. They'll get back for 2.
In other good news, my Cocker Spaniel's woken up and is looking very frisky and happy. So, look, it's not all bad news today.
Well, yeah. I'm going to get home and the kids are going to be out on their way to school. As I walk through the door knackered. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, when I was coming home from the studio yesterday, I was coming back with a bunch of school kids taking the bus to school. It was very managed to just about keep me from falling asleep on the bus home.
Yeah. That one, there's hardly anyone in the infield now as Head faces up to Wokes, and it's driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. Australia 339 for 7. And it's been a good day for them. And a very frustrating day for England.
It was a bit of a wobble. I mean, well, more than a bit of a wobble. They lost 4 for 29 in the space of about 8 overs. With Labuschagne, Smith, Warner and Green all falling. But then Head has marshalled the lower and middle order very well. Put on a dominating partnerships with Alex Carey and then Patrick Cummins and now Mitchell Stark.
Well, yeah, indeed, and I think that's what England have got to take heart from. They may have screwed this up and they may well lose it, but there is fragility in this Australian side. They've just got to take advantage of it and do what they've done to us. That's clipped into the leg side.
It's also reasonably certain that the tweets and so on at this time at the end of day 2 during the 2010-11 series would have been almost identical,
Yeah,
and it
true.
looked as if England were going to get wiped off the map, and then scored 535 for 1. I don't see that happening.
517 for 1.
517 for 1, I think.
Well, yeah, England got bowled up for 260 odd in that game, and then Brad Haddon and Michael Hussey batted for what felt like a year.
After they, again,
300 partnership?
They got themselves into position, England, there as well, didn't they, as well? They were actually ahead of the game at one point, and then those two did what they do. Bloody Brad Haddon. Here comes Wokes, and Stark drives it quite nicely, but straight up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Ahead of the last Ashes, I wrote a piece for the Guerrilla Cricket website about my memories of watching the Haddon-Hussey partnership. I didn't miss a ball of the first 2 tests of that series in a freezing student flat in Euston, wearing 2 dressing gowns and 2 hoodies and whatnot, and trying to keep the volume down low to not wake up my flatmate, and the weird through the night netherworld of watching someone bat for hour upon hour upon hour.
Yeah, that's when I go to bed. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Stark. Through to Butler, and there ain't no run.
There was something particularly. I'm not a Red England fan. I'm not particularly averse to Australia, but there was something uniquely horrible about watching Brad Haddon.
I think that I cannot believe there was one Englishman in the whole of England who stayed up all night to watch Haddon and Hussey. There just wouldn't have been. It couldn't have happened.
Yeah. Count me out. The last ball is again wide of the off stump, and it's through the keeper, and that ends the over. It's 25 past 7 in the morning. One presumes we might get 1 over. They might get 2 more, I suppose.
I doubt England will be
I better get on to...
Doubt England will be rushing.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
No, almost certainly not. Mog, just Jesus wet, just 2 words. Thank you, Mog. KM, reasonably certain Rob Yates of Warwickshire fame is on tour down under at present, could hardly do worse than Mr. Burns. Josie Oak, we're doomed, naturally. Furlong, 3rd fastest century ever to head, yeah, no, as mentioned. Jay Grover, looking at both Knuckles and Forthy's bookshelves is torturing my inner nosiness. This would not be a problem at the Bears' house. Well, not all of life is to be found in books, it's fair to say, isn't it? There's human experience.
Wood is in, and the first ball is clipped nicely by Head. Very wide, long on. There's no one down there. And Leach has had a horrible day. He has to go around and field it. And it's probably 3 runs again.
Robinson was off for quite a while. He did come back onto the field, but I thought he looked a little bit peaky and a little pale when he came back on. I wonder if he's struggling a little bit because he's not bowled with the new ball. I wonder if he was off for so long that he could have to delay him coming back on, because he hasn't bowled since the new ball.
No, it could be the heat, I suppose.
Yeah, heat and humidity as well.
Yeah. So his first senior tour, isn't it, away from home. Wood in, and start to shoulders arms through at the keeper. I mean, you've got to pan it to Woody.
Kurong has kindly sent through what we've more or less discussed already, but good to have it tidied up. Fastest Ashes hundreds by balls. Gilchrist 57, Perth 06. Jessup 76, the Oval 02. Head 85, Brisbane now. Both of them 86, Manchester, and 87 Leeds, both in 81.
Great company he's in.
Yeah. Stark is going to face up to Woody. And again, there's another appeal for OBW, and again, I just think it's pitched outside leg. No, it's too high, and it's going down. It's pitched outside leg stump. No. That's a waste of review.
Joe Root was making the sign for it's too high.
I think it pitched outside leg again as well.
Yeah, not a lot going for that.
No, nothing. It might have gone on to hit leg stump, but...
You mentioned earlier the fact that we've not had an LBW or even anything particularly close to an LBW. Having just watched India versus New Zealand, where it felt like there was an LBW appeal or a caught behind or a bat pad or something every other over. It's a very different pace of the game.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, Especially, I mean, that's generally. Oh my word! Was that inside edge? It was a big heave by Stark.
I think it was. I think it was. Yeah, it's almost a brilliant catch.
It went very quickly to Butler, who was diving to his right, so it's going down a fine leg. Swung. He's getting a little swing here.
He's missed it.
Yeah. No, I think he's got that.
Yeah, I think he got a little nick.
I think he got a little nick. Oh, yeah, he did get a little nick. Not the easiest to catch. Is going the wrong way. Had to go out one-handed, especially towards the end of the day. Yeah, big
confirmation of the nick.
I haven't seen hotspot for quite a while.
Well, I was talking about this earlier. The cameras are only really in Australia, and they're very expensive.
Again, swing in from Wood. Good pace. He's kept his pace up all day. You have to hand it to Wood. This is only his 20th over, I suppose.
That's impressive. Of course, famously, England went through the whole 70-71 series, which they won 2-0 and 6 tests. And the number of LBWs given in their favour, 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, neutral umpires were one of the best things ever to happen to Test cricket, and I think the sooner cricket can get back to having neutral umpires, the better.
Yeah, I totally agree.
That one is left alone through the keeper, and there's no run.
Not that, I'm suggesting there's been any suspicion of bias or whatever. It means that you don't have those conversations about bias if umpires do make mistakes, which they will.
Yeah, well, that said, though, I think that umpire Lou Rowan in the 70-71 series could.
It definitely used to happen. There's no doubt it used to happen.
Yeah.
Interesting days cricket that we've just seen. That there's some, Australia have ended that a long, long way ahead. But there are definitely periods there where England were in the game.
Yeah, definitely. However, Australia have ended the day on 343 for 7 with a lead of 196. Head's got 112 and Warner got a 96 or 94, can't remember. Had a fair few lives on his way there, and Labuschagne got 70 odd. And that's when the majority of Australia's runs have come from those 3 players. So, England did have some success at times, but Head has definitely taken this game away from England. Today,
would you like me to knock off a few tweets now? Or do you want to carry on summarising?
We're not really going to summarise that much, really, because it's 7:30 in the morning and I want to go to bed. So you just do those last tweets, and then we'll be
all right.
I'll
try and knock them off as fast as I can. Mog, if he can't get them out, knock them out. Old Croaky got him in the head. Adelaide Barmies, we're all available in Adelaide. And Ninja looks headed for a crash landing. Mayank in the other game, England Lions are 13 for 3 in 9.3 overs after knocking Australia A for 213. Armchair Cricket Podcast sympathising with Travis Head. Jay Grover, this is why I'm dreading Christmas. Apparently my dad didn't speak all yesterday and tried to start a fight with the table. Thank you, Jay. Mayank, England have dropped their over rate below 12 for the first time today. Oxymoronica, yes, this is an undercooked, rusty England team, and given the forecast. PJ Mead, morning gorillas. I don't have BT Sports, so you're my source of cricket for the Ashes. Well, I hope we've come up to scratch. PJ Mead, Josie Oak. Gary has mentioned about cricket not playing cricket drinks break now, so they're overrates. Are we getting the trifecta and get Gary's view on a good number 8? Oxymoronica. England have a crazy horse in Wood and a lumbering donkey in Leach. Adrian Lowe, would Archer and Broad made much of a difference? Well, we'll talk about that more tomorrow. Leah, I would make a head crash joke. It wouldn't make me feel very old in the age of solid state drives. Sorry, there are a few of these, so stop me at any point if you want to go to bed. Farong, Stoke spells today, 3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 1 overs. Looks so like England is definitely a bowler down. Only 9 overs for the day. Mayank, 84 overs in 7 hours of cricket. That requires a 1-match suspension in my book. I think England would probably take a 1-match suspension.
Well, what will almost certainly happen is they will be dot World Test Championship points, and they have already been dot World Test Championship points in this cycle during the India series. And Australia, of course, missed out on the World Test Championship final in part because of points lost for slow over rates.
Well, that said, Nicola, is there any chance at all that this England team is going to end up in the World Series finally in a couple of years' time? I would suggest not. So it probably doesn't. It's probably rather an academic point.
Where's the next one being played?
I don't think they've announced a venue, but probably Lords.
Oh, again.
I'll plough on. Just tell me when I should stop. Jay, is it just confirmation bias, or are England exceptionally rubbish at getting out the low order? Not confirmation bias, I would suggest. Leah, the most horrible thing about watching Brad Haddin was having to see his wretched face. Oh, poor Brad Haddin. Jay Grover, he says, I stayed up all night listening to Haddin and Hussey. I were off me face on smack, naturally. Leah, Forth is, of course, right about not everything being contained in books. There are also periodicals, pamphlets, and countless other forms of print media. Classic misdirect there from Leah. Anna Forsyth, I've watched Middlesex try and get out the low order after skittling the openers amid this, so yes, can confirm. England are up there. Adrian Lowe, great work, Gorilla Team, thanks. That's nice, thank you. Most of them, not me, stayed up throughout the night.
It's your daytime anyway, so you should be up.
This is nice from Jay. I hope the Bears bands are getting their own breakfast this morning. Otherwise, they're getting depressed resignation on toast.
They always make their own breakfast. They're old enough now. God damn it! I don't get out of bed.
Look, there may be the odd one I've missed, but that is more or less the sum of it.
Well, okie doke. We're going to call it a day. Australia's Day, 343.47. We'll be on half an hour earlier again tonight because of yesterday's rain. And tomorrow could be the last day of the first test, who knows? Unless England can do something about their batting. But I've got a horrible feeling this far behind it will go all horribly wrong. But you never know. So join us, so we'll be on air 11:15 or 11:20 tonight. And until then, we say goodbye. Goodbye.
Farewell.
Bye.
Guerrilla